Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was Uchiha Prodigy and fell for Shoka? Part 1. This story is the Uchiha's Last Son by Thicky67. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Loud explosions could be heard as two figures clashed between branches in a giant tree forest. They looked like two blurs crashing into each other, one golden and the other black, until they clashed one last time before separating. A young man in a black cloak with the traditional Anbu vest underneath with black pants and red shoes stared down from the branch he was on to the lower branch where the person he was fighting stared back. It was a young woman who seemed to be surrounded by a golden cloak that made her look like she was on fire. Her eyes looked like a cross as she stared at the man with a sad look. "Brother, this is my last warning. Stop this madness or I will put you down. You've said the same thing so many times already. Izumi, how many more people do I have to kill before you finally take this seriously?" Izumi. "No more people will die, Izuku. Izuku. I don't know about that. I'm looking at a girl that's about to meet her parents soon." Izumi. "If only we were enough." Izuku. "It was never enough." Izuku stared down at Izumi, showing his red eyes with an interesting pattern. They both launched at each other, beginning their final duel once more. *** 16 years ago, two 5-year-old children could be seen playing together on the beach of a small lake. They chased after each other with huge smiles as they tried to tag the other. The wind blew hard, making both kids stop and laugh as it blew through the boy's black hair and the girl's blonde. A man could be seen watching the kids while sitting under a tree. He had two long bangs of blonde hair parallel to each other, sky blue eyes, a strong jawline, and even though he was sitting down you could tell he was a giant of a man. He wore a green vest with a red swirl on the back. He had black pants and sandals. On his belt was a hanging headband with the symbol of Konoha on it. However, the most noticeable feature was the white cloak he was wearing with red flames at the bottom. The man stared at the children with a large smile and decided now was the time to teach them a little more. "Izumi, Izuku, come here, I want to show you something." Both. "Okay." The two children came running over to their father with the blonde tripping and face planting, causing the father to laugh. Eventually the two kids finally made it over, with the black-haired kid now named Izuku smiled softly and the blonde-haired girl now named Izumi rubbed her nose with a pout. "Toshi. I know I've been showing you things about chakra and even opened them for you. But now I want to know and hear it from both of you. Do you truly want to become shinobi?" The two children stared at each other with a determined look, each giving the other a firm nod. They quickly turned back to their father and gave a hard nod. Toshi laughed, since I mean, who could take two 5-year-olds seriously? He gestured for them to sit in front of him and they quickly plopped on the ground. Toshi. "Okay. That's good, because there's no turning back after you start the academy. Now let me tell you what a shinobi life is like. Listen closely, children, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's cruel to you and unforgiving. Sometimes you wonder why you ever became a shinobi in the first place. Sure, the pay is alright, but you will see friends come and go and you will do unspeakable things, but then you look to your right and see the teammate that's been by your side since the beginning. You look to your left and see the friend that was so unsure of themselves but now stands straight and proud. That's why we have teams, to support each other and to avoid falling into that deep dark place that seems to always follow a shinobi around." Toshi stopped and looked to the two children to see their reactions. Their faces remained neutral but still held that fire in their eyes. Toshi continued his lesson. "Toshi. The responsibilities of a shinobi are also unforgiving. Shinobi follow a code that all villages live by. You must always complete the mission. The mission will always come first. The mission before your comrades, the mission before bystanders, and the mission before yourself. If you live that life you will always be empty inside and just be another kunai in a pouch. That's not what the will of fire is about. The true will of a person is, your comrades before the mission, bystanders before the mission, yourself over the mission, but still always finish the mission. Never forget that you too, because once you fall into that darkness and let it consume you, you will never truly be yourself ever again. I've seen it happen far too many times." The two children nodded in understanding as they took the man's words to heart. Toshi ruffled both their heads, causing them to squirm, causing him to laugh slightly. "Toshi. Let's walk away from the dark stuff. Pop quiz. Izumi, what is chakra? Izumi. Oh. It's when you go like bam with your fingers and then boom with your feet. Oh, and you can go shring with your eyes. Oh, you can go pew with your mouth. Izumi was doing many impersonations and swinging her arms around as she gave her horrid explanation. Toshi and Izuku just watched with open mouths and giant sweat drops as they stared at her. Toshi. I'm sorry Izumi, that is very wrong. Izumi. Toshi. Okay Izuku, your turn. Izuku. Chakra is our life force or stamina that we mold to fit our purposes, whether it be jutsu or mundane things. With the higher the chakra control, the better our overall capacity and strength of our jutsu become. Toshi. Good, now take these and practice your control. Toshi handed them both a leaf which the two put on their forehead with it actually sticking. Toshi. Now whoever holds it the longest gets ice cream after dinner. The two kids glared at each other as the competition began. 10 minutes later. Izuku watched in horror as his leaf tore into bits. Izumi squealed in victory as Izuku slumped in defeat. Toshi chuckled at the kids' antics but continued with his training plan. Toshi. Good job you two. Now hold these and wait. They are called chakra paper and they show your elemental affinities or chakra nature. Usually, you wouldn't do this until graduation, but why not learn it now? Toshi handed them each a strip of paper but told them to hang on as he continued his explanation. Toshi. Just because you don't have an affinity for something now doesn't mean you can't use that elemental jutsu. However, it would more taxing on your chakra levels, harder to control, and overall won't be as strong. But as your chakra level grows, so do the chances of you developing a second or third nature. However, just like a muscle, you have to train them. For example, wind natures usually practice by trying to cut things in half. And don't even get me started on those keke genkes or dotas. However, let's see what you two got. The two slowly started to pour their chakra into the papers as Toshi continued to explain. Toshi. If the paper splits, you have wind nature. If it becomes soggy, you have water nature. If it turns to dirt, it's earth nature. If it wrinkles, then you got lightning nature, and finally if it catches on fire and turns to ash, you got fire nature. Izumi's split and became extremely soggy, while Izuku's went extremely wrinkling then burst into flames. Toshi stared in shock at the two kids and couldn't help but give a proud smile to the two. Toshi. So, Izumi has both wind and water nature, with the water being very strong, while Izuku has both a high lightning and fire nature. The children looked very happy with the result but tilted their heads in confusion at their father wording it as high. Izuku. What do you mean by high, Dad? Toshi. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Rarely a person is born with a high chakra nature. Basically you can do cooler stuff with it. Like Izumi can use water jutsu without a water source and can even take it from her surroundings. While your fire is twice as strong than normal shinobi. It's just a fancy term for you're good at this. Toshi then turned around and started to rummage through a bag until pulling out 2 scrolls. He then handed Izuku one with a red wax seal and Izumi with a blue wax seal. Toshi. These are a water and a fire jutsu. Use them wisely and give them a good study. I want you to try them out. Izuku opened his and saw the basic description along with the hand signs. C rank jutsu. Fire bullet. User spits out many high-speed fire bullets at their target. Recommended chakra capacity, mid-genin. Izuku scanned over the scroll in a couple of seconds before standing up and walking a couple feet away from the sitting Toshi and the confused-looking Izumi as she tried to understand the signs on her scroll, not even noticing Izuku stand up. Toshi raised an eyebrow as he watched Izuku stand in front of the lake. Izuku then started running through the signs at an above-average speed, which surprised Toshi. Izuku. Fire style. Fire bullet jutsu. Izuku put his hand up to his mouth, leaving a little hole, and started to breathe out. Izuku sent out 3 medium-sized bullets of fire over the lake. Toshi stared in shock but was instantly full of pride, while Izumi stared like a dead fish before quickly turning back to the scroll so she doesn't get left behind. Toshi. Great job Izuku, now let's wait for your sister. Izuku smiled softly as he sat next down to his father as they watched Izumi use all her 3 brain cells to read the scroll. 20 minutes later. Izuku and Toshi could be seen lying on top of each other snoring loudly as they had fallen asleep while waiting for Izumi. Meanwhile, Izumi was still scanning the scroll and looked to be having a brain aneurysm trying to figure it out. Then her eyes went wide and stood up as a smile crossed her face. Izumi. Yes, I figured it out. Dad. Izuku. Watch this. Izuku and Toshi jumped up in surprise from all the yelling and saw Izumi running to the shoreline. They looked to each other and just shrugged as they slowly followed her. Izumi stopped at the shore, letting her feet touch the water as she started going through hand signs. Izumi. Water style. Water wall. Izumi slammed both hands on the surface of the lake, causing a medium-sized wall of water to pop out of the lake. It lasted maybe 2 seconds before Izumi let it go while panting. She turned towards Izuku and Toshi and gave them a big thumbs up as a giant grin appeared on her face. The two smiled widely and rushed her with a giant hug. Toshi. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's get going, dinner should be ready by now. Let's not make your mother worry. The kids. Okay. The two kids grabbed their father's hand and then turned into a yellow flash as they traveled home. Oh hello there, I didn't think you would be interested in continuing. I'm the Seer of Universe, do you want to join me? Asterisk. My name. Asterisk. That's not important, but just call me D. Asterisk. Come join me. Let's watch the fall and rise of Izuku Uchiha. Narrator Pav. Two siblings could be running down the street in a hurry towards their new academy since today was their first day. The two weaved through the crowds of villagers as they panted in a panic. The villagers laughed at the kids since it was quite funny seeing 6 years old act like it was the end of the world. However, if you looked closely in the crowd you could see many shinobi have a look of disgust as their eyes fell upon the boy. The two siblings ran through the hallways of the academy as they tried to find the room Class 1A. Izumi. Where is it? Izuku. I don't know. This place is too big. Izumi. There it is. The two ran to a door and threw it open, revealing a room full of kids that had turned towards the noise. The class rested their eyes upon 2 kids, 1 girl, 1 boy. The boy had messy spiky black hair and black eyes with a sharp handsome face. He was wearing a gray kimono with some red shoes. The girl was a blondie with her flowing smoothly pat her shoulders and stopping at her mid-back. She had blue eyes and an angel-like face. She was wearing a sky blue kimono with some white sneakers. If you are wondering why they are wearing old-time clothes, that's what they wore to sleep. They were just in a rush and forgot to change. Both the kids' hair was messy and they were both out of breath from running. They both quickly stood up straight and gave a slight wave as they gave a goofy smile. This won favor universally for the entire class. Girls. Cute. Boys. Cute. The two noticed 2 open seats next to each other in the front row and disappeared and reappeared into them, shocking the class. They were only going mid-genin, still fast to the class. Izuku was sitting next to a girl with a brown bob cut while Izumi sat next to a boy with a nasty scar on his face. They didn't get to introduce themselves as the doors had opened again with a young woman walking in. She had short lime green hair tied with an orange bandana that held her hitate with dark green eyes. She had the standard green chunin vest on with black anbu pants and orange sneakers. She also had a sword on her back with a smiley face on its hilt. Hello children, my name is Emi Aizawa and I'm going to be your chunin teacher until you cuties become genin. She smiled brightly as she scanned over her new pupils, full of happiness and excitement until her eyes fell onto the blemish of the class. Izuku flinched as the teacher looked at him for a brief second. She didn't show it, but Izuku felt disgust from her. Izuku brushed it off since he might just be imagining things. Emi. Okay, now let's introduce ourselves to each other, because these are your classmates for the next 6 years. Say your name, likes, dislikes, and your goal. A blonde-haired boy with a stupidly bright clothes that sparkled for some reason. He then did a weird pose that made everyone sweat drop. Aoyama. My name is Yuga Aoyama. I like myself, my parents and cheese. I hate it when I'm not sparkling. In the future I will be the brightest Hokage. The boy strutted towards his desk confident in himself as everyone just stared in shock. Emi. Oh okay, next please. A girl with pink skin, pink hair and dark eyes skipped towards the front. She was wearing a teal blouse that had pink butterflies on it. She smiled brightly as she turned towards the class. Mina. Yo, the name's Mina Ashido. I like to dance, and to hear some tea. I dislike bullies. I will become a great shinobi. She skipped back to her seat and got replaced by a girl that Izuku though looked funny but would never say it out loud. The girl had long dark green hair with a elongated mouth and her arms stationary in front of her. She was wearing blue jeans with a green t-shirt that had a frog on it. Sue. Hello, I'm Suyu Asui. Call me Sue. I like to swim and climb trees. I dislike bullies and insects. I want to be strong to protect my family. Ribbit. Izuku. Did she just ribbit? A boy with blue hair and red eyes started walking to the front in a robotic manner until he did perfect 180° to face the class. He was wearing a suit and tie which confused Izuku but everyone else just rolled with it. Iida. Good morning my fellow students, my name is Tenya Iida and I look forward to studying with all of you. I like to study and train with my older brother. I dislike rule breakers. I want to be as strong as my brother and uphold the family legacy. The girl next to Izuku stood up and walked to the front with a bubbly smile that made everyone also want to smile. She had short brown hair that was shaped into a bob cut but with more bangs. She had brown eyes that complemented her rosy cheeks. Uraraka. Hello, my name is Ochako Uraraka, descendant of the Hyuga clan branch. I like mochi, my parents, and to train. I dislike expensive things and greedy people. I want to be a great shinobi so parents don't have to worry about paying for me anymore. Izuku. Cute. Izuku couldn't help but blush which Izumi noticed and smirked at. The next person went up and it was a boy wearing a green jumpsuit with a set of messy blonde hair and black eyes. Besides the obvious weird attire he looked plain. Ojiro. My name is Mashirao Ojiro. I like being youthful, to train and impress Rumi-sensei. I dislike unyouthfulness, bullies and lazy people. I will be the most youthful shinobi in the world. Next a boy with yellow shaggy hair with a black highlight in it that looked like a lightning bolt. He was wearing a black coat that was too big for me that even covered his legs. He kinda looked stupid in Izuku's opinion. Denki. Yo, the name's Denki Kaminari. I like to have fun. I dislike training and math. I will be Hokage. A boy with red hair and toothy grin walked up. He was wearing a black muscle shirt with some white shorts and red trims. Kirishima. The name's Eijiro Kirishima. I like manly things and to train. I hate unmanly things and cowards. I will live up to my idol's standards. A boy with short messy brown hair and brown eyes walked up next. He was shaking like a leaf and tried to hide in his orange overcoat which made Izuku feel bad. The boy didn't say anything and instead just held up a piece of paper with his name that said Koji Koda. A tall boy with brown hair in a crew cut walked up next. He wore a simple hoodie as if he was trying to hide something but Izuku couldn't help but think he had very large lips. Sato. My name is Rikido Sato. I like sweets and weightlifting. I dislike sour candy. I don't have a dream yet. A boy wearing a face mask that covered his whole bottom of his face walked up next. He had platinum hair that was spiked up and wore a white hoodie with black pants. Shoji. The name's Mezzo Shoji. I like animals. I hate animal abusers. I want to run an animal shelter one day. A girl with short purple hair and purple eyes walked up next. She was wearing a orange t-shirt that had some band he didn't recognize. Jiro. My name is Kyoka Jiro. I like music. I hate tone-deaf people and idiots. I want to become a musician one day. A boy with black shaggy hair came up next. He had black eyes, a cartoonish mouth and wore black leggings with a white shirt. Siro. The name's Honta Siro. I like to make paper sculptures and to draw. I hate when I run out of paper and ink. I want to become an artist one day. The next boy came up but he had a large trench coat where you couldn't even see his face so Izuku had no clue what was under there. Tokiyami. My name is Fumikage Tokiyami, descendant of the Nara clan. I like to stare at the clouds and sit in darkness. I hate doing stuff that's troublesome. I want to be a professional cloud watcher. The next boy went up and he had dual hair color which Izuku thought was unique. His left side was red hair while his right was white. His eyes were also different with left being a teal and his right was black. He wore a kimono also but Izuku had a feeling he just wears that all the time. However, he had a nasty scar on his left side that made Izuku kinda worried. Shoto. Hello, my name is Shoto Todoroki. I like cold soba. I don't really have a dislike. I will be the next Hokage. A girl went up next and Izuku could swear two things. That she was the prettiest girl he has ever seen and it was basically a carbon copy of the last guy. So Izuku was questioning some things right now. She was wearing a simply white dress that made her look even more beautiful. She also lacked the scar her brother had. Shoka. Hello, my name is Shoka Todoroki. I like cold soba and brothers and sisters. I hate my father. I guess I want to be a mother someday. She smiled brightly, causing Izuku to blush madly, which made Izumi smirk but then turned into disgust as she remembered he blushed for the brown-haired girl. She quickly hit him over the head, causing him to say ow and pout, making the surrounding girls minus Izumi blush at the cuteness. Izumi noticed this and gasped in horror. A girl with bushy rainbow hair skipped to the front. She had a large smile and very bushy eyebrows that matched her hair. She was wearing some boy band t-shirt and some pink leggings. Toru. Hello, my name is Toru Hagakure, descendant of the Yamanaka clan. I like sneaking around for gossip and I like being the center of attention. I dislike bullies and when people ignore me. I will become my clan head one day. A boy with a cocky grin went up next. He had sandy blonde messy hair with red eyes to match. He was wearing a orange t-shirt that had giant explosion on it with some black pants. Bakugo. The name's Katsuki Bakugo, the future Hokage. I like spicy food, strong people, true art and to train. I hate weaklings, cowards and pushovers. I don't have dreams since I will make them all reality. A girl that was a carbon copy of the last kid went next. She was literally wearing the same clothes as well. Katsumi. The name's Katsumi Bakugo. Extras don't deserve to know the rest. It was Izuku's turn now and he couldn't help but feel nervous as everyone looked at him. Izuku gulped as he stared at his future classmates. Izumi gave him a thumbs up which calmed him down. Emi. Hurry up. Izuku jumped at the teacher and started his introduction. Izuku. Hello, my name is Izuku Yagi. Nice to meet you all. I like my family, training and Katsuden. Emi giggled which made Izuku feel better but she was giggling at something else. Emi. He thinks they're actually family. Hehehehe. Izuku. I dislike bullies, someone mean to my sister and spicy food. I want to one day start a family and be my sister's shadow cage. Girls. Cute. Emi scoffed at that which confused everyone but they moved on to the next person. Izumi jumped over the desks to get to the front causing her to kick the sparkly guy in the head. Izumi. Hello everyone. My name is Izumi Yagi, the next Hokage. I love my family, sweets and ramen. I hate bullies and cowards. I want to become the next Hokage and live up to my father's legacy. A girl with black hair in a spiky ponytail went up next and her whole look just screamed rich girl. She was wearing probably the fanciest dress Izuku has ever seen. Momo. Good morning. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I like my parents and to read. I don't really dislike anything. I want to be everyone's friend. A boy with spiky black hair went up next. He had a headband tied around his head and he was wearing simple overalls with a white shirt. Awase. The name's Yosetsu Awase, descendant of the Nara clan. I like engineering, cloud watching and sleeping. I don't like anything troublesome. I guess mechanic would be cool. The plainest looking boy in existence went next. Sen Kaibara, that's my name. I don't know about the rest. All. Boring. A boy with completely black skin that looked like an abyss walked up next. He was kinda scary looking but that didn't bother Izuku that much. His hair was completely white and was extremely messy. He was wearing a white hoodie, white shirt and white pants and even white shoes. Shihai. My name is Shihai Kuwaro. Please ignore my appearance, I can't do anything about it. I like seafood. I hate bullies. I don't have a dream. A girl with semi-long orange hair tied into a side ponytail went up next. She was wearing a teal skirt with an orange top. Kendo. Hello, my name is Itsuka Kendo. I hope to become everyone's friend. I like insects, taijutsu and my friends. I hate bullies. I want to make 1,000 friends. A girl with black bob cut went up next and she had a face that looked like she did not want to be here. So neutral. She wore a simple green hoodie. She didn't say anything also and just took out a bunch of business cards with the name Yui Kodai. Everyone thought it was unique. A girl with a brown bowl cut went up next and she was significantly shorter than the rest of the class. She was wearing a sundress and her hair covered her eyes so all you could see was the small smile. Kanoko. Hello, my name is Kanoko Komori and I like mushrooms. A girl with long green braided hair went up next. She had dark green eyes and was wearing a simple green strapless dress. Abara. Hello everyone. My name is Abara Shiozaki. May the Lord look over our education. A plump boy with silver hair went up next. He kinda looked lame in Izuku's opinion. He wore a suit just like the blue hair kid and he also had some glasses on. Shota. Hello, my name is Narengeki Shota, descendant of the Akamichi clan. I like books and food. I dislike diets. I don't have a goal. A girl with long blonde similar to Azumi's walked up next but she had a rounder face and dark blue eyes. She was wearing a blue turtleneck and a gray skirt. Pony. Hey y'all, my name Pont Sunotori and like apples. I hate spicy food and my goal is to be a great kunoichi. A boy with brown hair similar to Bakugo's went next. He looked kinda stupid in Izuku's opinion. Kosei. The name's Kosei Subaraba. A boy with white hair and sharp teeth walked up next and he looked very manly in Izuku's opinion. Tet, not writing the whole name, the name's Tetsu but just call me Tet. I like manly things and hearty food. I hate cowards. I want to be the manliest shinobi in the world. A girl with a toothy grin and short wavy green hair walked up next. She was wearing simple purple hoodie. Setsuna. Yo, the name's Setsuna Tokage. I don't feel like telling you anything else. Next was probably the smuggest looking guy in existence. He had short curly blonde hair and blue eyes. He was the last boy wearing a suit as he stood up straight. Monoma. Hello my fellow future classmates. My name Nito Monoma. We may now become friends but as soon as we are placed on teams my team will be better than all you. That is all. A girl with short silver that flowed down and covered one of her eyes went up next. Her one visibly eye was gray in color. She was wearing a simple gray shirt with some cargo shirt. But Izuku thought it was weird that she had her arms out like a ghost. Reiko. Reiko Yanagi. That was the entire class that Izuku and Izumi will be with until they are 12 years old. Izuku thought some of them had interesting personalities but that won't stop him from trying to make friends. Emi stood back up and went to the front to start explaining the curriculum. Emi. Very good introductions class. Now let me explain the curriculum then you guys can go home early and then we can start tomorrow. Emi stopped for any questions but no one raised their hand so she continued. Emi. Starting with this year or your first year. I will teach you basic chakra control after we open any student's chakra that already hasn't been opened, basic taijutsu forms, simple D-rank jutsu, basic workouts for your little bodies and basic history of the Konoha. 6-year-old. Emi. Your second year will introduce shuriken and kunai throwing as well as fuinjutsu, sealing. Your chakra control training would be increased along with your body workouts. Besides that you will be continued to be taught the same things from the prior year. 7-year-old. Emi. Your third year will focus on refining the skills we had taught you previous 2 years and adding shurikenjutsu to your workload. 8-year-old. Emi. Your fourth year will have us work on your chakra natures plus some simple C-rank element jutsus, intermediate chakra control exercises along with nature chakra control exercises, also shown basic genjutsu and how to cast and break them and we will start explaining the other hidden ninja villages so you know your enemies and allies. 9-year-old. Emi. Your fifth year will continue your same training but doubled. You will also be taught how to cast and break intermediate genjutsu. You will also be introduced to several basic weapon specialties like kenjutsu and staff arts. As well as shown multiple summoning contracts which the summons will choose their summoner, if you get chosen at all. 10-year-old. Emi. Your sixth year will be more laxed and meant to refine the skills you have learned and your goal that year is to find a specialty and work on your weak areas. We will also show you the bingo book which will show you potential future threats to avoid. 11-year-old. Emi. Your seventh and final year. As only 2 things, the Genin exam and your team placements. That will be explained more once we reach to your 6th year. 12-year-old. Emi. You all are dismissed and I'll look forward to teaching you kids. Emi-sensei soon walked out the room, leaving the kids an opportunity to talk with each other until they get picked up or walk home. Immediately the kids started talking to each other since they would be stuck together for 6 years of school and some of them for the rest of their life, short or long. Izuku turned to the brunette next to him named Uraraka as she did the same. Izuku. Hello, nice to meet you. I hope we become great friends. Izuku said this as he extended his hand with a large smile. Ochako blushed slightly before forcing it down and smiling softly at him. She giggled as he accepted the hand. Ochako. Giggle, I hope so too, Yagi-kun. Whoa, look. Ochako pointed behind Izuku, causing him to turn around and develop a huge sweat drop of embarrassment. He saw his sister about to trade blows with the ash-blonde boy named Bakugo, as well as the male twin of the beautiful girl. Izumi. Like I said, I'm going to be the next Hokage. Bakugo. Like hell, it's going to be me extra. Shoto. Quiet both of you, the next Hokage is me. You two are far too weak. Bakugo and Izumi. Huh. What you say, Scarface? Shoto. You little. As they all threw a punch at each other, Izuku appeared in front of them, catching both Shoto's and Bakugo's fist while deflecting Izumi's away with his knee, shocking the whole class. Izuku. Settle down, guys. Just let it be the best shinobi wins the title because you all are very capable. The three reluctantly grumbled in agreement as Izuku made them shake each other's hands. The class was astonished at his ability to be able to do that. Izuku smiled brightly at his accomplishment, making everyone wander towards him like a moth towards a flame. Izuku made many friends that day. Izuku and Izumi could be seen walking home together with bright smiles as they judged their class were good people and even better friends. Izumi smiled happily at Izuku as she didn't know if he would open up to his classmates or not. But she was glad that he opened up and made a lot of friends. Izuku. Hey Izumi, let's become the best shinobi the world has ever seen. Izumi. Right. The two siblings then sprinted towards their home while laughing loudly. Thus the journey to become a shinobi started for Izuku and Izumi Yagi. Narrator Pav. Izuku could feel them again. The stairs that seemed to burrow deep into his back, into his soul. Full of hate, disgust and envy. Izuku used to pretend they didn't exist, but they got worse since he joined the academy. Izuku can Izumi feels them too. He used to think it was because he was the Hokage's kid, but he soon realized Izumi didn't get the stares. They were all solely focused on him and Izuku didn't know why. The two 6-year-olds could be seen walking to the academy for their first true school day. Izuku looked uncomfortable as he felt the stares once again, suffocating him. A hand grabbed Izuku's hand, forcing him back to reality as Izumi with a frown started dragging him to the academy. The stares following them the entire time. Izumi was upset. No, she was angry. She always noticed the stares but just ignored them since she and Izuku always messed around on the streets or talked loudly. So, she assumed they were curious stares until she felt the first killing intent directed at her brother. They were buying some fruit at a market and she had to go to the bathroom. She barely walked 10 feet from her brother when she felt it and turned around to see a shop owner carrying a knife and walking towards her brother. Before the man could do anything, 3 Anbu surrounded the man and disappeared with him. Izumi didn't know what happened that day, and when she asked her parents why someone would want to hurt Izuku, they just turned away from her with frowns and said some people just can't forget the past. Izumi never stood what she meant, but she knew that for some reason the adults held something against Izuku and today would confirm it. Izuku could be seen sitting in his seat and talking to the girl called Ochako and another named Shoka. Izuku actually thought they were pretty and funny, but his confidence was basically non-existent, like how every Izuku starts out. Ochako. Yagi-kun, what are you doing after school? Want to go play at my house? Izuku. My IDD don't KK no. Mom said that she needed me tonight. Ochako. Ah, then maybe. Shoka. Nope, because Izuku's going to the park with me tomorrow, so you can do something else, pink cheeks. Izuku. I am. Ochako. Back off, mismatch. Izuku's my friend. Shoka. Oh yeah, want to step outside, pink cheeks. Izuku. Girls, please stop. Why are they even fighting? Ochako and Shoka. Of course, Yagi-kun. My bad. Izuku's sweat dropped as both girls returned to normal and were staring at him with large smiles and innocent eyes. Izuku brought his attention to the door as it opened with Emi-sensei walking in with a large smile. "Emi. Okay class. Please sit down so we can start with today's lessons." Everyone that wasn't seated quickly shuffled towards their chairs as Emi started to walk towards her desk with the same large smile. After the class settled down and was seated, Emi began her explanation. "Emi. Today we are going to discuss chakra. How to control it, shape it and to expand your capacities. Now who can tell me what chakra is?" Izuku's hand shot up alone, but Emi just stared at him and continued to wait. Which confused the class, but Izuku sighed in defeat as he lowered his hand. It seems like even in school he wasn't safe from the stares. Izumi however was full of rage as she clenched her fist tightly as she watched her brother slump in his chair, but calmed down slightly when she saw Ochako put a hand on Izuku's hand and holding it, making him nod in a thank you. Tenya raised his hand hesitantly as he still didn't fully grasp what happened with Izuku. "Emi. Oh yes. Iida-kun, please tell us what you know." "Iida. Chakra is the life force of all of us, and the jutsus that shinobi use are them molding their chakra to suit their needs. Also chakra can be found in nature and can be drawn from it into yourself, making nature chakras." "Emi-sensei, why did you ignore I?" "Emi. Great job Iida, now let's head outside to begin your first chakra control exercise." The class quickly went outside, each one eyeing each other with confusion on what that was with Izuku. The class lined up in front of their sensei as she pulled out a pile of leaves and started to give one to each student except one. "Izumi. Sensei, you forgot to give one to my brother, can you please give him one?" "Emi. Damn brat. Oops, my bad, here you go." "Emi. Now try to stick it to your forehead and keep it there." All. Lame. Asterisk 4 months later. It had gotten worse to the point that the whole class kind of understand what's happening to Izuku. However, didn't understand why Izuku didn't say anything himself, and he would only respond with, "What could I even do?" The treatment since day one was always obvious. Emi would ignore Izuku if he needed help, forget to give him the materials, give him dulkanai and ignore his accomplishments. However, that never stopped Izuku from succeeding. The class came to an immediate agreement, including Shoto and Bakugo, that Izuku was by far the strongest of the class. Emi has it listed as Shoto, but he knows they aren't even on the same level. When the class was shown the tree walking exercise, Izuku figured it out after watching Emi-sensei doing it once. The rest of the class took the entire day, with the Todorokis and Izumi being the only ones to get even halfway. Izuku was a prodigy that was caged in prejudice. Izuku had just walked outside to get lunch at one of the few places that outright didn't hate him. However, the rest of the class stayed inside, saying they brought their own lunch, and Izumi told him to get her something, which he quickly agreed to with a smile. After he left and it was just the class by themselves, Izumi stood up and walked to the front and turned to the class with a frown. "Izumi. I assume you noticed how the teachers here treat Izuku." All. Yes. Shoka. Do you know why? Izumi. Sai, no, I don't, and I don't know how much longer I can tolerate this treatment at Izuku. Bakugo. Then report them to your father. He'll surely do something about it. Ochako. Bakugo is right. Your father will probably have her arrested. Izumi. The problem is that Izuku won't let me. Every time I try to bring it up he interrupts me. I don't know why he doesn't do anything, but it frustrates me. I can't stand seeing him being treated like this all the time. Suyu. All the time. Shoto. We thought it was just at school. Izumi. No, it's everywhere. They all look at him and treat him like Emi-sensei. I don't know why, but I will find out. No matter the reason, he will always be my brother and I will stand with him. Will you guys too? I'm not forcing you to, and I will understand if you don't want to stay friends with him. However, if you decide to join the others, then you're dead to me. All. Okay. Denki. He's still our friend no matter what. Zero. Yeah. All. Yeah. Izumi smiles brightly as she nods in appreciation. The class quickly started to eat after Izuku had gotten back, with him smiling brightly as he truly enjoyed being with his friends. Asterisk 1 month later. Izuku and Toshi could be seen sitting on the dock of their private lake, each holding a casted fishing pole as they waited for a nib. Toshi would glance at Izuku every once in a while, obviously wanting to say something. Izuku noticed but made no move to rush his dad as he seemed like he wanted to do it himself. Toshi. Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, Toshi. Have I ever told you the story of the balance between light and dark? Izuku. Number. Toshi. Well then I guess hearing it now won't hurt anyone. Listen closely Izuku because I want this to always be in your mind. You can forget everything about me but I want this to stay there even if you do. Izuku nodded as he gave his attention fully to his dad. Toshi. Light and dark are always depicted as mortal enemies, one always trying to consume the other. Light brings prosperity, life, good fortune and peace, while the darkness only brings death, destruction, ill will and war. Like two sides of the same coin they will always be connected with each other, whether they like it or not. Even though they try to fight for dominance, the true goal is to maintain the balance. What happens when a plant gets not enough water Izuku? Izuku. It dies. Toshi. Now if it gets too much water. Izuku. It dies. Toshi. Exactly son. If one side gets too much power over the other then no matter what it will just lead to death and hardship. Imagine the sun, if it were to all of a sudden disappear then the world would plunge into darkness. Our world would turn cold, nothing would grow, nothing could live and the world would be empty. Now imagine the sun growing extremely fast completely destroying the darkness, everything would burn in the light and no one could live. And the sun would keep growing bright and bigger consuming all around it until it would implode on itself taking everything with it. Izuku looked at the water in deep thought after what his father said. If the world gets destroyed no matter what so what's the point of life? Toshi. However, Izuku turned to his father surprised that there was more to the story. Toshi. From the darkness a new light will be born to overcome the darkness and bring back the balance. And from the overbearing light a darkness will be born that also bring balance as well. Do you understand Izuku? Izuku. I think so. Toshi smiled softly and ruffled Izuku's hair making the boy pout. Toshi. This is what the cage go through trying to maintain the balance both in the world and in their own nations and villages. Which is why we usually have a person with differing views as our shadow cage. However, Toshi stared into the lake as Izuku watched with curious eyes. Toshi. This conflict isn't just in the world Izuku. It's in everyone, everyone has the battle between light and dark inside their soul. Some lose to one side or the other but few lucky ones are able to maintain the balance. That's what I want you to be able to do Izuku, always stick in the middle ground or your life will just fall into peril. Never forget that Izuku. Izuku. Yes father. I won't ever forget. Toshi. Come on Toshinori just tell him. Izuku's line started shaking violently causing Izuku to yelp in surprise and Toshi to jump in shock. Izuku quickly used chakra to hold to the dock as he tried to reel the fish in with the help of Toshi. Eventually they were able to reel in the 2-foot base that both boys drooled in anticipation of the possible meals. As the two were walking back Izuku looked at Toshi with a questioning look that Toshi quickly picked up. Toshi. What's up, Izuku? Were you going to ask me something before the fish started pulling? Toshi. No, I was just going to say I had a feeling that we'll get something. I'm sorry Izuku, I'm too much of a coward. Izuku. Well you were right dad. I hope it's katsudon with fish. Toshi. Chuckles I bet your mother will. The two continued walking home in comfortable silence. However, Toshinori will regret this day for the rest of his life. A ball of pure white glowed brightly, not a single speck of black on it. Narrator Pav. * 1 year later. The class of late 7-year-olds can be seen out in the courtyard of the academy during their lunchtime each doing their own things with their groups. The girls were all together sitting on a set of benches next to the pond talking to each other, eyeing the next group. The cool kids or Izuku's group was on the pond practicing their water walking while also playing freeze tag with them all in swimming trucks. It consisted of Bakugo, Shoto, Kirishima, Denki and Shiro. The next group of boys were Tenya, Tokiyami, Kota, Shoji, Shota and Sen all sitting under a group of trees while getting tutored by Ojiro on taijutsu as he was seen as the expert. The rest of the boys were seen struggling to stay on the water as they were frozen waiting for Izuku to unfreeze. Izuku was trying to avoid Bakugo, Shoto, Shiro, Denki and Kirishima as they tried to surround him. Izuku however smirked with a smug look as he readied to win it for his team. Izuku let himself fall into the water, shocking the freezers as they tried to look in the water for him. Izuku popped up next to Sato and Tetsu, unfreezing them, and then started running towards his next teammate. Izuku over the time in the academy has grown out of his shell and is now extremely confident in both of his abilities and himself. Sometimes he can have a short temper if someone he knows gets hurt. The girls sighed in a dreamy way, making Izumi feel uncomfortable at the way they were looking at her brother. Instantly however, after the sigh, all the girls gave each other a death stare, making Izumi wish she was born a boy as the air was filled with tension and the feeling of death. Shoka. Oi, who the fuck you guys sighing at? Ochako. I can ask you the same thing, mismatch. Momo. Girls, I'm sure you guys can work it out as long as it's not with my Izuku. Girls. Huh, Kendo. What do you mean you're Izuku? Katsumi. This bimbo's lying, she can barely hold a conversation with Izu. Momo. Who you calling bimbo, skank. Like you're any better, you can't even look his direction without shutting down. The arguing escalated as more and more girls showed their interest in Izuku, all but one, which is good since it would have been weird if she did. Izumi however was getting suffocated by all the tension and killing intent the girls were throwing at each other. Who knew girls could be so territorial about what they want? Then a thought crossed her mind. Izumi. Wait, if they continue to fight over Izuku until graduation, then they will focus more on beauty than training. They will also still hate each other by the time of team selections, so whole teams will be dysfunctional. I need to step in. Izumi then stood up and tried to get everyone's attention, but was either getting ignored or interrupted by all the fighting. With each interruption a new tick mark would grow on Izumi's forehead until it looked like a brain. Eventually she just exploded. Izumi. Shut up. All the girls instantly stopped as they felt an Oni staring over them, making them feel like they were about to die if they didn't. That day they vowed to never get Izumi angry again, which Izuku learned a long time ago when he accidentally ate her chocolates that was in the fridge. Izumi. Okay, all of you, I don't care if you have a crush on my brother, but I will not let your friendships die just because of jealousy, nor do I want you to become weak because you're trying to get Izuku's attention. Even then it wouldn't work like that. Izuku values strength over beauty, so if you all became weak he wouldn't even consider you as an candidate. Asui. Then what do you propose we do? Izumi. Oh, how about this? It's a race, whoever can win his heart gets them all to themselves unless Izuku, and whoever wins is okay with another. Which I doubt will happen, anyways the losers will just have to move on since Izuku isn't the only guy around. Is this fair? The girls slowly looked at each other with mistrust, but slowly and surely started to nod their heads in agreement, causing Izumi to cheer in victory at her success. Then she just realized what she just did to Izuku. Izumi. Sorry Izuku. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine and looked in the direction of the girls as he felt a sense of war from them. Izuku. What did you do, Izumi? A group of Chunin instructors could be seen watching over the kids from a balcony of the school, however none of them had a happy face. Especially the leader of the group, Emi Aizawa, had a massive scowl as her eyes landed upon the son of the Hokage. The others also had similar glares as they watched the black sheep easily outpace his classmates. Emi. It's getting too strong, it won't be long until it's stronger than us. I thought we agreed to delay its progress. Extra 1. Easier said than done. The thing is, a prodigy, even if we gave him the minimum teaching he still easily outshines its classmates. It's not like the others are weak either, that thing is just stronger. A shame it's from that clan. Extra 2. Any ideas, Emi? Emi barely thought for a minute before a feral grin crossed her face. The others quickly noticed it and quirked an eyebrow in curiosity. Emi. The Hokage and his wife are going on a trip to Suna next month, right? Extra 2. Yes, Emi. Then while they're gone let's just call a gardener to cut the weed. The others quickly caught on as they also grew big smiles at the idea. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to stop and get tagged, shocking everyone. However, Izuku ignored them as he felt something bad would happen soon. The pure white ball still glows brightly without a single speck of black. Bingo entry. Number 56,895. Target's entry. Second name. Izuku Yagi. Gender. Male age, 7. Status. Alive titles nicknames. None rank. Academy student allegiance, Konoha. Chakra natures. Fire and lightning fire. Low chunin lightning, high genin. Chakra reserves. Mid chunin chakra control, high genin jutsu arsenal, D rank. Speed. High chunin strength. Low chunin IQ, genius durability, high genin. Ninjutsu. Mid genin genjutsu. Low chunin taijutsu, mid chunin fuinjutsu, none. Kenjutsu. Initiate without a master shurikenjutsu, high chunin senjutsu, none. Summoning contract. None dojutsu. Locked keke genkai, none keke dota, none. Tip. Kill it before it learns its reality. Threat level. Minimal orders. Kill on sight contract status, accepted. Recommended rank. Chunin. Rewards. Iwa. 11 million. Suna. 50 million. Kumo. 20 million. Kiri. 5 million. Konoha. 1 million. Narrator Pav. It was a late afternoon close to end of sunset and Izuku and Izumi could be seen walking down a forest path towards their home. The newly 8-year-olds were sad as their parents were out on a business trip to Suna and wouldn't be back until 2 weeks' time. It's already been more than half that and the two would be back tomorrow morning. As you would suspect, the people in the village have gotten braver with their actions toward Izuku since the Hokage was gone. Some villagers tried to get physical with Izuku, but a quick trip to the hospital with the first ones quickly killed the idea in any other villagers' heads. The shinobi, however, were awfully quiet, making Izuku nervous because so far the only thing any shinobi has done to him was the teachers forcing him to stay after school to clean the classrooms. Thank God Izumi stayed behind as well, or he'll still be stuck there. The two siblings walked in silence as they neared their home and were shrouded in darkness as the sun finally set, letting the moon being the only source of light. Izuku sighed, making Izumi look at him with a side look, already guessing what it was about. But checked anyway. Izumi. What up, Izuku? I'm just tired. Izumi. From today or? Izuku. Both. It's just annoying. I wish. Izuku stopped his sentence as he sensed 3 pair of eyes burrowing holes straight into the back of his skull, and from what he could tell, Izumi's as well. However, their stares were different. They were calculating like a predator. Their chakra, from what he could tell, was around Chunin, but it was full of malice and hate. Izumi looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow, confused on why he stopped talking. Izuku grasped her hand, making her yelp, and gave it 2 squeezes, making Izumi's eyes widened as she gave a light nod in understanding. Flashback. A young Izuku and Izumi could be seen looking at a beautiful woman with long green hair tied into a bun. Her name was Inko Yagi and she was the mother of the 2 children. She was the Anbu captain and always worried about her children, especially their safety, which made her in charge of their early training before the academy. Right now though, she was kneeling before the children, making them eye-leveled as she grasped a hand from each of them and gave them a kind smile. Inko. My loves, I want you to always look out for each other and to warn each other. Let me show you a neat trick. She gave them each a light squeeze on their hands, making them look at their hands. Inko. 1 squeeze for I'm sad or just lonely. She gave them 2 more squeezes, making the 2 giggle. Inko. 2 squeezes for danger or someone's following. Then she gave a final 3 squeezes, making the 2 look at their mom due to her serious face. Inko. 3 squeezes to run. Trust each other, since you two will always be brother and sister. Flashback over. Izumi closed her eyes and opened them slowly, steeling herself for what is to come next. The first squeeze came, causing Izumi to take a deep breath but dared not to turn around. The second one came and Izuku gave her a short look that Izumi returned with a small smile. Izuku. Stay safe and stay close. Izumi. Right. The last squeeze came and the 2 siblings instantly started running between the branches at the fastest they could go. Their home had a blood seal that would instantly alert their father and hopefully get here on time. That's the only thing they could do. Izuku knew he was probably stronger than the Chunins, but their experience and numbers would easily overpower them. Izuku dodged 6 kunai that barely grazed him but didn't stop his momentum. Izumi dodged 4 kunai and blocked 3 more with her own but also kept running. They could see their house in the distance, giving them a small sense of hope. Until a kunai with a glowing tag landed in front of both them, The tag glowed white as it exploded, launching both siblings to the ground. Earth style. Stone wall. 3 figures landed not far from the 2 siblings. One shouted those words while running through signs and slamming his hands into the ground. A 10-foot wall appeared behind the siblings, blocking the path towards their home. Izuku got up first as he drew a kunai while crouching into a defensive position in front of his sister, while she slowly got up while holding her head with small bits of blood dripping through her fingers. Izuku couldn't make out any defining characteristics from the assailants besides their hitates that had the symbol of Suna with a large slash through it. Izuku. Missing Enin. See, I told you they're just a bunch of kids, this will be easy. Rin. Rin. Quiet Layla, we have to finish this before the Hokage comes back. Layla. Settle down, Rin. We have until tomorrow, right boss? Yes, we'll be fine now, let's get this done. This is boring me. I thought the last of these freaks would be more of a challenge. Before the 3 could move any further, Izuku whirled through hand signs and brought his fingers to his mouth. Izuku. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Izuku aimed the fireball straight at the ground, releasing a giant dust cloud. Izuku turned around, grabbed Izumi and started to book it back towards the house, easily jumping the stone wall. Izuku barely made it 10 feet before a foot landed a hard kick across his face, sending him into a tree. Izumi dropped to the floor hard before a hand grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. The boss. Dumb kid. Did you really think a small trick like that would work? Now let's put the last of your kind to rest. Izuku stumbled up as he held his hand and tried to reorient his world. His eyes finally focused, but only on his sister that was struggling to breathe through the vice grip that was Rin's hand. Izuku couldn't hear the boss's taunts as his widened eyes just remained on his crying sister. The boss. Anyways, let's kill the last of you red-eyed freaks. Hey, I wonder how much the blondie is for on the bingo. Oh, maybe those slavers in Tika would pay us something. That was it. That was what finally made Izuku the kind snapped into something that would become far worse. Izuku could feel his chakra react to his anger as it spiked throughout his body. He ignored the pain in his eyes as he glared holes into the man in front of him. All of them stopped when they saw the transformation in front of them. The 2 cronies backed up a little in fear. Izumi couldn't believe what she was seeing, and the boss, well, his face fell into a wicked grin at the sight of a challenge. The boss. Well, it looks like the pup finally had his teeth come in. Now let's dance. The boss weaved through hand signs that Izuku easily could see even at the high speed. He didn't understand why, but he felt like he had to copy them, memorize them, use them. Izuku copied the man's signs, shocking him, but he quickly frowned at the kid's stupidity. The boss. Dumb kid, he doesn't have earth release, so it either won't work or it won't come out effective. The boss. Earth style. Stone spear. Izuku. Earth style. Stone spear. A long spike formed out of the ground when the boss put his hand on the floor. However, Izuku hesitated, his placement causing the spear to miss him by an inch, going past Izuku's head and hitting a tree instead. As Izuku placed his hands on the ground, the boss's eyes widened in horror as he saw the spear barrel towards his chest. Izuku's red eyes widened as well, replacing his anger with shock as he saw the spear enter the man's chest, killing him instantly. Rin and Layla. Boss. Izumi. Izuku. Izuku. What did I do? Izuku looked at the man he had killed with large eyes as the blood started to pool around the man, even reaching Izuku's hand, staining them. Izuku picked up the soaked hands and stared at them as he started to shake. He looked at the man again and saw his reflection in the man's hitate, seeing his own reflection. As Izuku saw the red eyes stare back, his eyes started to burn, forcing him to close them as he screamed in pain before collapsing. Izumi. Izuku. Rin. Shut up, brat. Layla, kill the Uchiha. Layla. Alright. However, before she could even move, her head fell off along with Rin's, resulting in Izumi being dropped. Before she could fall, though, a figure in a gray cloak with a long black scarf caught her. Izumi looked up and smiled at the man that came. Izumi. Uncle Aizawa. The shadow cage looked at his niece with calculating eyes before turning to the unconscious Izuku with the same calculating look as well. Aizawa. So he unlocked his eyes. Just great. Should have finished the deed, Yagi. Izumi quickly ran to Izuku's side, checking his heartbeat, then sighing in relief. She looked at her sibling. with sorrow as she finally found out why everyone treated Izuku this way. But it didn't matter to her, he was still her brother and she didn't care if he was relatives to a bunch of terrorists and psychopaths. One thought crossed her mind though. Izumi. How? All the Uchiha are supposed to be dead. The once pure white ball now had a quarter of it covered in darkness as the two sides could be seen clashing into each other. Narrator Pav. Izumi can be seen tending to the unconscious Izuku with wet towel, cleaning all the blood off of him and looking for some visible cuts or bruises and cleaning the ones she did find. Satisfied with her work, she put Izuku's pajamas on and laid him down on the couch with a blanket, as she kneeled next to him just watching him. Her face was full of sadness as she watched her sleeping brother's face. Her uncle Aizawa didn't so much as look in Izuku's direction when he guided her home, forcing Izumi to carry the unconscious boy all the way back by herself. After he made sure she got home safe, he left without a single word to where she didn't know, and to be honest she didn't care. She only cared about her brother, right in front of her, and what those eyes mean for his future. The one thing Izumi didn't understand was how he was one of those freaks. Izumi. They're all supposed to be dead, from the extermination over 8 years ago. Oh God. He actually is one of them. No wonder the whole village treats him like this. He's from the clan of murderers, rapists and traitors. Izumi's thoughts were cut off when she heard rustling from Izuku as he got up with a groan. However, Izumi didn't look up from the floor and instead continued to contemplate her next actions. Izuku sat up, rubbing his eyes as he continued to groan in pain. Izuku. What the hell happened? Last thing I remember, Izumi. Izuku jumped up, completely causing him to collapse in pain. Izumi instantly went to his side and helped him back on the couch and sat next to him as he tried to regain his breath. Izumi looked at him with a neutral stare as he finally returned to normal. Izuku. Izumi. Thank God you're okay. What happened? Izumi. Aizawa-sama saved us after you had passed out from fighting their leader. Izuku, you awakened. Izuku looked at her confused until all the memories hit him like a truck, causing him to look away from Izumi in shame. As the memory of what he did to that man started to make him sick, then the red eyes that stared right into his soul. His own eyes. Izuku sat there in silence as the same memory played over and over in his head. Izuku looked at his hand in disgust until another hand grabbed it, giving it a tight squeeze. Izuku looked at his sister, who gave him a gentle smile, which was the last push it took for Izuku to become a crying mess. Izuku cried and cried, not even realizing he had activated his Sharingan. After he finished crying, Izuku looked at the glass coffee table with disgust as two red eyes stared back with the same disgust. Izuku. So, I'm a Uchiha, Izumi. Yes and no. Izuku looked at her with a confused look as she looked at him with a large closed-eyed smile. Izumi. You're Uchiha by blood but a Yagi at heart. Izumi poked him in the chest while saying that, making Izuku give her a small smile as she laughed. No matter what the world said, they were still siblings and nothing would change that. They were interrupted from their sibling moment by the door bursting open with such force that it went flying into the kitchen. Izuku instantly stood up in a guarding position in front of Izumi with his Sharingan blazing at the door. However, instantly Izuku collapsed as his body was still exhausted, so Izumi stood in front of Izuku. Toshi and Inko walked through the door with fear-filled expressions as they scanned the room. Toshi was wearing his cage cloak that was covered in sand and he looked dirty as if he was running forever. Inko was wearing a fully black Anbu uniform with her mask on her waist attached to a string in the design of a dog. Their eyes fell onto the two siblings, making them sigh in relief as they approached. They stopped in their tracks as they saw Izuku's eyes. Izuku noticed their shocked faces, causing him to close his eyes and turn away in shame. Izuku expected to be hit, maybe with a scolding, for certain kicked out, and if he was truly cursed, maybe killed. However, he was expecting two pairs of arms to envelop him and Izumi into a tight hug. Izuku felt the tears of his parents as they tightened the hug around them. Inko. Thank God you two are okay. Izuku. Why, Toshi? Huh, Izuku. Why are you hugging me? The two adults looked down on the crying Izuku with sad looks as he refused to meet their eyes. Izuku. I'm a disgrace. I'm from something terrible. I don't deserve this. Izuku felt a finger force his head to look up. He saw his parents look at him with sad smiles as his mother caressed his cheek and brought him into an individual hug. Inko. Izuku, we always knew but we didn't care. You're still our son and pair of fancy eyes won't change that. Izuku started to cry as the rest of the family joined the hug, crushing Izuku. But he didn't care because he was with his family. The family didn't know it yet, but those pair of fancy eyes would change the world. Now how were Izuku's friends going to react to the eyes? Narrator Pav. It was a week after the assassination attempt. Izuku and Izumi could be seen jumping across the rooftops to avoid the crowds as the news of Izuku's eyes had spread like wildfire. It was no longer safe to travel the streets due to the villagers trying to cut Izuku's eye out a couple days ago. The villager lost their own instead as Izuku reacted instantly to the attack. Izuku since then has avoided the streets as he didn't want a repeat of that day. Izuku and Izumi landed in the front courtyard of the school but made no attempt to enter said school. Izuku's short messy black hair swayed with the wind as he stared at his school with a sad look. He looked down while caressing his eyelids, still wondering if what happened really happened. Izumi brushed her blonde hair out of her face as she stared at Izuku with an understanding look. Izumi put a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to look at her. She gave him a sad smile as she rubbed his back. Izumi. You don't have to tell them if you don't want to. Izuku. No, they're going to find out one way or another. Izumi. Well, even if it doesn't go like you think. Just remember, I'm fine if it's just the two of us. The dynamic duo of Izuku and Izumi once again. Izuku laughed slightly as the two siblings finally started walking inside with Izumi rambling about a team name. As the two walked through the halls, Izuku could feel the stares bore into the back of his head from the teachers, but now they hardly felt like anything. Izumi opened the door to the classroom, causing everyone to look at the two. Instantly the whole class jumped up and ran to the two siblings asking what happened, where they've been. Shoka. Izuku-kun, where have you been? Ochako bumped the girl out of the way, causing Shoka to grow a tick mark. Ochako. Yeah, the teachers have been acting weird since we last saw you. Izumi. What do you mean? Katsumi. They seemed happy the first day you were gone, even ecstatic, but after that they've been nothing but angry. Everyone looked surprised. She said something as she usually doesn't talk to anyone. She looked away from the others with a scoff, but it was just to hide the embarrassed blush she had. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the news as he was already had an idea who put the hit on him. Shoto. So, what happened to you guys? Before the two could answer, they were shoved into the room by their sensei, who walked in with a scowl. Emi. To your seats now. The two siblings gave a look that said, we'll tell you later. Emi with a scowl taught the origins and powers of certain dojutsu. She didn't talk about the Sharingan though, and gave Izuku a hard glare as he exited with the rest of the class outside for lunch. Izuku clenched his fist instinctively, but he quickly stopped and was confused on why he did that. Izuku sat against a tree with a dejected look as his sister stood next to him with a frown. Finally everyone came over to the two siblings and were confused on why they looked down in the dirts. Izumi saw them approach and nudged the sitting Izuku with her foot, causing him to open his eyes. Bakugo. So, what's got you two all worked up? Kendo. Yeah, you guys have been acting weird today, and it was pretty weird you guys were gone for so long. Izuku. Sai, what Izuku is about to tell you will change everything. How you react will determine if any of us ever speak again. Denki. Come on, Yagi, you can't be serious. How bad can it be? A narrow glare quickly shut up the blonde and made everyone realize how serious this actually was. The class turned to Izuku, who was still staring at the floor with melancholic eyes. Izuku took a deep breath and cleared his mind as he began the story. Izuku. Last week, Izumi and I were attacked by a squad of rogue Sunanin. Their goal was to kill me and to capture Izumi. But the main goal was mostly my death. They admitted Izumi would just be a bonus. Tetsu. Damn, even other nations hate you. How deep does this go? Izuku. No, the assignment was from someone in Konoha. Dad told us that. That's the most he could tell us. And I already have an idea on who might have done it. Kirishima. That's so unmanly. Tokiyami. Who do you suspect? Izuku. Let me finish the story and then we'll see if you guys would be willing to help anyways. Izumi and I tried to run since we knew we didn't stand a chance, but we barely got anywhere until they cut us off. They got a hold of Izumi by the throat and the captain walked towards me to finish me off. That's when the captain confessed on what he was going to do to Izumi, then everything went black. When I regained consciousness, I was kneeling in a pool of blood. Ochako. Oh my god. Are you hurt, Izuku? Izuku. It wasn't my blood. That shocked everyone since there was no way the cinnamon roll would have killed someone. Right, Izuku. I regained consciousness kneeling in a pool of blood from the captain that had tried to kill me. He had a earth spear through his chest. My hands were on the floor in a jutsu sign and he. Yeah, I killed him. Izuku stared down at his hands with melancholy look as he clenched them into a fist. He also closed his eyes as he started to slightly shake at the memory as sometimes he would still see the blood on his hands. Izumi quickly kneeled down and brought Izuku into a side hug and rubbed his shoulders. Shoka. If that's what you were worried about, Izuku. Don't worry, we still see you as a friend. I mean, we all will probably kill someone eventually. Izumi. That wasn't the news. The class looked at her confused considering she just said that Izuku murdering someone wasn't what they should worry about. Izumi looked to Izuku for his opinion and he just nodded his head in approval, causing her to sigh. She stood up and looked at everyone with a serious expression that made them all grow anxious. Izumi. While fighting the Rouge Nin, Izuku unlocked something. That was how Izuku was able to kill the rogue nin leader and make the other two stop long enough for Aizawa-sama to take care of the rest. Shoka. Was it a Kekkei Genkei, like mine? Izumi. Number. Something far worse. Izuku raised his head to face his classmates, but he still had his eyes closed. This sudden movement caused everyone to stare at Izuku, wondering what he was doing. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, revealing a Sharingan with one tomo. Everyone released a gasp as the infamous eyes of the Uchiha clan stared at them with sadness. Then it finally dawned on everyone. Why Izuku was treated like trash, why he was ostracized, why the teachers hated him and why people were trying to have him killed. Izuku was the last Uchiha. Silence enveloped the area as everyone just stared at Izuku, who had closed his eyes, deactivating them and looking back to the ground. Izumi, not liking the silence, subtly moved herself into a defensive stance in front of Izuku. It was silent until a certain loud blonde walked forward until he was facing the two siblings. Izumi narrowed her eyes as she stared at the boy. Bakugo. So what? Izuku opened his eyes and looked at Bakugo with a confused look. With Izumi still holding the same position. Izuku. Huh, Bakugo. You heard me, so what? You're still the same nerd that goes by Izuku Yagi. A pair of fancy eyes and change of eye color doesn't change who you are. If anything, you will probably give me and Mismatch over there a better challenge at number 1. To me, you're still Deku the coward. Bakugo smirked at the boy, but it held no ill intent that Izuku easily noticed as his started to water. Shoto then stood next to Bakugo and offered Izuku his hand that Izuku was hesitant on accepting until he was dragged up by it. Everyone soon crowded around Izuku, giving him a smile and a pat on the back. Izuku couldn't hold it anymore as the tears slowly started to fall down. Shoka walked up and put a hand on Izuku's cheek and gave him a kind smile as she brought her hands around his neck and gave him a hug that Izuku slowly accepted. Shoka. We're your friends, Izuku, and friends always stick together. Never forget who you are, Izuku Yagi, because we will never forget it. No matter what you look like and what people say about you, to us you're just the lovable goofball of our class. Izuku couldn't stop the tears anymore as they freely fell as he hugged Shoka tighter. He just whispered thank you over and over again as more people joined their hug. Izumi looked at Izuku with a large smile as today was probably the best day of his life. Izumi joined the group hug with a smile as she gave Bakugo appreciative smile, who just looked away with a blush. The black marks on white ball slowly receded until it was barely a speck on it. However, that speck would never truly go away. 2 years after last chapter. Narrator's POV. The 10-year-old Izuku could be seen sitting against a tree with a lazy smile as he watched his best friend Shoka practice her ice release on a lake. It was summer break and their 5th year was about to start in a couple of months. The wind blew the green oak leaves, causing Izuku to sigh in content as he felt the cold breeze from Shoka's jutsus. Yes, that is the only reason why he came. Hey, you can't blame a guy, It's like 90 degrees out there. Though in his eyes he was getting a eye treat, since it was hot as hell. Shoka decided to wear a bikini to practice in. Totally not because she knew Izuku was going to go with her, totally not. Since Izuku was becoming a ball of hormones, he constantly had to force himself to look away. Yeah, he didn't know why that was happening. Anyways, another powerful ice jutsu got released from Shoka, giving Izuku the means to cool his blush down. However, the blush exploded back on his face as the ice particles in the air made Shoka look like a goddess to Izuku as her bicolored hair blew with the wind. Izuku slapped himself as he tried to suppress the blush once more. Shoka looked over her shoulder and gained a sly smirk as her plan came into effect. Break down Izuku's defenses due to puberty and then go for the kill. Shoka stretched with her arms overhead, making a small moan, causing Izuku to get a nosebleed. Come on, man. She's like 10. She literally has no feminine features yet, besides her face. Damn hormones. It's like looking at a cardboard box, and if any of you say different, I got a camera right here to catch you lacking. Shoka picked up a oversized shirt she brought with her and put it on, making Izuku both glad and disappointed. Shoka slumped down right next to Izuku and put her head on his shoulder, making him explode into the color of a tomato. Shoka smirked as she snuggled closer into Izuku, making him have mini heart attacks as this seductress tried to corrupt the poor cinnamon roll. Shoka closed her eyes as she let Izuku's warmth relax her. Izuku stared at her with a small smile as he finally calmed down a little. The two sat in there in silence, enjoying each other's company for a few minutes. Shoka then jumped up and offered her hand to Izuku, giving a bright smile with her mismatched eyes, looking at him with love. Izuku, confused at first, accepted the hand up as he was confused. Shoka then pulled up Izuku fast from the floor, causing him to lose balance and land on top of Shoka. They blushed in embarrassment as they quickly separated from each other and stood across from each other. Shoka. Ahem, let's spar. Izuku. I want to show you something. Izuku. Bashful. Okay. The two went into a fighting stance, Izuku a loose boxer while Shoka took the traditional kickboxer style, bouncing in place. They got serious, erasing all embarrassment from a couple seconds ago. Shoka charged instantly, shocking Izuku as he prepared his defense. What he didn't expect was for Shoka to halt a couple feet from Izuku and kicking a patch of dirt into Izuku's face. Izuku instinctively raised his hands to his face, letting Shoka hitting 3 quick jabs into Izuku's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Shoka then gave him a roundhouse kick to the face, sending him to the ground. Shoka quickly covered him and put a fist in front of his face as he laid on the ground in defeat. Shoka. Izuku, when was the last time you trained? Izuku. Avoids eye contact. Our last class. Shoka. Exactly, that was 3 months ago. Izuku. Even before that you hardly tried in any of our classes, ever since. Izuku refused to look at Shoka as she just sat on his abdomen, preventing him from running. Shoka looked down at him with disappointment as it finally dawned on her what Izuku was doing. Shoka. Izuku, when was the last time you used your eyes? Izuku. Since I showed you guys. Shoka. Gasp. Izuku. That was 2 years ago. Why haven't? Izuku. Why should I? Shoka just stared down at him with sad eyes as Izuku stared back with a look of pain, regret, guilt and anger. Izuku. So what if I don't train anymore? So what if I don't use those damn eyes? I will just get the same result. Stares of hate, inadequate teaching, death threats, assassinations, and the list just goes on and on. If I did train, what do you think would happen? Huh, Shoka. Izuku. It would just get worse, or it would spread to you guys if they found out I was getting stronger. So, I gave up. I decided that it wasn't worth the risk. To put you guys in danger just for my silly dream would haunt me forever. I couldn't become a shinobi all because of my damn heritage, if only. Cheers up. If only I was a Yagi. Shoka looked at Izuku with shock and sadness as Izuku released all of his problems and burdens to her. Shoka brought Izuku into a hug, making him freeze from the contact. She didn't say anything at first. Right now she just wanted to let him know she was here. Izuku teared up as he slowly accepted the hug from Shoka. The two sat on the ground in an embrace as Shoka put a hand in his hair, giving him gently caresses, causing Izuku's tears to turn into sobs. Shoka. Izuku, we told you already, a pair of eyes won't change what's in here. Asterisk puts a hand on his chest, but we should have also told you that other people don't matter, not their words and not their actions. The only thing that matters is to keep the people close to your heart safe and to protect them no matter what. Izuku met Shoka's mismatched eyes that only looked at him with love and reassurance. Izuku leaned closer to Shoka as she continued her pep talk. Shoka, but you can't protect the ones you love if you aren't even strong enough to defend yourself. And the strong use everything at their disposal to get stronger. That includes special eyes that a certain someone doesn't like. Izuku tried to look away, but Shoka kept both hands on Izuku's face, making him look at her. And you know what I saw when you showed us those eyes. Izuku didn't answer and instead remained silent as he looked at Shoka with confusion. Shoka. I saw Izuku Yagi and nothing else. The boy I fell in love with. Izuku blushed into a strong crimson as Shoka gave him a peck on his cheek. Shoka quickly separated herself from Izuku and gave him a sly grin as she went into a fighting stance again. Izuku stared at her with a dumb look until he broke into a small smile and jumped up with a new vigor. Shoka. Now show me what Izuku Yagi can do. I might even give you a gift if you win. That instantly pumped Izuku up even more as he closed his eyes and tried to focus. He opened them again, revealing the Sharingan in all its glory, well, as much glory as single Tomo can give. Izuku's Sharingan was still immature and at most will give him a slight advantage. Shoka smiled brightly at Izuku as he went into a stance. Izuku. I'll hold you up to that. Shoka and Izuku charged each other again and went into a clash of fists and kicks. Shoka couldn't even come close to hitting Izuku as his eyes just kept darting around looking at all the incoming attacks with ease. He was able to easily counter, dodge and deflect Shoka's attacks, shocking her. Were a pair of eyes that strong. Shoka misstepped and lost her footing on a rock, throwing off her balance. In less than a second of that happening, she was dropped to the floor with an easy leg sweep from Izuku. Izuku quickly pinned her to the ground as he gave a victorious smirk and pointed to his cheek. Making her scoff, but gave him a kiss there anyway, making him happy. He helped her up and then instantly brought her into a hug, making said girl blush and freeze at the hug. Izuku. Thank you. Shoka softly smiled as she returned the hug with affection, making Izuku feel weird. Like his heart hurt, but in a good way. Hey, hormones are a bye. Well, I can't say that part. Anyways, the two separated and Izuku looked away with a bashful look as he scratched the back of his head, making a question mark appear above Shoka's head. Izuku. Want to get lunch with me? I heard a new ramen shop opened up, so the workers probably don't know who I am yet. Shoka smiled as she took Izuku's hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Shoka. I would love to. The two lovebirds left the training ground hand in hand with large smiles. Izuku finally had a reason to get strong again, and this time it wasn't for himself but for the ones he loved. The sphere was still mostly white, but about 1/4 had turned black but was slowly receding back into a small black dot. Narrator Pav. 2 years after last chapter, this will be the last major time skip for a while. It was time. Today was the day Izuku and Izumi would be one step closer towards their dream of Hokage and its shadow. Today was the Genin exam, which they have been preparing for the last 6 or so years. The now 12-year-old Izuku and Izumi, as well as the rest of their class, could be seen sitting in their classroom waiting for the instructors to arrive. You can feel the tension in the room as everyone waited. Izuku was wearing a black hoodie with black jeans with chainmail underneath his hoodie. He had several pouches along his belt full of kunai, shurikens and other necessities. His black messy hair now reached his shoulders as he wanted to let it grow out. The only thing that stood out about him was his red shoes and handsome face. Izumi was wearing a white t-shirt with the kanji for battle wear on it, with blue jeans and long-sleeve chainmail underneath the shirt. She had her blonde hair in a bob cut with it barely reaching her shoulders. She had white shoes on. The Genin exam consists of 5 tests that require a pass in all in order to be promoted into a Genin. You must pass tests in taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu and a specialty of the user's choice. For the taijutsu test, you either had to survive against the instructor for 5 minutes, impress them or beat them. Genjutsu test, you have to survive and break free of AC rank genjutsu and cast AC rank genjutsu. Ninjutsu test, you have to show 3 jutsu, 1 C rank jutsu, a nature jutsu and a clone jutsu. Fuinjutsu test consists of just writing a single seal that actually works. The specialty tests vary depending on the choice. If they choose one of the previous tests as a specialty, then they would do it again but with more advanced requirements. The silence was broken by the door opening with the 6 Chunin instructors walking in, with Emi-sensei being one and leading the group. Emi walked up and gave all the kids a hard look before telling them to head outside for the kunai practice and taijutsu portion of test. The class quickly went into the courtyard where there was several targets set up both in circle and human shapes. Across from it was a circle of dirt outlined with chalk, with it obviously being the sparring center. Emi told them the warm-up was a simple kunai and shuriken accuracy test. They need to hit 8/10 for both to move on. Everyone did it pretty easily, even Izuku with the dull kunai and shuriken he was given. Once that was taken care of, Emi-sensei told them how the test was going to work and how to pass. They would each fight one of 6 instructors at random, so they don't see a pattern. In order to pass, they have to meet at least one requirement. Survive the fight for 5 minutes, land a decisive blow, impress the instructor or defeat the instructor. Thus the testing started. Everyone was doing amazing in Izuku's opinion. Most of the non-taijutsu users were still able to last the 5 minutes or impress the instructors. The average level taijutsu users were all able to pass via the 5 minutes, such as Mina, Bakugos, Todorokis, Denki and Momo. The more all-around better taijutsu users such as the Kendo, Ochako, Ojiro, Izumi and Kirishima were able to land a decisive blow. Yet no one was able to beat one of the instructors, until Izuku went up. When Izuku walked into the ring, he could already tell his fight was going to be different. They sent the stronger-looking instructor, and from the instructor's feel and look, Izuku could tell he wasn't going to hold back like they did with the others. Soon as the fight started, the instructor instantly charged Izuku, who was barely able to dodge the initial left swing along with its right hook follow-up. Izuku tried his hardest to avoid the hits that would have easily injured him or even killed him. The class could tell what the instructor was trying to do, but made no complaints as Izuku told them, before the instructor arrives, what might happen and told them to stay out of it. Izuku pav. I dodged another right hook and countered with a left jab to the man's right ribs, making him buckle slightly from the pain. As his right knee buckled, I sidestepped to his side and kicked the back of it, making him fall to one knee. He instantly put a guard up around his head, making sure I don't get an easy knockout, but that's not what I want. I want him to feel it. I threw a left hook at his back, hitting right underneath his right shoulder blade, making an audible pop from the dislocation, with his screams followed closely behind. His right arm fell limp as I threw a right hook into the right side of his head, making an audible crack as he fell to his side into a heap. Silence filled the clearing until loud cheering erupted from my classmates as I stared at the dumbfounded instructors. Eventually, Emi-sensei was the first to break out of her daze as she ordered one of the others to take the heap of trash to the hospital. She then said now it was time for the ninjutsu portion and took them to a more open field. Emi. Okay class, the test is simple. You come up, do AC rank jutsu, a nature jutsu and then any type of clone jutsu. First up, Eijiro Kirishima. The class slowly but surely was each tested, with everyone passing pretty easily except Ojiro, but Emi-sensei made an exception since he can't use chakra. So, he has to do 2 specialty tests. Anyways, it was my turn and I could tell already that Emi-sensei didn't look happy, like she knew I was going to pass already. I ran through the hand signs and performed a fireball jutsu that destroyed a tree, a clone that high-fived me, and then finally lightning jutsu called spider web. Emi-sensei growled but suppressed as she said it now time for the genjutsu portion. Emi said that her helper will be in charge of the genjutsu portion. She told us the lady's name but I kind of wasn't paying attention. Hey, you can't blame me, there was a very interesting bird. Anyways, the goal was to cast AC rank genjutsu and break out of AC rank genjutsu. Everyone was doing pretty well, with everyone breaking out pretty easily and casting their counter except Izumi. She could do neither. However, from the look of the instructors it looked like they were just going to ignore those results. Now it was my turn. As the instructor was going through the hand signs, I saw her face turn into a wicked smile. Before I could react, I was sent into a dark abyss where I couldn't see anything but myself. I tried to move but it felt like my body was rewired. I tried to move my left pinky but my middle right toe would move instead. That's when the torture began. a figure in black would come and slash me in several places before retreating in the shadows. After the next couple of torture sessions, I recognized the jutsu, A-rank genjutsu, Hopeless Abyss. The genjutsu traps a user in an abyss that can easily be escaped when given enough time, but the constant torture while figuring it out is what breaks the target. Just need to figure out the placements and I should be good. Okay, left pinky moves my right thumb, then this should be this, ow. Okay, got it. I put my right hand into a seal and yelled Kai. Instantly the abyss disappeared and I was back in the field with my class. I looked at the sun real quick and seemed like I was there for only a few seconds. The instructors looked at me in shock. I then activated my Sharingan and stared straight into the lady's eyes, making her collapse to the floor and scream in horror. As Emi-sensei had her taken to the hospital, we made our way back inside to finish the last portions of the test. As we were walking back, Izumi walked next to me and gave a nudge. Izumi. What did she do to you? Izuku. She used A-rank genjutsu that tortures the user as they helplessly float in an abyss. Izumi. Gasp, are you okay? Izuku. Chuckle, yes, Zoom. I'm fine. It's actually pretty easy to escape if you know what you're doing and have a decent sized brain. So, impossible for you. Izumi. Yeah, you're probably right. Wait a sec. Hey, Izuku. Laughs, I'm just kidding, Zoom. Izumi. Yeah, whatever. What did you show her anyway? Izuku. Oh, nothing too serious. Just her getting eaten alive for 10 hours by rats. Izumi. Sweat drop asterisk O. We sat down in our classroom as Emi-sensei and the other instructors passed out paper, ink and miscellaneous items like kunai or jars. Emi-sensei told us it was time for the fuinjutsu portion of the test, where our only goal was to make at least one seal or tag. Probably the easiest thing I have ever heard in my life as I was about to start. I noticed my material were counterfeit and would have killed me if I tried to use them. I sighed as I used a simple substitution with the extra material I kept in pouches, since I had a feeling this would happen. It barely took me a minute to make an explosive tag, which I quickly threw out the window as it activated, confirming I passed. Everyone else easily also made their various seals, even Izumi, which surprised me considering she isn't the sharpest kunai in the pouch. Now it was time for the specialty tests, which would take longer due to the fact only one student can go at a time. It's also the main reason why there are 6 instructors who each are in multiple specialties, well 4 instructors since I broke 2 of them. Anyways, Emi-sensei slowly called up each one of us to tell our specialty choice and take the test. I was last as usual. Kekkei Genkei users get a pass for the specialty. Yuga Aoyama. Long Range Ninjutsu. Mina Ashido. Acid Kekkei Genkei. Suyu Asui. Stealth Infiltration. Tenya Iida. Scientific Ninja Tools. Ochako Uraraka. Scouting and Taijutsu. Masharao Ojiro. Taijutsu. Denki Kaminari. Storm Kekkei Genkei. Eijiro Kirishima. Tank. Koji Koda. Hound User and Tracker, Scout. Rikido Sato. Taijutsu. Mezzo Shoji. Summoner. Kyoka Jiro. Sensor. Hanta Siro. Paper Kekkei Genkei. Fumikage Tokiyami. Shadow Possession, Nara Clan. Shoto Todoroki. Ice Kekkei Genkei. Shoka Todoroki. Ice Kekkei Genkei. Toru Hagakuri. Stealth Infiltration. Katsuki Bakugo. Explosion Kekkei Genkei. Katsumi Bakugo. Explosion Kekkei Genkei. Izumi Yagi. Ninjutsu. Momo Yaoyorozu. Strategist. Yosetsu Awase. Shadow Possession, Nara Clan. Sen Kaibara. Taijutsu. Shihai Kuwaro. Shadow Kekkei Genkei. Itsuka Kendo. Classified, Taijutsu. Yui Kodai. Genjutsu. Kanoko Komori. Genjutsu, Medical. Abara Shiozaki. Classified, Medical. Narengeki Shota. Strategist, Expansion Clan Jutsu. Pony Tsunotori. Scout. Kosei Saburaba. Wind Ninjutsu. Tetsu Tetsu. Steel Kekkei Dota. Setsuna Tokage. Nature Jutsu. Nito Monoma. Mind Transfer Jutsus. Now it was my time to shine and to surprise everyone, since they didn't know I already had a specialty in mind. Due to my period of laziness and self-doubt, it was harder for me to catch up to my classmates and choose a specialty, but now I got it. Emi-sensei called me up while giving me a smug look because she knew that no one trained me for a specialty, which she was 100% right, but she didn't need to know that. Emi. So, Izuku Yagi, what specialty do you choose? Izuku. Kenjutsu. Emi-sensei raised her eyebrow at that, but it quickly turned into a wicked grin as she would be the instructor for that test. She took me outside with the class as spectators as we stood into the same ring for taijutsu. She drew her katana from the sheath on her back, showing a beautiful black blade with the kanji for mercy on the hilt. I took a scroll out of my pouch before unraveling it and producing a simple katana from its seal. I took a stance with the katana out in front of me with the edge aimed straight at her. Emi rushed me instantly, going for my neck, which I quickly parried and countered with a side slash to her abdomen that she barely dodged but not completely avoided, as the tip of my katana barely cut through her clothing, making a shallow cut. Emi whirled around and glared at me with pure malice as I readied my blade again and started to circle her while she did the same. She charged at me again, this time doing a overhead strike, which I easily sidestepped and tried to do a stab counter, but she readjusted and parried the stab. Now with my katana in an undesirable position, Emi went for a diagonal slash at my face. I dropped myself to the floor, allowing me to dodge. While on the floor I kicked her right knee, causing her to buckle. She responded with a downward stab that I avoided with a roll. As I got my footing, I activated my Sharingan to help me, since I'll admit I underestimated Emi-sensei. We charged each other and entered a clash with me mostly on the defense as Emi-sensei was trying to kill me. The Sharingan helped quite a bit, even though it was only the first tomo. Emi swung another overhead, but this time I was able to see it from a mile away. I deflected her katana into the ground, making her stumble forward. As she did, I slashed her left eye, taking it out completely and effectively ending the match. She collapsed to the ground, clutching the now empty socket, and glared at me with pure malice. I gave her a passive look as I put my katana back in its sheath and walked back to the classroom with the others. The medical instructor tried to stop the bleeding as Emi-sensei continued to glare at me. Narrator Pav. They sat in the classroom waiting for the instructors to come back and give them their headbands, hitates, then they would finally be genin. It was silent since they came back. Sure, everyone was asking Izuku where he learned Kenjutsu. Izuku just told them is that it's easier to learn something if you got an ability that memorizes moves. After they got back inside though, the nerves got to them and now they were just sitting there waiting. Eventually the instructors came in with scowls on their faces. Emi-sensei led the charge with a clipboard as she strolled up to the front. Now sporting an eye patch, Emi told one of the other instructors to get them, which they did, and came back with a cart full of headbands of varying color cloths. Emi-sensei then started calling up names, telling them they passed and to grab a hitate they liked. Everyone was slowly walking up and getting one, each choosing a color they liked. For example, Izumi got blue and Shoka got white. However, Izuku's name was never called up. Instantly Izumi got up from her seat and slammed her fist on the table. I looked to her and her face was full of rage. Izumi. Where the hell is my brother's headband? Emi. Scoff like I'd give that brat a promotion after what he did to me. He doesn't belong in our village. He should be in the dirt like the rest of his clan. Izuku clenched his fist tightly as he looked to the floor. The anger was so intense that he was struggling from just going up there and taking Emi's other eye. Clang. Izuku looked up and his eyes widened in shock at the scene in front of him. Izumi was standing in front of Emi and had thrown her headband at Emi's feet with a glare. Izumi. If Izuku doesn't deserve to be a genin, then neither do I. Emi. You really think your little rebellion means anything, you spoiled brat? So, what if two brats don't pass? Now pick up, you headband brat. Izuku looked at Izumi with shock as she made no move to pick up her headband. She just continued to glare at the one-eyed asshole. Izuku was about to protest and tell Izumi to pick up her headband. Clang clang clang. 3 more headbands landed at Emi's feet, causing her, Izumi and Izuku to turn around to the source. Showing Shoka, Bakugo and Shoto had thrown their headbands at Emi. Shoka. If Izu doesn't deserve to be a genin, then I hate to inform you, sensei. Then none of us deserve to be genin. Bakugo. Tisk asterisk, as much as I hate to admit it, half-half's sister is right. Shoto. Emi looked even more angry as she glanced at the 4 headbands at her feet, then 2 more landed there, causing her to look up and see that it was Katsumi and Ochako. She was about to yell at them when 5 more headbands were launched at her feet. Izuku stared in shock as he watched one headband after another was thrown at Emi's feet. Tears slowly started to fall as he watched the last headband fall to the floor. Izumi gave Izuku a large smile before turning back to Emi with a smug look. Izumi. Now Emi-sensei. How do you think it will look when my father sees the prodigy class you bragged about so much had all failed? Emi looked like she could blow a blood vessel until she picked up a black headband and threw it at Izuku, who caught it. She didn't say a single word as she walked out with a scowl along with the other instructors. It was silent until loud cheers erupted from the class as they reclaimed their headbands and then joined in a group hug with the crying Izuku. Izuku kept muttering thanks as the class tightened the hug and Izuku brought the headband close to his heart. Izuku. I'm so blessed. End of chapter. I came to the conclusion to tell you guys the true strength of Izuku in his own timeline. I mean a genin at the level of Junin already. Some of you may be thinking that doesn't seem right. Well, you are correct, he isn't Junin level in his timeline. He is Junin for the Boruto timeline. Let me explain. According to scientists, as time passes the chances of the next generation becoming stronger increase gradually. Now in this story it is a couple thousand years after the Boruto storyline, and since they live in such a hostile world they are obviously stronger than the past generations. So, here are his power levels in his own timeline and the original Naruto timeline. Naruto timeline strength, this story's timeline strength. Note. This isn't his official bingo entry, the only then people see is the stuff in parenthesis. If it didn't change or have a parenthesis, that means it's the same as the past in level. Bingo entry. Number 100,000 targets entry. Third name. Izuku Yagi. Gender. Male. Age. 12. Status. Alive. Titles. Nicknames. None. Rank. Genin. Allegiance. Konoha. Chakra natures. Fire. Lightning and earth. Fire. High Chunin. High Genin. Lightning. Mid Chunin. Mid Genin. Earth. High Genin. Low Genin. Chakra reserves. Low Junin. Low Chunin. Chakra control. High Chunin. High Genin. Jutsu arsenal. B rank. Speed. Low Junin. Low Chunin. Strength. High Chunin. High Genin. IQ. Genius. Durability. High Chunin. High Genin. Ninjutsu. Mid Junin. Mid Chunin. Genjutsu. High Junin. High Chunin. Taijutsu. Low Junin. Low Chunin. Fuinjutsu. LVL3. Kenjutsu. Apprentice. Shurikenjutsu. High Junin. High Chunin. Senjutsu. None. Summoning contract. None. Dojutsu. Sharingan. 1 Tomo. Kekkei Genkei. None. Kekkei Dota. None. Tip. Kill it. Threat level. See orders. Kill on site. Contract status. Pending. Recommended rank. Chunin. Rewards. Iwa. 11 million. Suna. 50 million. Kumo. 20 million. Kiri. 5 million. Konoha. N.A. Narrator Pav. Toshinori Yagi, the 98th Hokage, one of the strongest Hokage to ever wear the white and red hat. A master of wind chakra and jutsu, rumored to have wind chakra so strong that it could change the weather and even suck the oxygen out of your lungs. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox and the summoner of the mouse contract. The symbol of peace. It's safe to say that this guy was a living legend, easily the strongest of all the current cages of the hidden villages. However, now he was stuck with paperwork and an headache of subordinates. Toshinori was sitting in his office wearing the formal Hokage hat and coat while staring at his desk with a sad look at the documents in front of him. He looked up, scanned the rest of the room with a sad and disappointed look. His Junin instructors had mixed faces as they all stood in front of him at attention with a variety of emotions on their faces. Some looked away with shame, some with impassive looks as they stared forward, some didn't care, and others looked like they didn't even want to be there. This was already the 10th time Toshinori has had to change the team placements since every Junin that was assigned the boy had instantly refused to take Izuku. Toshinori just wanted to fire them all since they refused his direct orders. Unfortunately, Nezu-sama said the backlash would be too great and that it wouldn't be the smartest of choices. Thank God he had that mouse, or he would have probably got himself into big trouble or dead long ago. Toshinori. Sigh, if I had it my way all of you would be demoted for telling me no. The ones that denied the Uchiha looked down with shame, but inside they truly felt no remorse for turning down the kid. No one wanted to be known as the Junin that trained the Uchiha to be stronger, all except one. In the back line a feminine hand raised up with enthusiasm. Toshi raised his eyebrow at the hand. I'll do it, Lord Hokage. I'll take Izuku Yagi onto my team if you would allow. Toshinori. Are you sure? You barely became a Junin instructor a month ago. Also, I assume you understand the backlash you will get if you accept him. I understand, Lord Hokage. I mean, I can already feel the glares from these cowards around me. I won't disappoint, Lord Hokage. Toshinori. Let's hope you don't. I approve of your request. Izuku Yagi will now join your team. The woman smiled widely at the news, as she already had an idea what she wanted to do for their initiation test. Toshinori smiled as he could finally move on to the rest of the teams. They had already wasted 3 hours for something that should have taken 30 minutes at most. Toshi right now just wanted to get home and have some dinner with his family, which he knew might not happen now, evident by the sunset shining through his window. Toshinori. Inko is going to kill me. The next morning, the class could be seen sitting in their soon-to-be former classroom waiting for Emi-sensei to show up with their future senseis. Izuku could be seen talking with Ochako and Momo as they tried to theorize who their sensei might be. Izumi was arm wrestling Bakugo, who was struggling not only because Izumi was actually unnaturally strong. It was mostly the embarrassment from holding a cute girl's hand. Shoto just stared from a distance with a jealous look. The door opened with Emi-sensei entering with a passive look, causing everyone to get to their seats. Emi. Now let's get you brats out of here with your new senseis. The Junin are outside waiting for each of their team to be announced, and then they will enter to take you. I'll also tell you what specialty your team will be. Then rinse and repeat. Understood? Everyone nodded. Emi. Okay, Team 1 is first. This team will specialize in stealth. Team 1's members will Toru Hagakure, Tsuyu Asui and Shihei Kuwaro. Your sensei will be Shinya Kamihara. Edge shot. The three stood up and walked to the front with nervous looks. Toru was wearing a white crop top that had short sleeves. Underneath was a black mesh shirt that protected the exposed belly. She wore black leggings with white sneakers and had her headband around her waist with a white cloth holding the hitate. Asui was wearing a green sweatshirt with black anbu pants and black sneakers. Her headband was used as scrunchie to keep her ponytail together, with the dark green cloth matching well with her hair. Shihei was wearing a black overcoat with little specks of mesh being seen underneath the coat poking out. He wore black dress pants with brown loafers, and he had his headband around his head with a black cloth to contrast his white hair and pale skin. He's not pitch black. Not long after they stood waiting, a young man in his late 20s walked in. He had light gray hair that was styled in a spiky fashion, a single spiky bang swaying in front of his face that was covered from the nose down by a blue face mask. He had long red scarf around his neck that swayed with the breeze. He wore a blue long-sleeve shirt underneath his green Junin vest. At the forearms of the shirt he put white padding to protect himself from kunai. He wore red pants with long blue socks that covered the pants up to the shin, along with normal nin sandals. Shinya. Come. We have much to discuss. Meet me at Training Ground 8. Shinya disappeared in Shunshin, causing the three to rush outside to get to the meeting location. Emi. Next up, Team 2. Specialty Scouting. Members will be Kyoka Jiro, Pony Tsunotori and Setsuna Tokage, with their Junin being Snipe. Kyoka walked up sporting a black aviator jacket zipped open with purple fur on the hood, and inside underneath was a purple mesh shirt, black jean pants with white black striped Converse. She had her purple headband wrapped around her left thigh. Pony was wearing red flannel shirt with blue jeans and a brown cowboy boots. Her orange headband was around her forehead. Setsuna had a bored expression as she fixed her gray headband around her forehead. She wore a purple long sleeve with purple anbu pants. Their sensei came in. He was a man with a weird mask that looked like a mix between an anbu mask and a gas mask. He wore a large red half cape with his Junin vest underneath was nothing but a white muscle shirt. The most notable feature was the large brown cowboy hat and the spurs on his boots. Snipe. Come, we have a lot to work on. Snipe turned around and started to walk out with his three genin following shortly behind. Emi. Sai. Team 3 will be the equalizer, or the team that is meant more to fill spots. The members will be Izuku Yagi, Shoka Todoroki and Koji Koda, with their sensei being Nimori Kayama. Izuku stood up first and walked towards the front. He wore a black muscle shirt that was covered by a white zip-up jacket that he had open, showing off his physique. He also wore black anbu pants with white sneakers. He had his black headband around his right shoulder with the hitate facing outwards. Shoka was wearing a red blouse with white trimmings and had blue jeans on with white, red sneakers. Her headband was hanging around her neck facing forwards with a white cloth. Kota was wearing a large yellow raincoat with hood up trying to hide himself, but everyone was still able to easily see the panicked look on his face. He had a yellow headband around his forehead. Eventually Kota got up when his ninja dog Haru barked at him to get moving. The door slammed open revealing a young woman with long spiky dark purple hair with blue eyes. She wore the Junin vest over nothing as she had nothing underneath, showing off her curve, forcing the boys in the class to look away in embarrassment. For pants she had green camo-style combat pants with green combat boots to match. Her lavender headband was wrapped tightly around her forehead. Nimuri. Come on, let's get going. Nimuri ran away, forcing the three to start running after her. I know the main character has already gotten called away, so I'm just gonna do an abridged version for the rest of the teams. You can skip them if you want. Team 4. Specialty Capture. Members Momo Yaoyorozu, Mezzo Shoji and Yosetsu Awazi. Sensei Ken Ishiyama, Smentos, wears his hero suit with a green Junin vest and is black in complexion with a gray hair tied in a man bun. His headband is gray and is around his forehead. Momo Yaoyorozu wears a black blouse with black jeans. She has black combat boots with a small metal rod on her lower back. Her headband is around her forehead with a black cloth. Mezzo Shoji wears a dark blue trench coat with an anbu vest and chainmail underneath. He wears dark blue anbu pants with dark blue ninja sandals and socks. He wears a similar face mask to Edgeshot, but his was light blue with hitate also being where his mouth was. Yosetsu Awazi wears a simple brown sweatshirt with gray sweatpants and sneakers. He had brown headband around his forehead, but it was shaped more like a sweatband. Team 5. Specialty Assault Team. Members Katsumi Bakugo, Denki Kaminari and Mashirao Ojiro. Sensei Rumi Usajiyama, Mirko, wears a green spandex with her Junin vest and her red headband around her waist that was molded to be a belt. Katsumi Bakugo Didara's outfit minus the Akatsuki cloak wears a orang and black headband around her left shoulder. Denki Kaminari, his hero outfit minus the glasses and comms on his head, wears a black headband around his thigh. Mashirao Ojiro a green spandex with wrappings around his legs and arms. A red headband around his waist shaped like a belt. Team 6. Specialty Frontline. Members Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido and Ochako Uraraka. Sensei Tsunagu Kakamata hero costume with his hitate where his mouth is. Eijiro Kirishima hero costume minus the symbols and black headpiece. His headband is back and is around his forehead. Might change it later on. Mina Ishido hero costume minus the leotard and is instead replaced with a pink crop top and black leggings. Her skin isn't pink but a tanned white with normal white Clara and yellow irises. Her hair is still pink though. Hero headband is around her waist with a pink cloth. Ochako Uraraka Hinata's first outfit in the Naruto series with a pink and black color scheme. Team 7. Specialty Versatile. Members Shoto Todoroki, Izumi Yagi and Katsuki Bakugo. Sensei Sorahiko Torino, a old man that helps Toshinori sometimes, used to be the Anbu captain a long time ago. Anyways, he just wears old people clothes with a headband hanging from his pants buckle. Shoto Todoroki his hero outfit with his red headband around his forehead. Katsuki Bakugo don't like him enough to think of something, you guys can think of one. Izumi Yagi wears a black zip-up jacket with a white muscle shirt underneath with white anbu pants and black sneakers. He headband is tied on the opposite arm compared to Izuku with the cloth being white. Team 8. Specialty Backline Support. Members Abara Shiozaki, Rikido Sato and Yuga Aoyama. Sensei Shinji Nishia, Kamui Woods, wears the standard Anbu uniform with a wooden mask of a lion instead of the usual porcelain. Abara Shiozaki wears Sakura's war arc outfit with her green headband tied tightly round her forehead also minus the vest of course. Rikido Sato doesn't matter side character. Yuga Aoyama doesn't matter side character. Team 9. Specialty Frontline. Members Fumikage Tokiyami, Tetsu and Tenya Iida. Sensei Ryoko Tsuchikawa, Pixie Bob. She wears the standard green Junin vest with a sky blue long sleeve underneath and a sky blue mini skirt with sky blue combat boots. He headband was around her neck like a choker with a sky blue cloth. Fumikage Tokiyami hero costume with a black Anbu vest underneath with black Anbu pants and sneakers. Has short black wear while wearing a yellow mask similar to Edge Shots. He has his headband around his forehead in a black color. Tetsu white muscle shirt with black baggy basketball shorts and silver sneakers. He had a silver headband around his forehead. Tenya Iida his outfit he wore in the Rescue Bakugo squad minus the mustache and slick back hair. Blue headband around his forehead. Team 10. Specialty capture. Members Narengeki Shota, Honta Siro and Yui Kodai. Sensei Shino Sosaki Mandalay wears the same uniform as Pixie Bob but in a burgundy color scheme instead. Headband around her neck is in choker in burgundy color. Narengeki Shota same outfit as Choji but a teal color scheme. Black headband around his forehead. Honta Siro side character status. Yui Kodai side character status. Team 11. Specially AT classified. Members Itsuka Kendo, Kanoko Komori and Nito Monoma. Sensei Najire Hado wears a tight Junin vest with a long-sleeved cyan shirt underneath with cyan leggings and cyan sneakers. She wears her headband like a scrunchie around the top of her head keeping her ponytail together with the cloth matching her hair color. Itsuka Kendo wears her hero outfit minus the mask. She wears teal stockings during the winter. She has a teal headband wrapped around her neck hanging loosely. Kanoko Komori wears a red and white polka dot sundress with her headband being red and white polka dot with it wrapped around the top of her head. Nito Monoma hero costume, black headband wrapped around his forehead. Team 12. Specialty backup. Members Reiko Yanagi, Kosei Saburaba and Sen Kaibara. Sensei Sekijiro Kan, Vlad King, don't care side character. Same for the rest of this team's side characters. As you can tell I'm not the best at designing clothes or describing them. Now let's return to the story. Narrator Pav. Izuku and his new team were standing in front of their new sensei with nervous looks as she slowly inspected them with a neutral and judging look. While Shoka and Kota were nervous, Izuku was returning the look with narrowed eyes, showing that he didn't trust her in the slightest. Right now they were in the center of Training Ground 3. Training Ground 3 is designed for water combat or fighting on water. It's shaped like an archipelago with a total of 5 small islands. Each island is roughly the size of a basketball court with sparse vegetation, the exception being the island in the center with it being around the size of a football field in length and a bijudama in width. This is where the current and new Team 3 are located. Nimari had finished inspected her new team and now stood in front of them with a frown causing Shoka and Kota to sweat and Izuku to glare at her. Then in an instant she broke out into a happy grin and started cheering in place causing the 3 to sweat drop. Midnight, I'm calling her this because it's easier, yay. I finally got my own team and they're so adorable. You 3 have passed the eye test and didn't fail to impress me, especially you Happy. Kota and Shoka blushed at the compliments while Izuku remained stoic and kept his eyes on Nimari with a frown. Nimari ignored the frown and kept her smile on her new and first students. She understood why Izuku didn't trust her and she didn't blame him. She'll show him she can be trusted, but she knew that was going to take a while. However, they had to prove they deserved those headbands first. She then pulled out 2 bells with a sly smirk. Midnight. Now it's time to test whether you lot really deserve those headbands. So, we are going to have a simple test to determine that. Shoka. That doesn't seem fair. Midnight. Honey, you're joining an occupation that has no guarantees. You can live until you're 80 or be dead by the next week. I want to make sure you're actually ready and deserve those headbands. And to make sure that you didn't get it just because of who your father is. Shoka frowned and shrank into herself at those words, causing Izuku to grow a scowl and tighten his fists. Nimari knew this stunt will probably make it harder for them to trust her later on, but they needed to learn this lesson now. Nothing is guaranteed in life. Midnight. Now let me explain the test. Your only goal is to get this 2 bells off of me and whoever gets them passes. Everything goes and you better aim to kill or you're just going to get killed. Kota. BB, but they're only 2 bells. Midnight. Nice eye kid. You were correct, there are only 2 bells, so that means only 2 of you will pass. The other will have to either quit being a ninja or return to the academy. Nimari stopped to let the words sink into the group and seeing how they would react to that information. Izuku was filled with rage as he directed it towards his clenched fist, causing it to bleed. Shoka and Kota looked shocked as they looked between each other. Nimari softly sighed as this is what she expected from them just from the reports alone. Izuku. So, that's her game. Damn it. Shoka. Izuku. Midnight. Now let's see what they do. Now you have 1 hour to get these bell. Starting. Now. The 3 genin instantly jumped backwards together as Nimari chased after them, forcing them off the aisle. The team landed on the water, exposing them and erasing any chance of hiding. Closely following was Nimari, who jumped from the foliage and dropped an axe kick at Izuku. Izuku barely put his arms up in time. The kick, even though blocked, sent him barreling under the water, causing his 2 teammates to lose their footing from the water disturbance. Nimari instantly chased Kota, who was barely able to handle the 15% Nimari. Shoka instinctively went to help Kota, but Nimari would easily block, deflect or counter all their strikes. Izuku jumped out of the water reaching for the bells, while Shoka with kunai in hand went for a stab towards Namori's neck and Kota went for a punch towards her gut as his dog Haru went to bite her face. Nimari smirked as she kneed Kota's fist upwards, making him hit Haru instead. Nimari twirled as she easily disarmed Shoka while shoving her away and kicking Izuku in the chest, sending them both back. Izuku made a hand signal telling his teammates to regroup with him, which they did without question. Nimari smiled at the teamwork. Izuku. Run. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Izuku jumped and launched a fireball short and in front of Nimari, hitting the water. A giant steam cloud rose from the water, blocking Namori's sight. Izuku nodded towards the 2 and they instantly booked it towards one of the aisles. Nimari then ran through signs in a blur. Midnight. Wind-style breakthrough. Nimari took a deep breath, then blowing out a small jet stream of wind, clearing out the steam. Nimari looked and saw they were gone. She smiled proudly as she decided she'll let them regroup and try again. She pulled out an orange book from one of her vest pockets and opened it as she waited for their return. Midnight. Smart move, Yagi. The 3 genin could be seen panting as they tried to catch their breath. They took refuge on the aisle with the most jungle so they could think of something real quick. Izuku leant on a tree, allowing himself to calm down, while Kota fell back on his butt while caressing Haru on the spot he punched him. Shoka sat down against a tree as she also calmed her breathing. Izuku. Damn, I underestimated her. Shoka and Kota. Same. Izuku. Okay, plan time. Izuku knelt down and started to draw in the dirt as he explained what they were going to do. The 2 nodded along as they agreed with everything until they got to the end of the plan. Kota. What about the bells? Izuku. Do you 2 trust me? Kota. Yeah. Shoka. Always. Izuku. Then don't worry about the bells, they'll be ours. Shoka and Kota. Hi. Izuku leapt out of the jungle and threw 5 shurikens at Nimari, who barely just noticed Izuku. Izuku made a hand sign causing the shuriken to multiple to 50 shurikens. Nimari raised her eyebrows as she started to run through hand signs and slamming her hands on the water. Midnight. Water-style water wall. Water wall easily blocked all the shurikens, but in a blur of speed 2 figures hit Nimari back, making her skid on the water. Nimari looked up and saw Kota and Haru, who were both growling at her. Midnight. Soldier pills. Nimari didn't get to think about it as Shoka emerged from the water and threw a roundhouse kick that Nimari barely blocked. However, Nimari wasn't able to block Izuku's roundhouse that made her skid even further back. Izuku landed in front of the other 2, making an arrow formation with him the tip of the arrow. Izuku's one-tomo Sharingan blared to life as he stared at Nimari, who returned the look with a sly smirk. Izuku. Let's do this. Shoka and Kota. Hi. The 3 genin started rushing towards Nimari, who stood up from her kneeling position with a smile as she awaited their attack. Izuku shifted his eye, barely looking at Kota, and gave him a subtle nod. Kota nodded back as him and Haru increased their speed and moving in front of Izuku and Shoka. Kota and Haru jumped at Nimari while spinning, making 2 twisters out of themselves as they approached Nimari. Kota. Double Fang. Nimari easily dodged the attack with a backflip, but she wasn't expecting Kota and Haru to re-emerge and try to hit her again. Nimari was able to replace herself with a water clone and reappeared about 20 yards away. Izuku and Shoka changed direction and started running towards her, with Kota stopping his attack and landing on an aisle to catch his breath. Izuku ran through hand signs and put a hand to his mouth. Izuku. Fire-style fire bullet barrage. Izuku released a continuous stream of small fire balls that traveled at high speeds towards Nimari. Nimari, now with a serious expression, ran through her own set of hand signs and put her hand to her mouth, and she started releasing a stream of small water bullets that collided with the fire, putting them out. Midnight. Water-style water bullet barrage. Izuku flinched and stopped his jutsu as his eyes started to cramp. Izuku started dodging the water bullets with Shoka as he put a hand to his right eye, leaving the other one open even though it also was in pain. His chakra network felt wrong as he continued to dodge the water bullets. It felt exactly the same when those assassins attacked him and Izumi. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Nimari go through another set of hand signs, and his hands instinctively copied the movements, shocking Nimari. Midnight. Water-style water cannon. Izuku. Water-style water cannon. Izuku and Nimari both released a large jet of water at each other, with them colliding with each other, making them explode. Rain fell as Izuku collapsed to his knees in a panting mess as he covered his eyes with one of his hands. Shoka stood in front of him protectively with a kunai as Nimari rushed the two. Shoka looked back to the downed Izuku as he looked up to her with his now black eyes and gave her a nod. She nodded in understanding and started running through hand signs and slammed a palm on the water. Shoka. Ice release Winter's Playground. Ice erupted from Shoka's hand as it started to freeze the water at a fast pace. Everyone had to make a small jump to avoid getting stuck as the ice continued to spread across the water. It covered a quarter of the whole training ground until stopping. Izuku stood up and charged Nimari while running through hand signs that made Nimari go shellshock as Izuku brought his right hand back, with tea quickly being covered in lightning, followed by the sound of screeching birds. Midnight. How does he know tea? Izuku. Chidori. Nimari panicked as she leaned out of the way of the Chidori, but due to the nature of the ice she slipped and lost her balance. Nimari looked at Izuku, waiting for him to reach for the bells, but to her shock Izuku started to fade away until nothing was there. Midnight. Genjutsu. A hand broke through the ice, yanking the bells off and going back under. Izuku broke through ice next to Shoka, holding both bells with a confident smirk. Shoka started jumping in place, cheering, with Kota coming out of one of the aisles with a large smile as he was holding Haru. Nimari caught up from the icy floor with a small smile as she patted down her clothes. She watched the trio plus dog celebrate together and sighed as she hoped what she was about to say didn't change anything between them. She walked up to them and stopped a couple feet away, causing them to stop celebrating as they stared at her. Midnight. Great job, guys. Now Izuku, Yagi. Which one of you is going back to the academy or quitting? The three widened their eyes in shock as they remembered the conditions of the bout. Izuku stared at the two bells in his hand with a sad look. He then looked at both of his teammates who shared the same look and feelings as him. Izuku separated the two bells and handed one to each of his teammates and then looked to Nimari with a scowl. Izuku. Me. Nimari was an eyebrow and was about to say something until two chimes were heard at her feet. She looked down and saw the two bells at her feet. She looked and saw the same scowls on the other two members of Team 3. Shoka. Me too. Kota. Me as well. Nimari looked at them with a passive look as she scanned their faces for any hint of deceit. Once satisfied, she started talking. Midnight. I see. If that's the case, then that means you all pass. Trio. Midnight. Sorry about that, just wanted to make sure you understand an important lesson. Nothing is guaranteed in life, but that your teammates will always have your back. Now let's go back to the main aisle and do introductions. Oh, Happy, can you unfreeze the water? I don't want to hear it from the Hokage later. Shoka. Okay. The truly formed Team 3 are now standing on the main aisle again, with Nimari standing in front of her new team with a large smile. Nimari sat on top of a rock as Izuku, Shoka and Kota sat on smaller rocks in front of her. They all had unsure looks as they stared at the beaming Nimari. Midnight. Now that we're official team, first order of business is proper introductions and then an apology. You know what, I'll start with the apology. I'm sorry for putting all that stress on you guys. I just wanted your best and to see your true heart. You three didn't disappoint. Izuku. It's alright, Nimari-sensei. It was your job to test us. If anything, I should apologize for showing such anger to you. Midnight. Don't feel sorry for expressing your emotions. Emotions are the only thing that keeps us sane and human. Someone who lives without emotion is truly not alive. I also understand why you would feel like that. I've seen and heard how people treat you for something so trivial. Enough of that introductions now, starting with you, dog lover. Tell me your name, likes, dislikes, and dream goal. Kota shifted uncomfortably as he looked extremely nervous. Haru got up from his lap and started licking his face, making Kota calm down. Nimari mental noted to work on social anxiety with him. Kota. My name is Koji Kota. I like my partner Haru, my classmates, tofu and animals. I hate bugs, hurting people for no reason, bullies and Emi-sensei. I guess my goal is to become the head of my clan one day. Midnight. An admirable goal, but I say we work on that social anxiety later. Okay, next up is you, Hafi. Shoka. Sai, my name is Shoka Todoroki. I love my family and Izuku. I like hot soba, my friends, jewelry and spas. I hate bullies, my father and nicknames. For a dream, I guess I would like to have my own family one day. Stares at Izuku, who looks away embarrassed, causing her to smirk. Midnight. Ah, how cute, such a lovely couple. Now for the last of y'all, let's go with fancy eyes. Izuku grew a tick mark at the nickname but brushed it off. Izuku. My name is Izuku Yagi. I love Shoka and my family. I like Katsudon, my friends, classmates, training and I guess Haru. Bark, oh hush over there. I don't really dislike or hate anything, but the one thing that always makes me mad is when people bring my friends into their disputes with me. My goal is to be the shadow that helps my sister once she becomes Hokage. Midnight. A beautiful goal, now let's. Shoka. What about you, sensei? Midnight. Sai, fair enough. My name is Nimari Kayama, codename Midnight, which is what you will call me on missions. I like books, training, you three now and I guess ramen. I don't have any dislikes and I don't really have a goal at the moment. Nimari stood up and gestured the three to as well. Once the team was all standing, Nimari extended her arm out into a fist bump with a large grin. The three genin looked confused as they stared at the giggling Nimari. Midnight. Starting tomorrow we will meet here at 6 am every day for training unless we have a mission that day. The training will vary depending on what I feel like doing, so just be ready. Also, I will have those little introductions at the end of every month to help remind yourself why you are doing this. That's all for today, you guys can leave. The three genin smiled in return and fist bumped Nimari before dashing off to do whatever they felt like. She smiled at the kids as they effed, but her smile turned to a slight frown as an thought crossed her mind. Midnight. How did Izuku use a water jutsu? The file said he only had fire, lightning and earth. Narrator Pav. * 1 month later. All the teams have been slowly adapting to the shinobi lifestyle with various training exercises, both normal and sometimes joint training among the teams. All except Team 3, who has been basically isolated from the other teams by their Junin. Team 3 ignored these obvious slights towards them by improving themselves through more training and taking more missions than anyone else. Mostly just E and D rank missions though, since Nimari believed they weren't ready for anything higher just yet. E ranks now are mostly chores from the citizens requested towards the Hokage, replacing the old D ranks in lower ranking. D ranks now are a little more serious but still emphasize the importance of teamwork, which thankfully Team 3 doesn't have to worry about. The jobs mostly consist of spying, bodyguarding certain spots, or people of low importance, and hunting in the forest for wild animals. Nimari decided to focus on her team's obvious weaknesses: mental, emotional and physical. She was hard on them, but they could tell she meant the best for them. For Kota, she tasked him with one simple goal that he had to complete every day. He had to talk to 2 new people a day, and the conversation must cover at least 3 topics. The goal was to break his shyness and make it easier in the future for him to talk to clients. This would solve both his mental lack of confidence and his emotional shyness. For physical, she wants him to practice more ninjutsu that doesn't focus on his clan's jutsu, as well work on his taijutsu. Shoka was little harder to get to agree to her training regime. The first order of business was to work on her temper and patience towards male clients, They did that by taking more of them and Shoka being in charge of negotiating with the male clients. The next then was the art of seduction, which was the hardest to get her to agree to, with Shoka arguing it could ruin her relationship with Izuku. Nimari told her she wasn't telling her to cheat but to learn to art to make it easier for spying and interrogation, and if neither of them could tell the difference between work and personal life then their relationship was doomed to fail. Shoka eventually started the training. For physical, Nimari had her work on her taijutsu and to find a weapon specialty. Izuku had the hardest training out of all of them, with it being requested by him. His emotional training was to work on his anger and temper that was slowly consuming him. All the looks and whispers of hatred towards him had finally gotten through his protective shell. Izuku has grown cold towards all strangers that he knows hate him. Luckily he still gives new strangers a chance, but they always disappoint him. He still talks to all his friends, family, and now even Nimari-sensei. His physical training was everything from fuinjutsu to all the way to medical jutsu. Izuku wanted to learn everything. Izuku could be seen walking home with a scowl, as today his team had a simple D-rank mission with them just having to protect a small bank that got threatened. The whole staff gave him a hard time the whole day, with him easily ignoring it. That was until the owner threatened to not pay them and report them unless Shoka helped him with something in the back. The owner is now in the mental ward suffering from severe mental illnesses. Izuku sighed as he wanted to clear his head a little before going back home. And the best way to do that for him was to train, and it seemed he had a little more time until it became dark, evident by the sun barely touching the horizon. However, he's in trouble with Nimari-sensei due to his actions and had a feeling she won't give him any cool new jutsus. He could work on something he already has, but where's the fun in that? Then a memory played in his mind from a week ago. Small flashback. Inko. Sorry Izuku, I wasn't able to get you anything fancy, but here. Hands a scroll over to him, a jutsu from the Forbidden Library. Izuku. Forbidden Library. Inko. Oh, it's just the library in the Hokage Tower that holds all the jutsu from our history, both made here and taken from other villages. I got you a jutsu called Lightning Style, Stun Gun. Pretty effective if I do say so myself. It helped quite a bit during my time as Anbu captain. Did you know that I, Izuku, and there she goes again, reliving past accomplishments. End of flashback. A cocky smile crossed Izuku's face as he jumped up onto a roof and started running towards the Hokage Tower. With Toshinori. Toshinori is in his office wearing his formal Hokage robes, leaning back in his chair as he rubbed his forehead. He knows today is going to be a headache for him, but also very important. Today was the virtual Hokage Summit, an informal meeting between the 5 hidden villages. They wouldn't have an in-person formal one until the next year. This meeting was called by the Raikage and he already had a guess on what it was about. Even though this wasn't an important formal per se, it still could decide the future of Konoha. And Toshinori was not ready to face the future. Back with Izuku. A vent was slowly placed down as Izuku carefully landed on a brown wooden floor. He patted his clothes down that were full of dust as he looked in awe at the size of the library. In front of him were rows and rows of tables full of empty scrolls, ink, and even dictionaries. At the side of the room were several doors that had signs like, Target Practice, or Water Jutsu Practice, most likely rooms to practice the jutsus. To Izuku's surprise, at the back of the room opposite to the entry door stood only 5 bookshelves of massive size. Each shelf was easily 20 feet long with thousands of scrolls and books lining their shelves. The first 2 bookshelves closest to the training rooms were both labeled safe, with each shelf ranked from D to S rank. The middle bookshelf had a sign on it that said Forbidden with a glowing yellow field around it with multiple small seals floating around the surface of the force field. Izuku determined that they were forbidden due to self-harm rather than destruction. The fourth was labeled, Forbidden Transgression will lead to imprisonment. It had a red field around it with even larger seals around it that Izuku could easily tell were at least LV 10 sealing. Izuku could tell those were the jutsus that could destroy whole nations by themselves. The final shelf had no field around but just a red caution tape on the ground wrapped around it. The shelf only having 4 books with the front facing towards the viewers behind the line. Forbidden Knowledge, Forbidden Seals, Village Secrets, and the True History of Konoha. Izuku ignored them since he knew the seal most likely around the shelf would probably kill him instantly. Izuku walked towards the second shelf and grabbed 2's rank jutsu and then walked towards the middle shelf with a curious glance. He set the 2 scrolls down and started fiddling with the protective seal. A hooded figure watched from the corner of the room with a curious aura around them. The yellow field dropped with a pop, causing Izuku to grin and the hooded figure to raise an eyebrow in interest. Izuku scrolled the selection until he came across a jutsu that made him frown in confusion. Izuku. How is AB rank a forbidden jutsu? Izuku took the 3 scrolls to a desk and laid them out. He started with the 2's ranks first with a large smile as he activated his Sharingan to memorize them. The hooded figure's eyes widened when he saw the Izuku's Sharingan activate. A small smile grew on the figure's face. Izuku tossed the 2 scrolls down with sad sigh as he realized he was too weak to use them right now. However, he knew they would help greatly in the future. Izuku. Kirin is far too demanding on the body, while Majestic Flame Destroyer would probably kill me before he even went through all the signs. I need at least Haijunin control to even want to have at least a quarter of chakra after I use them. And that's even if I were to have mid-Anbu chakra capacity. Sigh, one day though I'll spam the shit out of these. Izuku glanced at the forbidden jutsu before picking it up with determination. Izuku. Now let's see what makes a B-ranked jutsu forbidden. Izuku opened the scroll and started reading at a fast pace that made his pupils look like a blur as they scanned the line. Izuku. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Extremely versatile and effective, the only downside being the extreme toll on the user's chakra capacity. Oh, it also helps with training due to the fact the creator regains the clone's memories once it is dispelled. By that application alone, a person with 50 clones could master stuff that takes years in a couple of months. Let's see. Created by Lord 2nd, mastered by Lord 7th. One sign. That doesn't seem right. Oh, I see, it takes half of your chakra to make a clone, no wonder it's forbidden. Even then it still seems incomplete. Why didn't Lord 2nd or 7th account for the displaced chakra and the lost chakra that is wasted when you try to ma clones? Let's see, if I do this it regulates the displaced chakra and this will stop the excess chakra from overflowing. Now I should be able to. Izuku got up from the table and walked to a little more open spot, making the hooded figure wonder what he was doing. Izuku ran through 3 signs, causing the hooded figure to chuckle at the kid's mistake that was until 3 perfect clones popped into existence beside him, making the hooded figure's eyes boggle. Izuku. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuku examined his 3 clones. Izuku smiled as he looked at his 3 clones who were now doing rock paper scissors. Izuku. Shadow Clone Jutsu was meant to allow the user to just let their chakra flow out and not worry about limiting themselves. However, Lord 2nd didn't take into account the misplaced chakra that is lost while performing jutsus. Now that I plugged it up, I don't have to worry about losing half of my chakra anymore. Izuku ran through hand signs again and 10 more clones appeared, shocking the hooded figure even more. Yet Izuku didn't even look anywhere near winded or even tired. Izuku smiled in satisfaction as he looked at his perfect creations. Izuku. If this was the old version I would definitely be dead right now. Now with this version I barely lost a quarter of my chakra. Impressive. Izuku turned around instantly into a guard and saw a man in a white hood with a pale mouth underneath in a smile with his arms crossed. The man slowly walked around Izuku and the clones, inspecting them and giving nods of approval. To think an ancient jutsu that's been used by hundreds of cages and even thousands of more nins. Yet a mere 12-year-old is the one to solve the key flaw of the jutsu after a couple of minutes. Truly a prodigy. Izuku looked at him with caution as the man pulled his hood down, making Izuku's face filled with fear and making him instantly crouch down on the floor in a bow. Izuku. Orochimaru-sama, please forgive me for trespassing. I'll accept any punishment. Orochimaru. It's fine with me, child. Now please stand and tell one of your clones to get a scroll. Then to read it and dispel. Izuku. Yes, sir. One of the clones quickly disappeared into the shelves and picked a random scroll and started reading. After finishing it, quickly put it back and dispelled, causing Izuku to flinch from the memory recoil. Orochimaru. Did you get its memories? Izuku. Yes, sir. A rank water-style water dragon jutsu. Orochimaru. Amazing. Truly a prodigy. Orochimaru felt 2 people quickly approaching the room and casted a genjutsu on him and Izuku. Two Anbu burst through the door scaring Izuku, but Orochimaru raised his hand telling him to stay put. Not long later the Anbu left, closing the door. Izuku sighed and thanked Orochimaru, who just gave him in as he dropped the genjutsu. Orochimaru. You should head home, I'll clean up here. Izuku. Yes sir. And thank you so much Orochimaru-sama. Izuku quickly went into the same vent he came in and disappeared into the vent system. Orochimaru sighed as he walked towards the scrolls Izuku was using. As he picked them up he couldn't help but remember Izuku's father and compared Izuku to him. Orochimaru. Almost an exact replica. I truly feel bad for that boy, and even though it's wrong I hope he never learns what really happened to the Uchihas. Sigh. The hatred and ostracizing Naruto went through mixed with Sasuke's temper. Kami knows where he be without his friends and family. Hopefully child you remain ignorant to the reality of your situation. Izuku was crawling through the vents with a large smile since he had just met one of the strongest shinobi to ever grace this world. As Izuku was crawling he heard his dad right below him, so he looked through the vent. Sure enough, there was his father sitting at his desk looking in front of him where 4 holograms looked back at him. It seems whatever meeting this was, it had barely just started as they were saying hello to each other. Izuku. Holy shit, it's a cage meeting, oh, I so have to watch this. To the left of Toshi was the Mizukage in her traditional cage clothes with a blue color scheme as well, but had her hat in front her while she combed her beautiful golden locks that looked amazing with her purple eyes. She was the 50th Mizukage, Yu Takayama, the youngest of the current cages. A little in front of him but on still to his left was the Raikage in his traditional yellow cage clothes. He had dark skin with short shaggy platinum hair with a narrow angular face with 2 black eyes that promised pain. He was the 65th Raikage, C. Also close to in front of Toshi but on the right side sat the Tsuchikage in the same traditional cage clothes but with brown for his colors. He had short military-style red hair with one lone blue eye on his right side while the other was completely gone, evident by the massive scar on the left side of his face. He was the 42nd Tsuchikage, Enji Todoroki, former Konoha shinobi. The final cage on the right side of Toshi was the Kazekage, who was wearing the same clothes but in a dark green color scheme. She had long blonde spiky hair that easily reached her back with dark blue eyes to match. She was the 79th Kazekage, Kathleen Bate. Izuku was fanboying hardcore in the vent as he awaited for the meeting to start. However, this would be the catalyst that will change this world's future. It was an awkward silence for in a beginning after the greetings, all adoring a negative face as they looked at each other. The Tsuchikage was the first to break the silence, getting right to the purpose of the meeting. Enji. Did you take care of the trash yet? Toshi. I would prefer if you didn't refer to my son as trash. Enji. Sigh, you're still living that fantasy, Toshinori. Don't you already have a kid? Also I heard IT found out you aren't related already. So why keep lying to yourself? See. I agree with the Tsuchikage. It's better to cut the root of this weed before it gets any bigger. Plus, like the Tsuchikage already said, he isn't your son. Toshinori clenched his fist as an scowl crossed his face, showing his clear anger at the insults. Izuku watched the scene with a sad scowl as he realized the hatred for him was truly worldwide. However, the next set of statements made Izuku's blood run cold. Why are you acting all saintly like you took him in out of the kindness of your heart? Wasn't it your idea to kill all those damn pacifists? Hell, weren't you and your wife the ones that killed his parents? Toshi. Shut your mouth. You know nothing. Slammed his hand on the table, shattering it in two. And yet you don't deny it. My predecessor told me enough. How you were all angry that the Uchiha had the audacity to want to start their own neutral village. That you devised a cowardly plan to wipe out one of the strongest clans that have ever graced these lands. Wait until they're asleep, attack their homes and hospitals first, leave no man, woman or child alive. Once they're dead we can claim their eyes. Look how that worked out. Konoha casualties. 5,000 plus, Suna casualties. 6,000 plus, Iwa casualties. 15,000 plus, Hiri casualties. 2,584 in Misk. Casualties, 3,000 plus. Rewards. Only one pair of 3/4 blind Mangekyo Sharingans. A total and utter embarrassment, sure a victory but still an embarrassment. Yet once you guys returned home you had the audacity to tell your villages and the world that you were good guys and the Uchiha were utter evil. Izuku listened and watched with wide eyes as tears slowly flowed down his face. Yet he didn't close his eyes or blink as he continued to watch the scene in front of him, ignoring the pain his eyes were in. I can't deny that my village was involved in such a heinous act. However, I can promise you this: if I was in charge at the time, my village would have never even showed up for the planning phase, though that doesn't matter anymore. Hokage-sama, I want you to realize something: if your son were to find out the truth, he might. God knows what he might do. I hope you know what your Hokage, because I promise you if he becomes a threat to our villages we will take care of your mess and we will go straight towards the source of that mess. Good day, Hokage. After that the Mizukage's hologram disappeared, shortly followed by the rest of the cages. Toshinori sat back in his chair and put his hands on his head as he started rubbing his forehead. Toshinori looked to the vent for a second but just looked back to his hands, ignoring the feeling of an onlooker that wasn't there. And he be right, since Izuku left as soon as the Mizukage left. Izuku was running towards his home as en masse, constantly tripping over things, running into people and even getting scraped a couple times. But he ignored it and just kept running with fresh tears still pouring down his face. Izuku crashed through his door, ignoring his sister and mother who were at the table. He burst through his room, quickly locking before collapsing on the floor in a hyperventilating mess. The shaking Izuku grabbed his mouth and ran to his restroom and started throwing up in his toilet. Izuku slumped against it as he tried to calm himself down by staring at the wall and taking deep breaths. Izuku. They were supposed to be cruel, heartless, warmongers, evil. They told me they didn't see my parents, just a baby abandoned in one of the burning houses. Saying that they left me to save themselves. Why did they lie? Izuku sat up and looked at himself in the mirror, seeing his now two-tomoed Sharingan for the first time. However, only a worried look stared back him as he truly felt lost for the first time. Izuku. What do I do? Narrator Pav. Since that day Izuku has been in a daze, always spacing out, shutting himself away from his family and friends. You could mistake him for someone that's catatonic. This lasted for the past month, with Izuku only ever coming out to train, complete missions and eat, yet every time he did come out he had a sad, thoughtful expression as he refused to talk to anyone. His family and friends had grown worried, but every time they tried to confront him he would just walk away. Izuku right now could be seen laying on his bed in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling with a depressed look. He was lost for the first time in his life. He didn't know what to do, and that terrified him. A knock sounded off his door, making Izuku sigh as he knew who it was already, but he knew he couldn't hide forever. Izuku. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a sad Izumi as she entered the room, looking straight at Izuku, who didn't bother looking at her. Izumi sat on his desk chair, turning it so she could face Izuku. It was silent for a while as neither sibling went out of their way to talk to one another. Izumi sighed and decided she'll break the silence. Izumi. Izuku. Izuku. Do you ever wonder, Izumi, if something you've always been told as truth is anything but? Izumi. Huh. Izuku. What would you do? Pursue the truth or accept the lie? Izumi. Izuku. The truth will only lead to death and pain, yet it's the truth that will always be there in the back of your mind. Or the convenient lie that will keep you safe and tell you to ignore that nagging feeling in your head that tells you something isn't right. The truth or the lie, Izumi. Izumi. Izuku. Do you have a choice? Izumi. No, but I went through the same question when I was told you weren't really my brother. Izuku. Izumi. I decided it didn't matter whether it was a lie, since I decided it was my truth. I don't know what got you like this, but remember, Izuku, I will always be your sister. Even if everything in this world says we aren't. Izumi got up to leave, but Izuku grabbed her hand and gave it one tight squeeze as he still refused to look her in the eyes. Izumi, understanding the message, walked back and wrapped Izuku in a tight hug that he embraced with tears in his eyes as Izumi just let it loose, while giving him back rubs. 1 week later. Izuku had gotten better after his breakdown in front of Izumi and had gotten back to his normal self, according to his friends and family. But Izuku would still stare off into the distance or space out. When he does this, he's thinking about 3 things. Pursue the truth, live his lie, or tell someone his predicament. The third was all but tossed aside as he knew he would probably be murdered if he revealed that he knew what happened. No matter what side he choose. Right now though, Izuku was leaning against a tree in their training ground with Shoka asleep in his arms and Kota with Haru asleep next to him also leaning against the tree. Izuku looked through the autumn leaves and guessed it was close to midday and Nimari-sensei was still nowhere to be found. Izuku. She's the one that told us to come here on our day off and yet she's the one that's late. Might as well join them. Izuku closed his eyes as he hugged Shoka closer to him, making her smile in her sleep. Soon sleep also took Izuku. Nimari appeared in a poof as she looked around with an apologetic look. Midnight. Sorry guys, that damn emo made me do my paperwork right away. Oh my. Nimari turned away and came across the cutest sight, all of her little genins plus dog all huddled together asleep. In an instant Nimari had taken out her phone and taken 30 photos in a matter of 1 second, all at different angles. Nimari coughed as she put her phone away, causing the 3 genin to groan as they slowly got up. Eventually the 3 of them were in a line standing in front Nimari waiting for her to begin. Nimari didn't say anything for a while and just stared at her team with a large smile, greatly confusing them. Midnight. The reason I called you all today is because you are hopefully going to get a summoning contract today. Shoka. Really? Midnight. Yep. Shoka started jumping up and down cheering while Izuku just smiled at her since he thought it was cute. Kota and Haru however didn't seem all that excited since they knew that Kota didn't really need a summon since he had Haru as his partner. Nimari knew this, so she made one shadow clone and told Kota that he would be practicing his taijutsu with the new clone and he would be getting several new jutsus while they practiced the summons. After Kota had left with her clone, Nimari turned towards to hopefully 2 new summoners. Both looking ready to learn and become stronger. Nimari truly was proud of her students. Midnight. Okay, now before we start, do any of you have contracts you're interested in, like a family contract? Izuku. Nope. Shoka. Number. Midnight. Okay, that makes it a little harder. Anyways, the way a new summoner is made is that you are introduced to the contract by a current summoner, usually the head summoner. After that it depends on the summon whether they accept you or not. Some don't care as long as they signed the contract from the head summoner, while others will test the candidate summoners themselves. For example, is anyone interested in the snake contract? Nimari looked at her 2 students with hope, but she was only met with blank stares, causing Nimari to slump her shoulders in depression. She wiped her fake tears as she went back to normal. Midnight. Okay, let me show you how it's done. Nimari bit her finger and then ran through a few hand signs, slamming her hand on the ground. Midnight. Summoning jutsu. From the hand appeared a seal on the ground that caused a massive poof. The smoke dissipated and revealed a 10-foot anaconda with black scales and toxic green eyes. As the anaconda unwound itself from its slumber, Izuku and Shoka backed up a little as it hissed at them but seemed to be more a yawn. The snake turned to Nimari with a questioning look. Nimari, why do you SSSS summon? Midnight. I'm sorry for waking you, Su-san. I just wanted to show my students how a summoning contract. The anaconda, now named Su, turned towards the 2 genin with a appraising look. Su. A new SS summoner. Midnight. Unfortunately no. Su. A SS shame. Manda-sama would have liked another Uchiha SSS summoner. Izuku looked away as he tightened his fist a little. Shoka looked surprised that the snakes used to have Uchiha summoners and quickly turned to Izuku with empathic look. Nimari knew about the past summoners, so she wasn't surprised by that. Instead she just sighed as she had hoped Su wouldn't spill that beans just yet. Midnight. Please give him my regards when you return. Also, can you please give me the summoning contract? I want to show them how it looks. Su. Of course. The genin's horror, the anaconda started hacking until it spit out a fairly large scroll that was purple in color, with it being around the size of a rolled-up carpet. Nimari smiled as she started to unroll the scroll on the floor until it was open. On the scroll were about 40 names, all signed in blood, but what confused the 2 genin was that almost all of them were dried blood while 2 seemed to glow. Midnight. These are all the past and current users of the snake contract. As you may have noticed, most are dull red and only 2 are glowing. The glowing means that the contract is still active with that summoner, while if it's not glowing that means the contract was nullified or they are dead. Izuku scanned the list and first saw the glowing name of Orochimaru at the top, and the second thing he noticed was all the Uchihas on the scroll. There must have been at least 20 of the 100 or so names on the list. Some he recognized, such as the second name on the list, Sasuke Uchiha, and few down from it, Sarada Uchiha. The one that just caught his attention was the name before Namori's glowing name, though the name was also a dull blood red. Izuku. Hisashi Uchiha. Nemori saw what Izuku was looking at and decided to ignore it since she knew he would be curious about them eventually. Nemori quickly explained, after you had passed the initiation test you would sign the contract with your blood so the summon could work. After explaining it to them, she handed the scroll back to Sue, who swallowed it and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Midnight. Now that I explained it, it's time for you two to find a contract, so get out there and good luck. You have 3 weeks to accomplish this task, since it could be hard for you to decide or even get accepted. Shoka instantly disappeared into the city looking for a summoner with a cool contract. However, Izuku didn't even move from his spot since he knew it was hopeless before Nemori even finished her sentence. Izuku walked to Nemori, causing her to frown since he didn't even try. Izuku. Nemori-sensei, can I just do what Kota's doing, since we both know no one's going to give me their contract? Midnight. What about your father's or mother's? Izuku. Dad's is the mouse contract and it just summons very smart mices, not really my style. Mom's is the dog contract, it seems cool but her summons hate me too. So I don't really have much of a choice. Nemori sighed as she knew this would most likely happen but had hoped it wouldn't have. Midnight. I understand, Izuku. There is one way, but it is very dangerous. However, if it does work, it will guarantee that you will find a summon that is extremely compatible with you. Izuku. Show me. Midnight. Sigh. Okay. It's called the reverse summon. It's fairly simple, it is just the summon technique but reversed. Usually, it would just take you to your contracted summon's homeworld, but if you don't have one, in theory it should take you to the most compatible summon. It was discovered long ago by a toad sage. However, it wasn't used often since the chances of success were barely 30%. Izuku's face remained stone cold, causing Nemori to frown and sigh as she started to show him the signs. Before he did it, Nemori gave him a hug in case it didn't work. Izuku reluctantly returned the hug before making distance from Nemori. Midnight. Once you're there, it's completely up to you to gain the contract. Izuku. Okay. Izuku ran through the hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground, making a smokescreen, which quickly dissipated, revealing Izuku had disappeared. Nemori sighed in worry as she turned around and started heading towards Kota's training. Izuku could be seen screaming while falling from the sky. He then fell into a canopy of trees that looked like a rainforest, slamming down on many tree branches before finally crashing into a bush. Izuku groaned as he sat up in pain and looked down at his broken ankle. He also felt pain in his chest, confirming that he had a few broken ribs. Izuku took a deep breath as he activated medical jutsu to his hand, covering it in green chakra. He hovered his hand over his chest as he slowly started to mend his ribs and any internal organs. Once the stabbing pain went away into a dull throb, Izuku focused on his broken leg. He did the same thing this time, only able to slightly repair it, causing him to most likely have a limp for a while. Izuku dragged himself up while using a big stick he found on the floor as support. He was on a large mound in the middle of the rainforest, probably the only reason why he was still alive. He slowly limped to an opening in the jungle and his jaw dropped in awe. He was on a massive island, with the certain of the island having a ginormous mountain with a snowy peak and snowy surrounding. At the base around was a snowy tundra that covered the whole base of the mountain and some. After the tundra it slowly turned into woodlands with a variety of trees, some pine, oak and others Izuku didn't recognize. After the woodlands it morphed into a jungle, rainforest, which it seemed where Izuku had landed. Izuku turned around and saw that far behind him the jungle turned into a savanna that eventually ended with the appearance of the beach and ocean. Izuku. All place with all the biomes amalgamated but still respecting each boundaries. Interesting but still beautiful. Indeed it is. Izuku whirled around with a kunai in hand but collapsed to his good knee from the pain in his ribs. Izuku looked up and saw a jaguar looking down on Izuku from a branch with a curious look. Fast reactions. Master likes that, but it seems you are injured. The jaguar hopped down from the branch and started to circle Izuku with an inspecting look. However, Izuku maintained his lacking defensive form. The jaguar stopped in front of Izuku and then turned its back towards him. "Follow me. The master will want to see you." The jaguar started to trot off, causing Izuku to groan as he forced himself up and tried to follow the jaguar. The jaguar never slowed down from his jogging pace, causing Izuku to follow at the same speed even with his busted leg. It took the duo 3 days to reach the mountain, and Izuku was a heaving injured mess as he collapsed at the foot of the mountain straight into the snow. The two were at the entrance of a cave embedded into the side of the mountain. The jaguar turned around to look at the downed Izuku before releasing a HMPH and turning back towards the cave and entering it. Izuku ignored the protests of his body as dragged himself into the cave with tears of frustration until he finally passed out from exhaustion and pain. Izuku opened his eyes and felt grass on his back and legs. He looked around and saw dozens of cats surrounding him, just staring at him. Izuku jumped up into a defensive stance and looked around him, which caused him to drop his guard out of awe. He was underground, probably inside the cave he passed out in, but noticed a large glowing yellow crystal was embedded in the high ceiling, emitting light very similar to the sun, illuminating the cavern. However, what caused Izuku to gasp was that it was a large oasis with a small lake in the middle surrounded by dozens of plains. In the plains were hundreds if not thousands of cats and cat-like species. All the way from a small housecats, to lions, cougars and even some saber-tooths. Izuku turned completely around and saw probably the biggest thing he's ever seen in his life. It was a giant black panther that laying down in what seemed to be a nap, yet even though it was laying down it was almost at quarter of the ceiling high and took up almost half of the cavern in its width. "Ah, you're finally awake. We had you healed up, now let's see master." Izuku turned around and saw the jaguar from before looking at him before walking past Izuku and heading towards the giant panther. Izuku looked down and sure enough all his injuries were gone. Izuku didn't pay it no mind as he quickly jogged after the jaguar. The cats from before followed the duo. The duo stopped in front of the mouth of the panther with the cats from before circling at a distance around, cutting off any escapes Izuku had. Now that Izuku was closer he could see the finer details of what seemed to be the boss summon. Besides his large size, his most defining feature was the large scar that ran through his left eye and the many battle scars that riddled his sleek black coat. Izuku wondered what could cause this much damage to a boss summon. "Ahem. Raiden-sama, sorry to disturb your slumber, but there's something you'll want to see." The jaguar said this while bowing his head towards the panther. The panther groaned as it woke up but made no move to raise its head from the grass. "Raiden. What news do you bring, Jack?" "Jack. A summoner has a 0p paired in the rainforest. I brought him here as you ordered in your decree on what to do with summoners." "Raiden. I see." The panther opened its one good eye, revealing a beautiful purple slitted eye that instantly looked at Izuku, making him tremble a little. The panther slowing got up until it was in a sitting position, showing almost his full height, which was easily a small skyscraper. Raiden looked down on Izuku before finally speaking. "Raiden. Thank you, Jack. You are dismissed, Jack. As you wish." The jaguar, now named Jack, bowed his head one more time before turning around and walking towards the group of cats watching. "Raiden. Now, how did you end up here, child?" Izuku calmed down a little from the tone of the panther. It felt calm and soothing but powerful and wise at the same time. Like he was talking to a wise old king or a caring grandpa. "Izuku. I used a reverse summon that my master showed me. Sorry for trespassing, Raiden-sama." "Raiden. It's quite alright, child. A reverse summon though, that's quite dangerous. You must have been pretty determined to get a summoning contract or very stupid." Izuku. "Probably both, Raiden-sama." "Raiden. Honest, huh? I like that. Now it's obvious why you're here. Are you interested in the contract of the cat?" Izuku. "Well, I can't be picky on contracts, and I was told the reverse summon send you to the most compatible one, so who am I to deny my destiny?" "Yes, I am interested in your contract." "Raiden. Indeed you are correct about the reverse summon. Now before I test you I want to ask you a few questions. If that's alright with you." Izuku. "Of course, Raiden-sama." "Raiden. Good, then let's start with introductions because I don't feel like calling you child. My name is Raiden, as you had put together the boss summon of the cat contract." "And you are?" Izuku. "My name is Izuku Yagi." Genin of the village hidden in the leaves. A part of Team 3 under Junin Nimari Kayama. Son of the Hokage Toshinori Yagi. Raiden. Now that's out of the way, let's see if you are worthy to sign our contract and wield our power. Remember Izuku, answer me truthfully. Now let's begin. Izuku. Hi, Raiden. Why do you want to summon? Izuku looked surprised by the question as he seemed to look down in thought for a second. Before returning eye contact again with Raiden. Izuku. I'll be honest, I want to get stronger. Raiden. If that's the case, how come you didn't get a contract from a summoner in your village? Izuku. No one would even consider me as a candidate in my village. They treat me like a monster just because of my heritage. So, no one wants to be known as the person that helped me become stronger. That's why I used that technique to find a contract. Raiden. Heritage. Aren't you the child of the Hokage? Why wouldn't they jump on that? Izuku. Adopted, and this is why. Izuku closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing his Sharingan to the boss summon, causing Raiden to narrow his eye at Izuku. Izuku looked down and secretly got ready for the boss to attack him. Raiden. I don't get it. What's the problem? Izuku. Raiden. What's the problem? You're just one of those annoying Uchiha. Izuku looked at the boss in shock as the panther just licked its paw waiting for the answer. Izuku looked down until a thought came to his mind. Something he needed to check. Izuku. Raiden-sama, if I may, when was the last time any of you left your domain? Raiden. I don't really know how long, but I can tell you that it was me. It was back when I was trying to get back my mate who was captured. Funny enough, it was one of your Hokage. There was 2 times my mate was captured, once by your first Hokage and the second time by your 12th, not long after she was finally freed from her first captive. I went to get her back, but that wretched Hokage stopped me and tried to capture me as well. Instead he just took a Izuku. Just to be certain, who was your mate? Raiden. Matabi Haim. Or what you humans like to call her, the Two Tails. Izuku stepped back in shock at the revelation as Raiden closed his eye to reminisce for a second. Izuku. The Two Tails, but it was captured thousands of years ago by the Biju Tamer, the 12th Hokage, but I thought the tailed beasts were mindless. Raiden. Of course they aren't. Izuku. To all of the world it's been common knowledge that the beasts that were trapped in the Jinchurikis were mindless. Raiden. What, of course not, they all have their own personalities. Where did you get that idea from? Izuku. I guess we kind of just assumed, since none of them have spoken at all to a Jinchuriki since the 12th. Raiden. And what Hokage are you on? Izuku. The 98th. Raiden closed his eye and stood up fully and walked towards the lake in the middle of the cavern. Before sitting in front of the lake, Raiden tilted his head in a follow me gesture, causing Izuku to walk with the anther also sitting next to Raiden. It was silent for a while until Raiden broke the silence. Raiden. Tell me the history of the world I was not a part of. Bring me back up to speed, please. Izuku. Of course, Raiden-sama. I'll try my best. So Izuku began to tell the tale he was told was true all his life. All the way from the 12th Hokage to now, including what he knows and may know about the Uchihas. Raiden listened closely for the next 4 hours, not interrupting Izuku. Then Izuku finished, letting a silence envelope the two as Raiden remained in deep thought. Raiden. I see. Izuku. Now you understand why I was treated the way I was treated. However, I'm still unsure. Raiden. Unsure about what? Izuku. I'm unsure about my family and whether if I should actually investigate these claims or if I even should investigate about what really happened. I'm just confused and lost. Raiden. And why are you unsure? Izuku. I'm scared of what I might find, and more if what I find will change me. That's what terrifies me if I actually find something. Raiden. A just fear. Now let me ask you something, child. Izuku looked at the panther that returned his look with his one purple eye. Raiden. Once you gain this strength you're looking for, what would you use it for and what would be your first goals? Izuku looked at his reflection in the lake with a solemn look that had returned. Before he would have said to help his sister as her shadow, but now he didn't know. Why should he help a village that hates him when hardly anyone in the village will barely give him the time of day? Was it because it was right? What even is right at this point? What was right? Izuku. I I will the entire truth of what happened to the Uchiha. Then I will. Raiden. That's why I'm asking, child. What if you learn something that won't satisfy you? Something you didn't want to learn? What if it paints your family and village as murderers? Will you avenge a bunch of people you have never met, or will you stay with the murderers? What's the point of learning the truth if you don't even know who was on the right side? Izuku. Right side. Izuku's eyes widened as he finally knew what he needed to do. He stood up abruptly and gave a determined look towards Raiden, who had raised his eyebrow. Izuku. I will do what I deem right by my standards. I may not know what's right about my identity or what to do about my village and the Uchiha genocide. However, I can promise you this, Raiden-sama. I will save and free your wife and all her siblings from their captives. Raiden's eye widened as he looked at Izuku like he was crazy. Raiden regained his composure as he looked at Izuku again, this time with a curious look. Raiden. Izuku Yagi, you do know what happens when a Biju is forcibly removed from a Jinchuriki? Raiden asked with authority, making sure Izuku understood the gravity of what he was saying. Izuku. I do. I deem it a necessary sacrifice, now that I know that these individuals are trapped against their will in people just so nations can maintain their power. That isn't right and I will stop it. Raiden. This could be considered a threat to the nations. Are you ready to be targeted by all the nations? Izuku. So, not much change, huh? Raiden. I see. Zoe. A cheetah emerged from the surrounding cats and bowed a few feet behind Raiden. Zoe. Yes, Raiden-sama. Raiden. Bring out the scroll, please. The cheetah nodded in understanding and disappeared in a blur before reappearing in front of Izuku with a small scroll in her mouth. Izuku gently took the scroll out of her mouth and opened it, revealing a blank scroll with the only words being summoners at the top. Raiden. Congratulations, Izuku. I accept you as our first ever summoner. Now sign the scroll, it will be official. Izuku did what he was asked and the name Izuku Yagi glowed brightly on the first line. Before the Yagi started flickering and turned into Uchiha before returning back to Yagi. It kept doing the reversal, confusing Izuku as he looked at Raiden with confusion. Raiden. Ah, that's called an identity crisis. It will stabilize once you figure that out yourself. Don't worry, you'll still be able to use the summons. Now you have 3 weeks, correct? Let's train you all about your new summons. Thus his training began. For the next 3 weeks Izuku was taught the many different summons the cats had and how to summon the type he needed. He learned also he could summon literally any type of cat. All the way from a simple house cat to Raiden himself. However, he was told to wait until he was older until he tried to summon Raiden. There was several types of summons, each for several different situations. Some of these types included scouts, trappers, tanks, healers, elementals, mind readers, interrogations, frontline, sealers, trackers and spies. There was many more, but those were the only ones that were explained to Izuku. Raiden wanted to train him fully, but he knew they wouldn't have enough time since the introductions to the many cat summons and the lessons on half of their types took up to 2 weeks. The last week before he left, Izuku was taught nothing but stealth to the point he was easily Anbu level and he couldn't be any happier. It was time for Izuku to head back and was quickly reversed summoned back after he had said his goodbyes. Izuku reappeared in front of his team, who looked worry-sick, but he just gave them a confident smirk. Midnight. Oh, thank God, I thought I was going to get executed. So, what contract did you get? Izuku smiled as he put a finger to his mouth. Izuku. That's a secret. Start of identity arc. Narrator Pav. Izuku landed on a tree branch, going into a crouch as he adjusted the brown cloak he was wearing and pulling the hood back, revealing his black hair. In front of him, half a football field away, were ruins of what Izuku could tell used to be a village. Now just shells of whatever beauty they used to hold. Izuku pulled out a map from his side pouch and made sure he was in the right location. Right now Izuku was in between the land of fire and lightning, currently in the coastal lands of the land of hot water. Once he confirmed his location, Izuku tucked the map back into his pouch as he pulled the hood back up as the cloudy sky started to release a small drizzle. Izuku closed his eyes as he used his small sensory skills to see if he was alone, and sure enough he was. Not even an animal was nearby. Izuku jumped down and started walking towards the ruins. Once inside, he felt saddened as he walked by the destroyed houses and buildings. He saw the Uchiha crest on several of the walls in the debris torn apart from the destruction, and the ones that weren't torn apart were scratched up and defaced on purpose from what Izuku could tell. It was nothing but destruction. Izuku bit his finger and ran through hand signs before slamming his palm on the ground, making a large poof. A Siamese cat appeared, looking expectantly at Izuku. Izuku. Diana, can you search around for something interesting? Diana nodded as she jumped away in between ruins looking for something. Izuku sighed as he stepped over a skeleton's hand and turned towards the center of the village, where he saw an intact tower that looked similar to the Hokage Tower. Izuku started walking to it, passing by even more ruins and destruction. Izuku stepped through the shattered entry and saw dozens of skeletons just in the lobby alone. Izuku walked past them and went up the stairs towards where the cage's office usually is, and just passed by even more skeletons, making him slightly angry, clenching his fist. Izuku. They didn't even give them a proper burial. Izuku continued to walk up and saw at least a dozen more skeletons in front of the cage's office. He carefully walked over the skeletons and entered the office. It was ransacked from bandits or the initial raid, Izuku couldn't tell. Izuku looked through the broken desk and only found a nameplate that said Hisashi Uchiha, but the Uchiha was scratched out, probably by a kunai. In the corner of his eye, Izuku saw something sticking out of the carpet, causing him to kneel down and pluck it out, revealing a photo. It was a picture of a young couple with their baby. The man had messy black hair with dark eyes and a sloppy smile on his face. He was wearing cage clothes minus the hat, but it seemed the trimming was black. Next to the man was a young beautiful woman with long black hair with grayish eyes. She was wearing a simple black cloak and had a soft smile on her face, with a baby wrapped in a white cloth tightly held against her. Behind them was the same village Izuku walked through, but lively, with a lot of people walking around to do their business. Izuku turned the picture over and felt his heart dropped as he read the quote. He started shaking and lost his balance, slumping against the wall as he slid down the wall and just sat there. On the back read, Hisashi plus Mimi equals Izuku. The Uchiha's future is bright. Izuku closed his eyes as he leaned his head back with a frown adorning his face. Izuku. My parents. A meow broke the silence as Diana strolled into the room before sitting in front of Izuku. Diana. I found a weird door in one of the ruined houses, though this one is more of a estate than a house. Izuku took a shaky breath before standing up and nodding towards the cat with a thankful look. Diana nodded in return and started leading Izuku towards the house as Izuku stuffed the picture into his pouch. The duo arrived at a ruined estate that was actually in good state compared to the rest of the village, with the only signs of damage being from decay and rot. As they walked the halls, avoiding the fallen debris from the roof, Izuku saw the faded photos in their frames and the many bloodstains that stained the hallways. Izuku concluded a Uchiha made their last stand here, since there was no skeletons, meaning they picked up the bodies from here. As they were walking, Izuku glanced at a room before fully stopping, making Diana stop too. Izuku walked into what seemed to be a baby room. On the floor were two skeletons not far from a baby crib, both reaching for it until it seems they died. They were wearing the same clothes as the couple from the picture, just faded and worn from the time. Diana watched from the door of the room, waiting patiently. Izuku spoke in a quiet voice. Izuku. Just show me the door. Diana. It's around the corner. Diana led him to what looked like a vault with a seal that glowed brighter the closer Izuku walked towards it. Izuku recognized it as a blood seal and quickly cut his finger and splashed his blood on it, making the seal burst to pieces, unlocking the vault. However, the vault door didn't budge but saw the faded wording above the door. Only true eyes can see past this door. Izuku activated his Sharingan, making the door turn automatically, revealing an underground bunker shrouded in darkness. Diana jumped on Izuku's shoulder as he started walking down the stone stairs. The lights flickered on, revealing a small library with a robot sitting in an armchair reading a book. The robot looked up in surprise as it stood up and dropped its book. Master Izuku, you finally made your way here. The robot started cheering, causing Izuku and Diana to sweat drop. The robot was wearing a butler outfit with a small top hat, but Izuku could see the green glow that originated from the robot at its center and through its eyes. Like the Terminator robot, Izuku looked at the robot with a cold glare, causing the robot to stop. Izuku. Who are you and what are you doing down here? Oh, excuse me. My name is Alfred, and I was tasked to watch these documents and books and allow only Izuku Uchiha to access them, which is you. Izuku. Who made you? Alfred. Your father. Hisashi Uchiha. Izuku clenched his fist as an scowl crossed his face, causing Alfred to look at him with sadness. Alfred picked up the book he was reading and put it in its place as Izuku reached the bottom of the stairs. Izuku looked around a little more, seeing the several workbenches against the wall full of automated parts opposite of the library. In the back of the bunker looked like a training room, armory full of training dummies and ancient-looking weapons. Izuku looked back to the robot who sat back in its chair. Izuku. Tell me everything you know. Explain what happened to the Uchiha. Alfred sighed as he gestured for Izuku to take the armchair across from him. Izuku did, but with reluctance, since he didn't know what the robot's game was. Alfred narrating. I guess we can start from the beginning, when the Uchiha separated themselves from their previous ways. The Uchiha used to be cruel, arrogant and just general piece of shits. That was until the Uchiha massacre, where there was only 2 Uchiha left. One the culprit of the massacre and the other the lone survivor who only lived because he was the younger brother of the culprit. There was more to it, but it was overly complicated and isn't that important to what we are talking about. The daughter of the lone survivor is what is important. Sarada Uchiha, the queen of the Sharingan, the 9th Hokage and the first of 2 Uchiha Hokage. She was the one that changed the Uchiha for the better. After resurrecting the clan through her own children and a few cloning procedures thanks to Orochimaru-sama, she taught the new Uchiha clan a different philosophy. Avoid a fight at all costs unless the mission dictates it. Friends and family should always come first, even before the mission. Never raise your hand against an innocent. Never fall to your hatred. Never accept a mission to harm innocents. Maintain peace and never use your Sharingan for personal gain. Those were the ideals the Uchiha lived by until the day they were murdered. As you would expect, this mindset wasn't looked well upon due to its peace-loving ways. It may have flied during the Great Peace during the 7th-9th reign. It soon became looked down upon when war broke out once again. Soon the reverence the Uchiha had gained had turned into jealousy of their power and resentment for their mistaken cowardice. The first time the Uchiha were openly hated was during the 12th reign, where he earned his nickname the Biju Tamer after he had captured all the Bijus, once again breaking the 7th promise to them. The Uchiha called this out, saying this was against the 7th wishes, but they were ignored and the Bijus were resealed and sold off to the different nations. Truly a shame. The second time was when the 30th Hokage, the Taijutsu princess, when she married the head of the Uchiha clan and took his name. The village became an uproar, saying they couldn't accept this, using the excuse it's showing favoritism, but in reality they wanted her to marry her shadow cage. In response to the backlash, the 30th Hokage threw her robes off and resigned right then and there. It was a huge scandal that almost led to a civil war for the Hokage seat. Now you know a little of the history, let's talk about what led to the Uchiha genocide, or the eradication of those red-eye traitors. Konoha likes to call it. The end began when your father became the head of the clan. The 98th Hokage, or the one that took you, thought he could bully your father into what he wants since he was brand new to leadership. What the Hokage didn't count for was that your father was a natural leader and easily outpaced the Hokage in leadership and strength. The two never got along due to their competition, one young and seeking glory while the other was just looking out for his people. It was like oil and water trying to mix, it was never going to work. Then the final straw came for Hisashi when Toshinori Yagi ordered for him to bring half of the Uchiha females, girl or women, to the cage tower so they could trade them to the other villages for money and land. The very next day the Uchiha left their compound and cut all ties with Konoha and looked to these hot water lands to seek to make a new village. They were able to buy the lands from the village hidden in hot water for decent price, since they sold them the land that was infertile and would never grow food. Until Hisashi discovered a method to grow food on infertile land, greatly angering the hot water people. However, their sudden independence movement greatly angered all the nations, since it would cause a power struggle due to the new player in the game and with Konoha losing a powerful clan. Even when the Uchiha promised they would remain neutral and not side on any war, they didn't listen and still planned. Honestly, that was probably the final nail in the coffin, saying that since it just made the mindset, if I can't have them then no one can. Hisashi knew this was happening and started making preparations to make a stand, since he knew there wouldn't be anywhere else to go afterwards. So, he knew this will be the Uchiha's last stand and was fine with dying until you were born. The day after you were born was the day they started their attack in the middle of the night, attacking the civilian portions first. Hospitals, schools, houses and apartments, all felt their wrath as they burned to the ground with the people still inside. The nations knew they didn't stand a chance if they fought all the Uchiha fairly, so they devised a plan to take them off guard and lower their numbers. It worked but also greatly angered the Uchiha. Thus the last stand commenced, but the nations didn't know was that Hisashi made a decree that no Uchiha would activate their Sharingan but him. Hisashi wasn't dumb, he knew exactly why they came for them. The Sharingan, so in response and as one last fuck you he made sure they never got a hand on a pair. He used his because he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, a extremely powerful form of the Sharingan that has immense power in exchange for blindness of the user. So, Hisashi used as much power as he could, so when they would eventually take his eyes they would have barely any use left in them, so the whole raid would be for nothing. Hisashi and the Uchiha forces fought until the bitter end, easily decimating the forces with I would take severe causalities that would lead to their conquering by Konoha and setting it up as in puppet state. Anyways, once he used almost all of his eyes, Hisashi went here and set up the bunker and me to wait for your return since he had a plan. The Uchiha fell eventually from the sheer numbers, but to the nation's annoyance they weren't able to capture any alive since they would fight until the last man and refused to be captured. The head forces came upon here and confronted your father and mother who were guarding your crib. Your father and mother played their act perfectly as they begged for them to spare you. They killed your mother first as she took a kunai through the heart after they had thrown it at you, killing her instantly. As they pinned your father down ready to take his eyes, he stared into the eyes of your captor, playing his last part of his plan. He trapped the Hokage and his wife into a genjutsu that would make them want to take you as their own. Since he knew they have been wanting a child and that was the only way he knew that you would survive. Once his eyes were taken he stored some chakra into you that will activate once you unlock your Mangekyo. He wanted to meet you at least one more time. Your father died in that room with a katana through the heart as he heard you get taken by the Hokage and his wife. Your father died hoping his plan worked, and luckily it seems it did since you are sitting right here across from me. That is all I know. Izuku stared at the floor with dead eyes and his face in a neutral dead look, causing Alfred to sigh in sadness as he knew this would be hard for Izuku to accept, but this was the truth. Alfred, once you got the time and you are ready, please come back and I will teach all about the Sharingan and tell you who has your father's eyes. I could also help you find a better weapon than that junk. Just come when you are ready. Izuku nodded faintly as he got up and walked out of the bunker with Diana. Alfred waved goodbye as the bunker door closed behind Izuku. Izuku stood at the entrance of the bunker for a second before he pulled his hood back up since it was now storming. Izuku walked into the baby room and just stared at the corpses. 4 hours later, Izuku could be seen kneeling in the dirt as he covered the last grave. For the last 4 hours Izuku had gotten all the skeletons he could find and buried them in an open field, with the final ones being his parents' graves, and now he kneeled in front of them as the storm continued to rage. Izuku stood up and stared at the graves with a blank look. He clenched his fist and a tree exploded as it got hit by lightning. Izuku. Diana. Tell Raiden-sama I have made my decision. Izuku turned around revealing a 3-tomoed Sharingan with rage on his face as angry tears poured down his face. Diana, a few yards away from Izuku, walked towards to Izuku ready to hear his message. Izuku. After I free the Biju, tell him I will get my revenge for my clan. No matter who gets in my way, I will complete it. Diana nodded in understanding as she was about to return until Izuku gestured for her to stop, and reached into his pouch and handed her the picture. Izuku. Keep it safe for me. Diana. Of course, Izuku-sama. Farewell. Diana took the picture gently in her mouth before she poofed into smoke, returning to the cat homeworld. Izuku turned to the graves one more time before he also poofed into smoke. Crash. A dish shattered on the floor as Izuku leaned against the sink while shaking. He was back in his home washing dishing when his clone returned with all of its memories. His Sharingan activated, turning into its matured form as Izuku gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Inko. You okay, Izuku? I heard you drop a dish. Izuku. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. I'm fine. Inko. Okay, just make sure to clean up the broken dishes and finish those up. Izuku. Izuku deactivated his Sharingan as he picked up the pieces with a blank look. He continued washing, staring at his reflection which stared back at him with scowl. Dash dash. The white ball soon got enveloped until it was half white and half black. Dash dash. Cat summoning scroll glowed as Izuku's name changed one last time until he read Izuku Uchiha. Narrator Pav. Identity Arc. Izuku and Nimari were sitting on the original Hokage cliff that was now bare after the fall of Konoha thousands of years ago. They had long moved the Hokage memorials and decided to make them into statues instead of just faces, now located in a park not far from the Hokage Tower. Anyways, Nimari and Izuku were sitting in silence on the cliff looking down on the city. They didn't need to talk as they just enjoyed the view, however Izuku slowly grew sick of the sight of Konoha as he looked down on it. Nimari had called him here to talk to him about something they needed to talk about. It's been about 30 minutes since they arrived and Nimari nor Izuku have said a word. Nimari knew something was wrong with Izuku, like he wasn't the same Izuku she met all those months ago. He was angrier, more brutal on missions and showed no respect to anyone but her. Plus for the monthly goal reminder and team introduction, she could hardly recognize the kid. He almost never mentions his family anymore and his goal is to become stronger. Maybe he. Nimari sighed as she banished those thoughts and decided to get straight down to business. Midnight. Me and you are going to leave tonight for a mission. Just us and no one else. The others will have their own mission with me at a later date. Izuku. What's the mission? Midnight. C-rank assassinations. I need you guys to get your first kill out of the way. Izuku. I already have. Midnight. That doesn't count. Your first kill is when you plan it out, deliberate and meant to happen by your hands. The one you had was out of instinct to save your life, it could be even argued it was accidentally. Izuku. I understand. I do need to grow a backbone if I'm going to betray them later. However, Izuku showed discomfort on his face even though inside he was only angry that he had to do Konoha's dirty work. He already knew the assassination was probably out of something petty. Izuku nodded towards Nimari as he jumped away to pack. He accepted this since he must get stronger if had any hope of completely his goals. It's been 2 weeks since Izuku learned the whole truth of his origin and is completely focused on one goal at the moment. Get stronger. However, Izuku wasn't completely unfair to Konoha. He promised himself he'll give them one more chance to prove themselves that they are better. He told himself if they screwed him over in any way during the Chunin exams then their fate is sealed. He didn't know where he would go after his betrayal but he had a feeling an opportunity would show itself. Dash dash. At night, Izuku and Nimari were double-checking their backpacks while standing at the village gates. Behind them were all of Izuku's friends and family wishing him luck out there. Izuku just gave them a fake smile and goodbye as the pair left towards the land of demons. His family knew something was off with Izuku. He seemed disgusted every time he looked at Toshi and Inko. He also barely talked to Izumi anymore and when he did he never called her his sister anymore. Everyone was worried about Izuku. Anyways, the mission was simple. Izuku was to go to the land of demons kingdom and assassinate the princess that can see the future. The princess has refused to give any more readings to Konoha so now she needed to die. Hopefully, her daughter would be more cooperative. Izuku didn't like the mission since it would help Konoha but honestly didn't really care that much. It took them 2 weeks on foot to reach the land of demons with Nimari and Izuku looking down on the castle from a giant tree branch from one of the many giant trees that surrounded the fortress. It was the dead of night with the only light coming from the lights in the fortress and the moonlight that peeked through the clouds. A small black snake slithered up the side of the tree until it crawled up on Nimari before wrapping around her neck and leaning towards her ear. Koi. 5-floor SSS, 2,000 plus guards non-shinobi patrolling each floor every 50 minutes, 100 rooms each floor with the fortress consisting of 3 wings. The princess is on the 5th floor, right wing the 53rd room on the right side of the hall. 2 guards outside on the balcony and 4 in front of the door. Midnight. Thank you Koi. Izuku. Izuku nodded as he disappeared in a shuncheon of red flames towards the fortress. Nimari prayed silently as she hoped Izuku would get the mission done without incident. He was about to try and kill a woman that could see the future. Izuku let the unconscious guard drop to the floor as he threw a tag at the window of the balcony, making the glass get sucked into it, allowing Izuku to climb into the room, where he threw a silence tag on the floor, allowing him to be as loud as he needs to be. Izuku looked to his left and saw the princess sitting on her bed with a dead look as she stared at Izuku. Izuku pulled out his katana and bowed before the princess in respect. He knew she knew what was about to happen. The princess's eyes changed into a geometrical shape as it turned purple. A vision appeared of a city burning to the ground with a man with red eyes in the middle. A black humanoid skeleton wrapped around him as giant golden fox crashed down on him. The vision faded as the princess closed her eyes and let out a shaky sigh. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll make it painless. Thank you, but I don't deserve that, especially after all the pain I have caused you. Izuku. Explain. They came to me when I had just gotten this role and forced me to lie about your clan. They wanted to use me to justify the atrocity they committed on your clan. So, they threatened to kill my family and raze my village to the ground. So, I accepted, and now everyone hates the Uchiha for a war they were never going to start. It's always eaten at me, so I beg for your forgiveness. Izuku. I understand and I don't blame you. Have you made your peace? Yes, and thank you. Let my death atone for my sins. Izuku walked behind the kneeling princess as she took deep breaths as she prepared for the end. Izuku was hesitant on killing her since he could tell she truly was not a bad person. But he knew it would be suspicious if he didn't go through with it, so he raised his katana. Izuku. Princess Maki, if you don't mind me asking, why didn't you tell anyone I was coming? Maki. If you can see what I can see, Izuku, you wouldn't stop your death either. I've seen so many people's future, my own, my father's, my daughter's, your clan, the cages, and even yours. It's just so hard seeing so much death without even lifting a finger. However, Izuku Uchiha, you will change this world. Hopefully for the better. Izuku. Thank you for helping me understand. Maki nodded as she lowered her head to make it easier for Izuku. Izuku plunged his katana down in angle through the side of her neck straight through the heart, killing her instantly. Izuku pulled the blade out, making her body slump to the side. Izuku sighed as he flicked his katana to side, wiping the blood off. He put his blade away and picked up the body and laid it on the bed. He gave her a silent prayer before disappearing in a shuncheon of flames. Izuku appeared next to Nimari, making her gain a calculating look, but Izuku didn't give her a look as he started to jump away. Nimari knew he got the job done and let it be, since she assumed he was just upset about it. She was right about him being upset, but she was wrong why he was upset. He was livid with the shinobi system and what they made this innocent princess do. Izuku truly was angry right now, to the point even 2 weeks later when they got back. Izuku ran into one of the villagers that gives him a hard time. The villager tried to attack Izuku and cause a scene. Since usually Izuku just takes it since he doesn't want to cause trouble, this time though Izuku beat the man with an inch of his life left. With Izuku having to be restrained by his team, he was livid. Identity arc. Narrator Pav. * 1 month since last chapter. 1 month has passed since Izuku murdered the princess of the land of demons. At his return, Izuku had returned back to his silent self that everyone remembered from before. This time it wasn't out of sadness like before, it was just pure anger. Izuku lashed out at everyone around him, strangers that tried to test his patience, villagers who tried to be cruel, his classmates that just wanted to check on him, his family that were worried, and even his teammates. However, Izuku just ignored them or berated them for bothering him. Basically Sasuke but more aggressive. Shoka completed her mission and came back a mess who always cried and had nightmares. It took a couple weeks for her to get her smile back. Apparently for her mission she had to kill a corrupt businessman in the land of River. Even though it was a bad man, his dying scared face still haunts her dreams. It didn't help that her boyfriend didn't even so much as look in her direction when she returned, yet alone give her sympathy, making it harder for her to cope with the guilt. Koda was broken after his mission, not even able to stop shaking from killing that girl. His mission was to kill a demon girl in the land of tea. In reality it was just a girl with a very bad case of leprosy, but money is money. It took the entire effort of the whole class to convince Kota not to give up being a ninja except Izuku, who just called him pathetic, causing him and Shoka to have their first argument. Today Team 3 were at their training ground waiting for Nimari, but the tension was high in the air, with both Shoka and Izuku having agitated looks as they looked away from each other while Kota and Haru stood leaning next to a tree. The two had just had another argument when Nimari arrived, causing her to sigh as she watched the once unstoppable team full of teamwork crumble before her eyes. Midnight. Ever since his mission he's been a completely different person. No, even before that, ever since we had that escort mission going from Kumo back to Konoha. Did he find out? No, he couldn't have. Get it together, Nimari. Nimari landed in front of the trio, making them perk up in attention due to her arrival. However, Nimari saddened as she saw Izuku not even look at her but instead looked as if he was waiting for her to just get it over with. Shoka stood at attention, but you could see the depression in her eyes. Kota just looked like only his body was there. Midnight. In 1 month's time the Chunin exams will take place here in Konoha. I already but your names in, since you four are obviously Chunin level already. The problem is your teamwork now. So, until then we will only work on teamwork. However, you three will have a friendly spar between each other. Instantly the three separated from each other, taking out a kunai as they prepared to fight. Kota and Shoka nodded to each other and turned to face Izuku, causing a smirk to cross his face. As the promise of good fight fueled his blood, Nimari signaled for them to start, causing Kota and Shoka to rush Izuku. Shoka quickly ran at Izuku, ready to let off some steam, with Kota ordering Haru to follow behind her to back her up. Izuku activated his fully mature Sharingan as he easily deflected or blocked all of Shoka's attacks, making her fume with frustration, along with Haru, as he was just guided into a tree every time he tried to bite Izuku. Izuku, however, was starting to get disappointed since he thought they would be stronger. Shoka saw that look and was filled with rage. Izuku roundhouse kicked her away. While she was flying back, she ran through hand signs before bringing a hand to her lips like she was blowing a bubble. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw an icy mist form out of her mouth as it quickly covered the aisle. Izuku covered his mouth to make sure he didn't inhale the icy mist, since it would destroy his lungs. Shoka. Ice release. Icy mist poison. While Izuku was trying to escape the mist, he couldn't help but feel the pain in his eyes and chakra coils. Like before when he saw new elements, but it was a duller pain this time and even felt kind of cold. He ignored the pain as he jumped out of the mist, landing on the water surrounding the aisle. He quickly ran to a different aisle as the three followed him. As soon as he landed, 2 earth hands erupted from the ground and grabbed his ankles, holding him in place. Kota. Earth style. Stone cuffs. Shoka ran through hand signs and launched dozens of icicles escaped from her mouth, launching themselves at Izuku. Shoka. Ice release. Icicle stream. Shoka gasped in horror as the icicles pierced Izuku, spurting blood everywhere as the body slumped. Shoka. Oh my god. Izuku. Before she could check on him, his body crumpled into dirt, making her gasp and then groan as she felt the steel of kunai on her throat, with Kota going through the same thing with Izuku's clone. Nimari jumped in front of them as Izuku released the two and stood at attention. Nimari told them good job and reminded them that every day will be teamwork training, and then they were dismissed. Cat world. I'll let you guys name the summon world. Izuku was looking at the main lake before he looked at his hands. He had that feeling again to try Shoka's jutsu. He didn't know it would be pointless. It's a Kekkei Genkei, or a bloodline. You can only use it if you have the blood. So, why does he feel like he can do it, and why does it feel like he needs to try? He ran through the hand signs he saw Shoka do and brought his hand to his mouth and started spitting out icicles. Not as many or strong as Shoka's, but he was still able to do it. Raiden was watching from the distance, looking with narrowed eyes as he watched Izuku, who looked shocked at the fact he was able to do it. Raiden. Izuku. Don't use that outside of this realm. Izuku. Oh okay. Truly interesting. Narrator Pav. Identity arc. The month of preparation came and went like a flash of lightning, with it now being the day of the Chunin exams. A time for genin to prove themselves or die trying. Izuku was ready as he had spent a good amount of time after his team exercises with the cats, learning many different techniques. Most of the month though was learning the mystery with his eyes, but they barely learned anything. The team exercises helped Team 3 a little with Izuku at least talking to his teammates, however outside of missions and training he would never socialize with them or anyone. Right now Team 3 could be seen walking towards their old academy to take the first portion of the exam. Izuku was leading the way with a blank expression as he has had trouble expressing any emotion but anger lately. Kota had a neutral look but he was terrified deep down, he just didn't want to show it since he knew Izuku would yell at him for being a coward. Shoka had a depressed look since she couldn't tell what her and Izuku's relationship was anymore. Were they even dating? Izuku however was having a problem of late, he couldn't feel anything for anyone, well more like he didn't know what he was supposed to feel for his friends, or the people that weren't involved with the genocide. Should he be angry with them as well? Or thankful for the ones that were friends with him, or should they perish with their parents? He truly was confused after he thought about it for a while. He doesn't know what to feel anymore for anyone. Trust me, he isn't having second doubts on his future betrayal, he just isn't sure on what he's supposed to feel for the people he's going to betray. Pity, hate, it was all so muggy he just couldn't make it out. One thing he did know was that these exams will help clear his mind and help him decide his future plans. As they climbed the stairs to the second floor, Izuku saw Asuna Nin purposely try to trip him, so he just stepped on his toes, making him squirm in pain. Their eyes met, with Izuku giving him a condescending look while the Suna boy gave him a cold glare. Izuku stepped off his foot and gave the boy and his team an appraisal. The boy had black military cut with his Suna headband tied tightly around his forehead. He wore a large red coat with a light brown fur trim at the top. His female teammate was what you could consider a foreign beauty. She had long auburn hair with lush lips and brown eyes. She was nice and slender, that was enhanced by the revealing clothes she wore, which was just a black jumpsuit that left little to the imagination. Her headband was tied around her neck. The final teammate was short plump boy who was wearing traditional battle armor that was sand-colored, and he had a giant battle fan on his back. He looked constipated. Izuku. Dead tone. Oh, sorry, didn't see your foot there. It is fine, my fellow contestant, my foot was the thing in the way. The name is Inasa Yoarashi, future case cage. What are your names? Izuku. None of your business. Izuku was about to walk away with Kota and Shoka following when Inasa grabbed Shoka's wrist and pulled her towards him. Inasa. Well, I was more interested in your name, beautiful. What is it, and are you single? Shoka. Flustered. Oh well. Shoka looked to Izuku for help, but he just looked at her with a blank look before he continued walking away with Kota. Shoka's eyes widened but quickly turned into sadness as she pulled her arm away from Inasa and started following the two while her hair shadowed her eyes. Inasa growled as it seemed the tip was wrong about the two. As Team 3 made their way to the classroom, Izuku couldn't help but feel disappointed in himself since he truly didn't feel anything when Shoka got hit on. No anger and no jealousy, absolutely nothing. As Izuku opened the door to the classroom and walked in with Shoka and Kota, instantly they were bombarded with killing intent directed from the other foreign teams. It was originally directed at all three of them, but after the teams realized who Izuku was, it became solely directed at Izuku. Izuku felt his anger resurface at the attempt to scare him and leaked his own, filling the room, causing them all but a few to cower in fear. Izuku huffed as he sat in the back of the room while closing his eyes to meditate. Shoka looked at Izuku with a sad look before she joined her friends at a table along with Kota and Haru. The class saw Shoka's face and instantly went to confront and comfort her. Momo. What happened, Shoka? Why do you look like you're about to cry? Shoka. It's nothing, let's just get this test out of the way. Izumi saw through the fake smile and already had a guess. Izumi. Was it Izuku? Shoka. Nod. Izumi. Is he hurting you? Because if he is, I'll take care of him. Shoka. What? No, it's just. It feels like I'm the only one that's trying to make it work anymore, and earlier seemed to confirm it. Suyu. What do you mean, Ribbit? Shoka. Sigh. Earlier while we were walking here, Asuna boy flirted with me. Izuku didn't even bat an eye and kept walking. Izumi. Okay, that's it. I've been giving him the benefit of the doubt that he needed space, but now it's too far. I'm going to talk to him. Before Izumi could go to Izuku and chew him out, the door busted open to reveal a very beautiful middle-aged woman with short blue hair with pink highlights. She was wearing the standard Anbu uniform with her mask on her hip attached by a string. The mask was designed without an animal but instead a large cross over the left eye. He recognized the mask and already knew who she was. Nagant. My name is Kana Tsutsumi. I will be your proctor for the first portion of the Chunin exams. The exam is simple. You will get a 10-question exam that will test your capability in certain situations and see how you react. However, if you get caught cheating, you will be given a warning. If you are caught cheating for a third time, you and your team will be kicked out. Now take a seat and my fellow proctors will pass out the tests. As the tests were passed out, Izuku could feel the gaze of Nagant causing him to look at her. To his surprise, he wasn't met with hatred but instead a look of wariness, as if she couldn't make out whether he was a threat or an asset. Izuku looked down at the test he was handed and couldn't help but feel a little angry as he saw that his was way harder than it should have been. Izuku started running through hand signs under the table, causing Nagant to raise her eyebrow. A small pillar of earth destroyed the leg of a chair of a boy in front of Izuku, causing the boy to fall. As the boy fell, Izuku used a substitution jutsu, switching his and the boy's tests, causing Nagant to chuckle lightly as she started the timer for the test. Izuku breezed through the questions he knew but saw that some of them are impossible to solve at his level, yet he noticed in the corner of his eye several individuals just answering them anyway. That's when he determined they implanted several fake genin into the fold for them to cheat off of. Izuku activated his Sharingan and quickly wrote down the answers before closing his eyes and waiting for the final question. Shoka was able to answer her questions with ease since she got an easier test thanks to who her father was. Kota got his answers from Haru, who was barking quietly into his ear. Now it was time for Nagant to give the final question since there was no 10th on the test and Nagant said there was 10 questions. Nagant. As you may have noticed, there was no 10th question on the test. No, it is not a mistake, so put your hand down, glasses. It's very simple. You will be given a choice on whether you want to take the 10th question or not, since it will be given orally. Murmurs filled the classroom as Nagant just gave the classroom a scan. She saw a Kumo nin with platinum hair and dark skin just give her a cold look, a Suna boy with a buzz cut and fur coat give her a determined smile, a Iwa girl with a brown bangs and wearing their traditional wear give a neutral look, and Izuku still meditating with his eyes closed. Nagant. The reason why you will have a choice is simple. If you fail this question, you will be automatically disqualified with your team and will never be able to take the Chunin exams again. If you back out now, not only you but your whole team will also have to back out. You have 5 minutes to make up your mind. The room was quickly filled with panic as teams started to discuss with each other at the dilemma. Izumi was having second thoughts on whether she was ready until she saw Izuku still meditating. As if the news didn't bother him, she decided she had to be ready. Several teams started to leave until it was already half of what it was originally. Shoka and Kota were about to raise their hands to leave when they heard Izuku call someone pathetic that had left, causing them to crush their cowardly thoughts in shame. After the 5 minutes were up, Nagant double-checked to make sure everyone was ready for the final question. After no protest, Nagant revealed that they had all passed and would move on to the next section, with the window busting open as soon as she finished that sentence. A woman with brown pixie hair standing there saying she will be the proctor for the next section and to meet her at the Forest of Death in 10 minutes or they would be disqualified. Remaining teams. All of Konoha's teams 12, 2 Suna teams, 3 Kumo teams, 1 Iwa team, 1 Kiri, 1 Taka, 2 Sound and 2 Hot Water. Narrator Pav. Identity arc. The remaining teams all stood in front of the main gate of the Forest of Death, all unnerved by the sheer size of it and ominous aura it emitted. Izuku stared at the forest with disinterest as he honestly didn't care how scary it looked. A forest is just a forest. Mandalay appeared in a whirlwind of leaves as she gave the genins a smirk. As Mandalay explained the rules, the class and Izuku's friends looked at him with concern as they couldn't help but feel like they didn't recognize him anymore. He used to be carefree and walked around everywhere with a large smile. They don't even remember the last time they saw Izuku smile. They needed to know what changed. Before they could approach Izuku, Mandalay had already started sending the different teams to different smaller gates with their scrolls. The goal and objective was simple. Each team would be given one of 2 scrolls, a white scroll and a black scroll. The goal was for them to reach the tower in the middle of the forest with both scrolls. It was up to them to get their pair. They had 1 week. If they didn't reach the tower with both scrolls, they would automatically fail and would be disqualified. Fairly simple but could be extremely deadly due to the opponents. Shoka tucked the white scroll they were given into her pouch as her team stood in front of Gate C. Izuku was looking forward with an impassive look, causing Kota and Shoka to look at each other in discomfort. Shoka. So, Izuku, what's the plan? Any target you have in mind? Izuku. No, we just go in and find the first team that has our scroll and take care of them. I have some guesses on what their specialties are but can't tell for certain. Shoka. When you mean take care of them? You can't mean. Izuku. Once we're past these gates, Shoka, it will be a free-for-all. The others don't care who we are, they only want our scroll. It will be hunt or be hunted and I'm no prey. Shoka's eyes widened at the remark as Izuku's face never changed from his stoic look. He was serious. He will kill anyone that gets in his way. She couldn't recognize the boy she fell in love with. Shoka. What if we come across our friends first? Izuku was silent for a long time, making Shoka uncomfortable and Kota scared of what he was thinking. As the gates opened letting the teams enter, Izuku finally gave his answer. Izuku. We look for a different team to fight unless we have to fight them, but we won't kill them. Shoka let out a shaky breath she didn't know she was holding as she nodded in understanding. Thus Team 3 ran into the forest with Izuku leading the way. Izumi was jumping through the trees with Shoto and Bakugo right next to her, following her closely. The mood between them was sour as they had an argument before they entered the forest. It was over Izuku and his sudden change. Bakugo wants to confront Izuku directly on what has got him like this, while Izumi wants Izuku to come to them since she doesn't want to intrude too much and push him further away. Shoto agreed with Bakugo since she saw how hard Shoka has been taking Izuku's change lately. One thing they had in common was that they needed to confront Izuku but just didn't know how. Bakugo. Are you sure he hasn't told you anything? Izumi. Yes, Katsuki. He hasn't told me anything that would hint at what has got him like this. Shoto. It's similar to a few months ago where he shut himself off, but that looked more out of depression. This time he seems angry. Do you think he learned something about the Uchiha? Izumi. Perhaps, but we won't know until we confront him. Okay Bakugo, we'll do it your way after the exams. Team 7 came to agreement and dropped the issue as Asuna team landed in front of them ready to fight. Izuku was leading his team through the trees similar to his sister, but his team was quiet as no one said a word. They used to chatter with each other during missions, but those chatters ended a long time ago. Does he miss them? His thoughts were interrupted as his ears picked up a branch break. Izuku leapt backwards while grabbing Kota and Shoka by their collars, pulling them back as well. Shortly followed were hundreds of kunai that embedded the branches they were on just a second ago. As his team got their balance, a team of 3 landed in front of them. Izuku instantly recognized the headband as hot water, and from the glares Izuku could tell they were here for me. You two drop the scroll and leave this freak to us. We'll take care of it. Izuku activated his Sharingan as he felt his anger build up again. Shoka, seeing this, stepped up with a panicked look. Shoka. Now let's think this through. We don't want to hurt you, so just leave your scroll and no one has to get hurt. The only one that has to get hurt is that abomination you call a teammate. We don't want to hurt you too, so just leave so we can take care of it. Shoka. What are you talking about? He's my boyfriend, I'll never leave his side. Izuku's anger lessened for a second as he thought about whether he should tell her, maybe everyone. But that was for another time to think about. If that's the case, you can die with it. Izuku. Enough. Formation C now. His teammates nodded as they got ready, with them each wrapping a cloth around their mouths. Shoka ran through hand signs and released icy mist from her mouth that started to slowly fill the section of the forest. Shoka. Ice, release icy mist poison. As the icy mist surrounded the hot water team, who started to panic since they have never went through something like this and tried to escape the mist. Izuku saw this with his Sharingan and went through hand signs and released a stream of wind into the mist, doubling its size, causing escape to be futile. Izuku. Wind style breakthrough. Izuku. Kota asked Haru to determine which of them has the scroll. Kota. Okay. Haru started to sniff the air while Izuku used healing palm on him so he wouldn't die from the poison. After a second, Haru barked, telling Kota which of the shinobi had it. Kota. The leader has it, the one that was talking bad about you. Izuku. Okay, I'll handle this. Shoka, released the jutsu in 5 seconds. Shoka. Got it. Izuku jumped into the mist, easily sneaking past the other two, going for the third one, who he saw as the weakest. She was short with black hair and gray eyes. She was probably barely taller than Kanoko. He also noticed that their leader was standing slightly in front of her when they confronted him, so they are close. He quickly wrapped his arm around her neck and dragged her until he was decent distance from the leader and put a kunai to her heart. Soon the mist slowly dissipated, freeing the coughing hot water nin as they looked around confused and scared since one of their teammates was gone. They turned when they heard struggling and panicked as they saw their teammate in Izuku's hands as Izuku stared at them with cold red eyes. Aoi, let her go, Shoka. Hand over your scroll and no one has to die. This will be your last warning. They ignored her as they just glared at Izuku, who still had the blank look on his face. Izuku was about to kill the girl in his hands, but then Izuku remembered a conversation he had with Raiden, or more like one piece of advice he gave Izuku. Memory. Raiden. Izuku, my clan and I will help you no matter what, since you are helping us and it's in our contract. However, let me give you this advice: sometimes the world isn't just black and white, sometimes people are blinded by what they are told is true. Don't let yourself be blinded by the truth, nor let others be blinded. What I'm trying to say is to give people a chance, let them decide their truth, and if they still get in your path even after they know the full picture, then there is no problem with destroying them. End of memory. Izuku closed his eyes as he let his anger slowly lower. He opened them again, showing black eyes as he wanted to put Raiden's wisdom to the test. Izuku. Why do you want to kill me? It's simple, you are an Uchiha, the last one at that. Your clan committed unspeakable crimes against our nation. Izuku. What crimes? Shoka looked confused, since from what she remembered Izuku hated the Uchiha as well, or more importantly his origins. What changed? The Izuku she knew would have just taken it at face value and would have not questioned it. What happened? No, what changed? HT. You Uchiha stole our land and made it inhabitable, you took our money, you kidnapped our women, and you murdered so many of our people. Shoka and Kota gasped at the crimes while the hot water nin looked at Izuku with a confident look, but Izuku instead was filled with anger again at the utter bullshit that was spewed at him. Izuku. Bullshit. Everything, calming breath, every single thing you said was a complete utter lie. You may not know it, but it is. Huh, you calling my village liars? How would you even know, and how do you have the right to tell me what's true? Izuku. I don't, but I can tell you my truth. My clan's truth. We didn't steal your land, we bought it for an absurd price for a piece of land that was infertile. We discovered a way to make it fertile, angering your village. It became infertile again due to the attack the nations made on it. Shoka and Kota looked shocked that Izuku knew this information, since he never went to hot water, right? The hot water nin looked doubtful at the claim. Izuku. We didn't kidnap your women, the men of the village went to your capital to get supplies. It's not their fault that some of them were able to find wives there due to their visits. Yet your people couldn't handle the bloodline changing due to foreigners. It's not like it matters anymore, you killed any women that went with them. The hot water nin looked insulted by the claim, but looked down in thought as their village leader and sensei made no claim that they saved the kidnapped women, just that they were relieved of their defilement. Izuku. We didn't steal any of your money. We took the missions you didn't want to do because they were too hard for you or they weren't worth your time, but we were desperate. Eventually, we started doing a better job than you, so the daimyo of hot water started funding us instead, which caused you to grow jealous. That also doesn't matter anymore, since after you killed my clan you assassinated the daimyo and had him replaced. The anger slowly disappeared as it got replaced with confusion in the hot water team. Shoka, however, was filled with dread at the same words kept getting used by Izuku. She was hoping it didn't mean what she thought he meant. Shoka. Why does he keep using possessive? Why is he saying he is a Uchiha? I thought he wanted nothing to do with the name. Don't tell me he's siding with them. Izuku. You also say we killed your people in cold blood. Your village attacks in the dead of night with dozens of other nations, and yet you're surprised the people you attacked fought back. The sheer audacity that sentence holds makes me sick. Now hand over the scroll and give up on me, or I will kill every single one of you. I tried Raiden-sama, but I doubt it'll work. The hot water team looked among themselves for a second but drew their kunai out as anger filled their faces again. Izuku sighed in disappointment, but not surprised by the result, but at least he tried. Like we believe all that bullshit. You're just trying to make us doubt our village. I guess you be a expert in that. We know about your visits to those ruins. Now let her go and face your death, coward. Izuku didn't say anything as he activated his Sharingan again. Shoka and Kota looked shocked at Izuku. When did he go to hot water? Was this why he was so sketchy lately? They needed to tell Nimari-sensei. Izuku could tell everything was going to get revealed soon. It looks like he's going to have to disappear sooner than he thought. However, right now he needed to take care of some trash. Izuku plunged his kunai into his captive's heart, killing her instantly and dropping her body. Before the body could even fall, Izuku rushed the second teammate, who was a lean skinny boy. He didn't even get a chance to react as his throat was cut open, staining the floor. The leader blocked Izuku's strike at his head, but Izuku dropped his kunai and caught it with his other hand and stabbed it into the lone leader's gut. Izuku's instincts yelled at him to dodge, which he did by jumping over the leader and landing next to his team. Sure enough, where he was standing, a kunai traveling at fast speeds embedded itself into the floor. The hot water leader fell to the floor holding his gut as a team of 3 landed in front of him. Looks like you need a hand, bud. Don't worry, we're not here for you, just that red-eyed boy over there. Also sorry for your loss. Izuku. This guy again. In front of Izuku and his teammates was the same team they encountered in the first test. The second Suna team of Inasa, Kami and the OC. Inasa had a smug grin as he looked at Izuku, who still had his stoic look. Kami winked at Izuku, causing Shoka to grow a tick mark, while Kota and Tho just awkwardly looked at each other. Izuku knew this was going to be a pain. Inasa. Though, take the hot water into safety and make sure he lives. No one will ever die to a Uchiha while I'm alive. Though. Yes sir. Tho grabbed the leader and shunshined away, with Izuku looking in his direction with his eyes darting back and forth before he looked back at Inasa. Shoka. Hey, that was our scroll, give it back. Inasa. Quiet doll, the big boys are going to start talking. Shoka blushed red in both anger and embarrassment. Inasa looked to Izuku to see his reaction, but Izuku still had the same uninterested stoic look. Inasa calmed his anger as he needed to keep his cool. He won't let a freak get him angry. Inasa. You know, when I heard that there was still a Uchiha that was alive, I was thrilled because my dream was always to kill one of you bastards because of what you did to my father. However, that thrill turned into anger when I heard that you were under the protection of the Hokage. But now that you are in this forest, no one can get in trouble if you're found dead. Izuku. Do you ever stop talking, or do you just like to hear your voice? Inasa. Tisk. Tornado release, Valley of Deathly Winds. Inasa ran through hand signs and started swinging his arms to the side at Izuku, causing multiple tornadoes to form and start rushing at Izuku. Izuku just scoffed as he ran through hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, causing a giant stone wall to block the tornadoes, with them barely denting the stone, shocking Inasa. After the tornadoes died down, Shoka and Kota with Haru jumped from behind the wall and charged Inasa before they could do anything. Kami jumped in front, throwing a Senbon that hit Shoka in the neck, knocking her out while she ran through hand signs, putting Kota under a genjutsu, rendering him asleep. Haru jumped in front of the two in a protective manner along with Izuku, who tsked after seeing his teammates getting dropped so easily. Inasa. I'm surprised you actually stayed to protect them. I expected you to run away and ditch them. Don't worry, we won't hurt them, we are here just for you. Izuku made a shadow clone that picked up the two and darted away, with Haru following closely behind. Izuku looked around and analyzed the situation. Izuku. We are on ground level surrounded by thick shrubbery, all alone and fighting too. No 3 enemies, the fat one returned. He's behind the third 3 behind the Gyaru. This Inasa fellow has a Kekkei Genkei. Well, now I have it, but should I use it? No, too many possibilities of them surviving and spreading the word. However, this shouldn't be too much trouble. I say they are barely high genin, with Inasa probably mid-chunin. Kami launched several Senbon at Izuku, but he just deflected them away easily with his now drawn katana. Izuku rushed the fat one since he knew he was the weak link, but before he could strike the boy down, a slash of visible wind forced him to stop as it blocked his path from Tho. Izuku looked in the corner of his eye and saw that Inasa was the one that sent it. Due to the distraction, Tho took out his battle fan and swung it at Izuku, sending him back with a large gust of wind. Inasa. Wind style wind cutter. Tho. Wind style fan assisted breakthrough. Izuku readjusted himself mid-air and sent a fireball at though forcing Inasa to help him block it since it was too big for one person. However, while Izuku was doing the signs, Kami had gone through her own before shoving her hand in the ground forming a spear. She then twirled and launched it at Izuku. It hit Izuku straight in the chest, but before Kami could cheer, Izuku turned into a log, causing her to curse. Izuku. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Kami. Earth-style earth spear. Izuku was in the tree overhead looking down on the three as they regrouped, waiting for Izuku's next attack. Izuku sighed in boredom as he crossed his fingers, making two clones. He handed them explosive tags and nodded towards them. They nodded back before disappearing in shushens. Izuku looked down at the Suna team and cracked his neck as he got ready to end this. Izuku jumped out of the tree and ran through hand signs and sent a fireball at the team. Kami stood in front of the two running through hand signs as she made a wall that blocked the fireball, but the fireball exploded on contact, making a giant dust cloud that blinded the three. Izuku then got 5 kunai in each hand and threw them at the three, but as they were mid-air, Izuku ran through hand signs, making them multiply until there were thousands of kunai. Izuku. Fire-style fake fireball. Izuku. Kunai multiplier x 1000. Inasa cleared the smoke with a small tornado. He looked up and instantly was filled with fear at the sight of so many kunai that it blocked the sky. Inasa made a dome of wind to protect his team, but it was barely able to hold with kunai still going through, planting themselves deep into their bodies. Inasa then pumped his tornado chakra into the dome and screamed as he forced the kunais back as he expanded the dome. As the last of the kunais dropped to the ground, Inasa collapsed from the strain with Kami and though trying to help him up. Inasa. Wind-style wind dome. Izuku. Pathetic. Izuku stared down at the exhausted team with emotionless red eyes, with his face shadowed in black as he brought one hand up into a single sign. Truly a disappointing fight. Izuku. Kai. Explosive tags that were stuck onto the base of the trees glowed before exploding, shaking the forest and confusing the team. Soon the giant trees creaked and groaned as they collapsed down onto the Suna team. The team could have easily escaped. Izuku knew that, but he also knew they wouldn't leave a man behind like an exhausted leader. Sure enough, the able-bodied didn't leave but tried to save their leader. It didn't matter as the massive trees fell on them, causing the ground to shake. Izuku scoffed as he shunshined away. Izuku reappeared next to an opening in the trunk of a tree like a small grove. Izuku peered in and saw his clone sitting as it looked over the unconscious forms of Shoka and Koda. Izuku stepped in and looked at the unconscious Shoka and caressed her cheek. Izuku. Status report. Clone. The poison was neutralized in Shoka and she should be up in a few hours. The genjutsu on Koda was broken, but he might not wake up until he gets real medical attention. Izuku. And the other one. Clone. Will be back shortly. Izuku. Dismissed. The clone dispelled and Izuku took its spot, sitting over his two teammates. He sighed since he had to wait for at least one of them to wake up. Izuku extended his hand out and smiled as a small tornado started to form in his palm. At least it wasn't completely pointless. Not long later, a clone of Izuku appeared and handed Izuku a black scroll and dismissed. Izuku closed his eyes as he awaited his teammates' awakening. The trees that buried the Suna team slowly started to shake before exploding due to a large tornado. As the smoke and debris subsided, it revealed an extremely exhausted Inasa with a mostly unharmed team underneath him. After a while of catching their breath, the team regrouped on what to do. Inasa. It seems we underestimated the Uchiha. Kami. You think. He almost killed us without breaking a sweat. Inasa. Settle down, Kami, it won't happen again. We were just caught off guard. Though where did you put the hot water nin? Though. Oh, almost forgot about him. Follow me, he's not too far. Kami helped Inasa walk as they followed though to the injured hot water nin. Like though said, it didn't take long to find the spot, but unfortunately it seemed like it wasn't hard for Izuku either. The hot water nin was a corpse with multiple kunai embedded in the body as it lay face first in the dirt like he was trying to run away. Though gasped while Inasa just growled as he failed to save anyone from Izuku. Inasa. Damn it, Kami. May his soul rest. Though. I'll give him a proper burial. Inasa. Wait, though don't touch the body. However, it was too late as though had moved the body already, causing the explosive tags the body was laying on to ignite, engulfing the area in an explosion. Izuku was still meditating when he heard the explosion, causing an evil grin to form on Izuku's face. The grin disappeared quickly as he returned to his stoic look as he looked at his unconscious teammates, including Haru, who decided to take a nap. However, soon bad thoughts started to cloud his mind as he looked at their helpless forms. Izuku. They know about my visits and my questioning loyalty. What if they tell everyone else? My journey would be ended before I could even start. Plus her father was the one to burn down the hospitals and the one to kill my mother, while Kota's parents were the ones that had their dogs track down any survivors, even the children. I would just be avenging my clan, nothing more and nothing else. Izuku pulled out a kunai and raised it as he approached the two with his eyes shadowed, then all his memories with them hit him like a truck. He looked at the kunai in his hand and dropped it as his hand started to tremble, realizing what he was about to do. He quickly put his kunai back as he slumped in his spot in shame. Several hours later, as Izuku was sitting there still in shame, he heard a groan followed by movement, causing him to look up to see Shoka waking up while rubbing her neck. Izuku pulled her in a hug, causing her to yelp in surprise. Izuku was crying silently, causing Shoka to grow shocked before smiling softly as she wrapped him in a hug as she stroked his hair. Izuku. I'm sorry. Once we're done with this exams, I need to tell you something, all of you something. Shoka. Of course. Whenever you are ready, remember Izuku, we will always be there for you. Izuku didn't say anything as he just tightened the hug, since he also didn't know if that was going to be true or not. Hopefully, they at least hear him out before they turn him in. Izuku showed her the black scroll, causing her to smile for a second before breaking into a frown as she knew Izuku most likely had to kill someone for it. But she was more disappointed in herself. She was taken down in seconds, forcing Izuku to fight a whole team by himself. Only if she was stronger she could have helped. Izuku picked up Kota on his back and the two headed for the tower, reaching it in record time and being the first to arrive. Narrator Pav. Identity Arc. It was the final day of the week, meaning today was the day they moved on to the third stage. Even though some teams barely arrived today, it won't stop the test from continuing. It's basically an award for the people that arrived early and punishment for those who barely passed. Weeding out the weak, you could say. The teams that passed on to the next stage were Konoha teams 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 and 12. All teams that failed didn't make time limit, and team 3 and 8 are missing one member, 1 Suna team, missing 1 member, 2 Kumo teams, 1 Iwa team, 1 member remaining, 1 Kiri team and 1 Hot Water team. 34 participants. Right now Team 3 was in a 3-bed bedroom waiting for the call to head to arena. Shoka and Nimari were looking over the unconscious Kota with Haru on his chest. Worry filled their faces as Kota still hadn't woken up and were forced to take him off the tournament roster as ineligible. Izuku was on his bed meditating for the fights and had already moved on from Kota. He was there because of his weakness. Nimari. Sigh, Kota won't wake up for another week. So I'll take him to the hospital so he doesn't die from dehydration. It'll be up to you two to make it to the finals. Good luck, I have faith in you. Nimari picked Kota up bridal style and disappeared into a shunshin, leaving the two alone. It's been quiet since they arrived, not the usual awkward silence that's been plaguing them lately, but the old comfortable silence. Shoka knew Izuku wasn't ready to tell her, but it did make her feel better that Izuku actually did want to. Izuku stood up and walked to Shoka and gave her a gentle hug that she returned. He truly needed a hug. Not long after, the bell sounded, signaling them to head towards the underground arena. Izuku and Shoka walked together as they entered the arena, with a large balcony near rafters for the participants to wait while the two fighters would go out in the arena. There was a separate balcony for the Hokage and his advisors so they could watch the fight. Soon the arena was full of the remaining participants, all looking to the Hokage booth that was soon filled with Toshinori and his advisors. Toshi. Congratulations for surviving the forest, but now it's time to truly thin out the weak from the strong. We will have a tournament here until we only have 8 remaining, which those 8 will fight in the public to show they truly deserve the rank of Chunin. Now here are the matchups. A giant hologram appeared behind Toshinori showing the matchups and tournament bracket. Izuku sighed as he saw he was going first against some hot water nin. God, he could feel their glares already. In the corner of his eye he could see Inasa glaring at him with hatred, the same with his girl partner, but he didn't see the fat one anywhere, not even when they arrived a couple of days ago, so that means. Izuku smirked at him, causing Inasa to forcefully control himself. However, the only way they could fight was if both made it to the finals. Toshinori. The rules are the simple: the match ends by forfeit, surrender or incapitation. Killing is allowed but looked down upon. Also, there is a chance you could face a teammate. Just wanted to point that out, you can figure it out on the battlefield. Now let the tournament begin. The tournament bracket. I'm not making lines or anything, just pretend there is. Also, it should be easy to follow if you have seen a tournament before. Just go to a tournament maker and put 37 participants. That's the bracket I used. Filler matches. 1. Izuku Yagi vs. Hot Water Nin. 2. Sato automatically moves on. Real matches. First round. 3. Denki Kaminari vs. Katsumi Bakugo. 4. Mina Ishido vs. D of Kumo. 5. Kiri Nin vs. Kanoko. 6. Shoto vs. Hot Water Nin. 7. Kami vs. Monoma. 8. Izumi vs. Kumo Nin. 9. Abara vs. Shoka. 10. Kumo Nin vs. Kai of Iowa. 11. Kiri Nin vs. Inasa. 12. Kosei vs. Kumo Nin. 13. Kendo vs. Uraraka. 14. Ojiro vs. Kirishima. 15. Reiko vs. Kajibara. 16. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Kumo Nin. 17. Winner of match 1v. Kumo Nin. 18. Winner of match 2v. Hot Water Nin. Izuku hopped down into the arena with a female Hot Water Nin landing across from him. She had short pixie brown hair with her headband tied around the top her head. She was livid as she glared at Izuku, making Izuku know instantly that one of the Hot Water Nin he killed had some form of relation with her. HT. You killed my brother, you bastard. And there was the confirmation. Izuku's face remained stoic as he prepared a stance waiting for the match to begin. He wanted to see how much effort he would have to put in, if her allies were any indicator, not a lot. The proctor landed on the side in the middle of both of them. He looked like he didn't want to be here but would do his job anyway, reminded Izuku of Shoto. Proctor. Begin. The Hot Water Nin rushed at Izuku at barely genin level speeds with an atrocious defensive form. He already knew the fight would be a waste of time. Izuku just casually dodged all the punches, kicks, not even bothering to deflect or block. It looked like he was dancing with the Nin. He then decided that was a good stretch for his next match and activated his Sharingan. With one look, the girl was on the floor screaming her lungs out as she clawed at her face, drawing blood. This frightened everyone in the room as Izuku had taken out a Chunin level Nin with little effort. You see, to Izuku it felt like he was fighting a toddler, but to the spectators the girl was easily a Chunin. Izuku. Pathetic. Izuku walked away as he deactivated his Sharingan, releasing the girl from the nightmare, and concluding the match as she laid there unconscious. The proctor checked her plus and let out a relieved sigh as he raised his into the air in the shape of a fist. Proctor. Winner by knockout, Izuku Yagi. Izuku jumped to the spectating area, ignoring the scared looks from everyone, but he honestly didn't care what they thought. They were fighting each other for glory, so act like they wanted to fight. Izumi walked up to him with a nervous look as if she wanted to ask something. Izumi. What did you show her? Izuku. That there was bugs in under her skin that wanted to come out. Izumi. Izuku, can we talk after this is over? Izuku. Okay. The matches continued. Sato didn't have an opponent, so he moved on automatically, causing the end of the filler matchups. The next match began the real tournament, with Kaminari instantly forfeiting since he didn't want to get his ass kicked by Katsumi. Izuku sighed in disappointment since Kaminari could have easily won with his storm release but was just too much of a scaredy cat. Mina was standing in front of the Kumo Nin named D. He was average height guy with lean muscular look with dark skin and with platinum hair. He had the usual katana on the back that all Kumo Nin usually specialized in, and honestly Izuku could already tell he was going to win. As the match started and before Mina could use her acid release or even move, D was behind her with electricity on his hand and grabbed her neck, knocking her out instantly. Izuku wasn't too surprised. D was the son of the Raikage, of course he'd be strong. The rest of the matches in Izuku's opinion weren't that interesting nor worth watching, but he stayed and watched closely with Sharingan for any new techniques or releases. Unfortunately it seemed he was too far to gain them, but he still learned new jutsu. 5. The Kiri Nin knocked out Kanoko with a simple taijutsu. 6. Shoto froze the hot water nin in an ice prison with ease. 7. Kami trapped Monoma in a genjutsu that made him think he was still fighting her. 8. Izumi wrapped Akumo nin in a vice grip forcing them to tap out. 9. Abara forfeited letting Shoka move on. 10. Kai the Iwa nin trapped the Kumo nin in a rock grip that trapped them. 11. Inasa instantly made a tornado launching the Kiri nin into a wall. 12. Kosei knocked out the Kumo nin after a long fight. 13. Kendo and Uraraka had a long and hard taijutsu-only fight, but Kendo had the better stamina, winning in the end. 14. Hiroshima trapped Ojiro's legs in a stone vice grip forcing him to surrender. 15. Reiko forfeited. 16. Katsuki put explosive tags on the Kumo nin's jacket during a taijutsu clash, resulting in the explosion launching the nin into a wall. Now it was Izuku's turn again, but this time he was facing a Kumo nin. Izuku jumped down after he received some good luck from his friends and teammates. He looked across and saw the cockiest bastard he had ever seen. He wasn't even worth the description, as Izuku already got annoyed by his cocky smirk and confident stretching. Izuku sighed and cursed his luck as he took out a kunai and got in a stance with the Kumo nin taking out his katana. Proctor. Ready. Begin. The two charged each other and clashed metal against metal as Izuku feigned being on the defensive as the Kumo nin continued his offensive. Izuku parried attack after attack with his kunai, but he made it look like he was struggling, making the Kumo even more confident. However, one indicator that Izuku wasn't trying was that his Sharingan wasn't even activated. The other was that he wasn't even using his katana to fight with. It was obvious he was trying to get the Kumo nin to overstep so Izuku could humiliate him. Several people in the audience immediately picked this up. Nimori, Toshinori and Aizawa instantly figured it out after they saw Izuku use a kunai instead of the katana he trains with. D noticed second as he gut was telling him something was wrong with the Uchiha. D. No way he's this weak, it's just J. Something is definitely wrong. The now named J tried to overhead that Izuku, barely, blocked, forcing Izuku to backflip back. J smirked at Izuku as he charged again. J. It looks like I'll be the one to kill the final Uchiha. Good, the world doesn't need any more of you freaks. Izuku stayed silent as he continued to parry and block the attacks, even getting his friends to tell there was something wrong going on here. It felt like a trap. The more prominent fighters like the Iwa girl could already tell what Izuku was going to do and decided to look away for the rest of the match. Konoha was scared on what he was going to do. By the time D realized what was going to happen, it was already too late. D. J. Fall back. The warning fell on deaf ears as the overconfident child lunged at Izuku with a thrust, completely exposing himself at that exact moment. Izuku swatted the blade to the side, giving him the spot he was looking for as he spined, slamming his kunai straight through the boy's head, killing him instantly. Silence filled the arena as the body swayed for a second, reaching out for his comrades before dropping to the ground with a thud followed by a slow pool of blood flowing. Izuku started to walk away as the proctor pointlessly checked the boy's pulse. The proctor frowned as he nodded no to the Hokage. Proctor. Winner by kill, Izuku Yagi. Izuku jumped to the spectator booth, ignoring the concerned looks of his friends as he plopped against the wall while sitting. D looked at his friend's corpse as they put a white cloth over it as they carried it away on a stretcher. D grinded his teeth as he promised himself he will avenge his fallen ally, and he just needed one more round to get his wish. Second round. Izuku vs. Katsumi. D of Kumo vs. Kiri Nin. Shoto vs. Kami. Izumi vs. Shoka. HT Nin vs. Kai of Iwa. Inasa vs. Kosei. Kendo vs. Hiroshima. Katsuki vs. Kajibara. D made a mess of the Kiri Nin, using him as an example to Izuku, who just watched with a bored expression. Shot froze Kami in the same ice prison, forcing her to surrender. Izumi easily overpowered Shoka in a taijutsu fight. Kai knocked out the hot water nin with a flick of her chakra-filled finger, knocking them out. Inasa sucked the air out of Kosei's lungs, not allowing them to do anything but surrender. Kendo knocked Kirishima out with a punch so hard it shattered his jaw. She apologized afterwards. Kajibara forfeited since he knew he couldn't win. Izuku just knocked out Katsumi in seconds with a punch to the stomach. Toshinori. And that signals the end of the prelims. This are the final 8 that will move on to the public finals and their matchups. Izuku Yagi vs. D of Kumo, Shoto Todoroki vs. Izumi Yagi, Kai of Iwa vs. Inasa of Suna, and finally Itsuka Kendo vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The finals will be held in 2 months' time. You can decide on your training by yourself. You are all dismissed until then. Izuku waited to see if anyone was going to confront him, but he could tell from their looks that they weren't. Fear was written on their faces when they looked at him. They tried to hide it, but it was so painfully obvious, but it didn't bother him. If anything, he was glad. It would make it easier for them to fight him in the future. Izuku walked away as he went to go train with the cats. He still had a lot to learn. He gave one final look back but saw the rest had already left, so Izuku used a reverse summon, disappearing to train with his summons. Identity Arc. Narrator Pav. Right after Izuku reverse summoned himself into the cat domain, which he learned is called Teo Raramu or Diverse Realm, he's still going to call it Cat World. He went straight to Raiden and asked for a training plan. Raiden chuckled since it seemed Izuku was going to spend even more time in his realm, but he honestly couldn't blame him. There was hardly any reason for him to stay or love Konoha. So, Raiden said alright and said they would work on high strength and speed since he really didn't need much help from them in ninjutsu or really any ninja art besides senjutsu, but that was for when he was older. So, for the next 2 months Izuku was given impossible task after impossible task to increase his speed and strength. One strength training was to climb every tree in the realm with no chakra, and if he completed that he would have to do it again with one hand and no chakra. It was the same task every time, but the difficulty would increase. The second month for speed he was tasked to run around the entire realm on the beach 20 times to make it harder. Gravity seals were placed on him to make it harder. But he completed all his tasks with immense determination, to the point he finished 2 weeks earlier than expected, so he thanked Raiden and returned to Konoha. He walked the streets ignoring the glares as he tried to return to his home. Until he heard a commotion from a nearby park, causing him to sneak up and listen. He saw that it was his classmates, and from their expressions they both looked worried and annoyed at the same time. Izuku wondered why until he heard Bakugo ask Izumi where he was, and she responded she doesn't know, no one's seen him since the prelims. Izuku concluded they were talking about him and why he's been like this and why won't he talk to them. Shoka talked, saying Izuku promised to talk to her, but that was before his disappearing AVT. Izuku was about to walk away when he remembered Raiden's words on giving people a chance to basically think for themselves. Izuku sighed as he walked into the open, shocking the group. Izumi. Izuku, where have you been? Dad almost called a manhunt for you. Izuku. Sorry, I was training with my summons and forgot to tell someone. Momo. Oh, what's your summoning contract? Izuku. I'd rather not say. Momo. Oh. Bakugo growled before slamming his fist down onto a picnic, causing Izuku to look at him with a questioning look. Bakugo. Enough. We know you're hiding something from us, Izuku. We see how it's changed you, so tell us what it is or we will report you to your father. Izuku glared at him for the threat but calmed himself down since he didn't need a cage on his case just yet. Izuku. Fine. Izuku ran through hand signs before slamming his hand down on the ground, making a seal glow purple into the ground before disappearing. A purple cube formed around them before slowly fading away. Izuku. Privacy domain. Izuku. Now we can talk in peace. You're right, I did find something, and the reason I didn't tell anyone was because I was paranoid. I was worried you would turn me in, and I'm still worried. Izumi. What did you find? Was it about the Uchiha? Izuku. Yes, I guess I'll start with the beginning, which was around several months ago. I went to the Forbidden Library to find a new jutsu since I was bored. When I was leaving I overheard a cage meeting which they talked about me and how they wanted me dead. It was silent after that as everyone's eyes widened at the sentences. Izuku just looked straight with a blank expression. Izumi. Why you can't mean. Izuku. Number. Toshinori was the only one to defend me, but what caught my attention was the Mizukage calling the others hypocrites and liars for what they did to the Uchiha. That's what got my attention as I learned the Kage and older shinobi lied about the Uchiha. The Uchiha weren't murderers or anything like that. The reason why they were killed off was because the nations were scared at how strong they could become since the Uchiha had just left Konoha and set up their own village. Shoka. That can't be. Our village would never lie. You must have heard wrong. Izuku. That's what I thought too until I looked deeper in both the Forbidden Library and my origins. Everything I found pointed towards the hidden villages lying about the Uchiha. The Uchiha left Konoha because they felt they were getting abused for their power and getting disrespected. They left peacefully, bought their new land just fully and tried to earn a living honestly. Yet the villages were angry that someone so powerful wouldn't use that power for their nation or themselves. So, if they couldn't have that power, then no one could. The group remained silent as they listened to Izuku's story about how the villages made a heinous plan of attacking the village in the dead of night, first targeting civilian locations and leaving no survivors. The plan was to kill them all and take their eyes, maybe some of the women and children, for themselves. Izuku then explained how the Uchiha foiled by refusing to surrender no matter the age and refusing to use the Sharingan, effectively making the plan useless. He didn't tell them anything about the tailed beasts, his Sharingan ability, his decision, nor his monthly visits to the ruins. After Izuku finished, he scanned the faces of his friends, and already knew it failed again. Not a single one of them had a look of someone believing him. Izuku sighed as he heard the murmurs between each other. Izuku got ready to do something desperate if he needed to. He closed his eyes as he felt Izumi and the others walk towards him. Izumi. Izuku, that's a interesting theory you came up with, but I got to ask, what do you plan to do? Izuku. Shoka. I would believe you, Izuku, but I'm more worried on what you plan on doing, so please just tell us so we can get you help. Izuku. So they think I'm crazy, so be it. Izumi. There is no way Dad and Mom would do something like that. Even if they did, the Uchiha must have done something else. There's no way they just did it out of jealousy. Izuku. I'm going to be honest, I'm not completely certain if I should take revenge, but I can guarantee in the future we will be on different sides, but that will be because of something else. I'm sorry it has to be like that, but it will be. Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about? Are you saying you're going to betray us? Izuku. I am, but it's not like you're going to be able to stop me. Everyone slowly drawed weapons as they approached Izuku while he kept his eyes closed. Shoto. What makes you so certain of that? Izuku. Simple. You won't remember this ever happened. Izuku snapped his eyes open, revealing his Sharingan, causing all of them to instantly collapse with thuds. As he was talking, Izuku was preparing a genjutsu that would block this memory from their minds until he decides to let it out. He replaced today or the last couple hours of him returning, telling the same story about his training with the summons, and then him giving a heartfelt apology for his actions and how he's been. They played and they all fell asleep from exhaustion, a simple lie with no worry of the truth escaping unless he allows it. He placed them all under a big shaded tree, making it look like they took a nap, placed a note that just said he headed home, and destroyed the silencing domain he put up and left. He left without turning back, not feeling anything for what he did or what happened. No remorse, no sadness, and no surprise. So far Raiden's advice hasn't worked, but he might as well keep trying. Izuku arrived home, but before he could open the door he felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to tense up since he never felt a presence until now. He slightly turned back as he slowly drawed a kunai but stuffed it back in when he saw his father Toshinori looking at him while wearing his cage clothes. Izuku turned completely neutral look since he knew even if he was count on to, he couldn't do anything against a cage right now. Toshinori. Come, we need to talk. Izuku didn't protest as Toshinori offered his hand, which Izuku took, making them disappear in a yellow flash. Izuku opened his eyes and saw that they were at the same lake he took them all those years ago. Toshinori sat in the sand and motioned for Izuku to do the same, who reluctantly did. It was quiet for a while until Toshinori broke the silence. Toshinori. Where were you? Izuku. I was in my summons world. Toshinori. You're supposed to ask for approval from me if you're going to leave Konoha. Izuku. You said I could train anyway I want, and I wanted to train with my summons. So, I didn't think I had to ask permission. Toshinori. HMPH. Fair, I'll let it slide this time, but that's not why I wanted to talk. Izuku. I assumed so. Toshinori. Why did you kill that Kumo kid? Izuku. He tried to attack me. I felt threatened, so I reacted, and it just so happened to kill him. Toshinori. Cut the bullshit, son. We both know you were toying with him. So, why did you kill him? Izuku. He reminded me of the people that are always trying to get to me, so I used him as an outlet. He probably didn't deserve it, but I don't regret what I did. It was silent for a few seconds before Toshinori broke the silence again. Toshinori. Sigh, I understand. Kumo's on our ass because of your actions, so please don't kill anyone in the finals. Izuku. As long as they don't try to kill me. Toshinori. That's fair. Have a good day, son. It's good to have you back. Also, if you want to talk about anything, just come to my office. Toshinori left in a flash, leaving Izuku by himself as he continued to stare at his reflection in the water, not recognizing the face that stared back at him. The next week, a few days before the finals, Izuku was invited to dinner with Shoka's family, which Izuku was about to straight up decline until he thought it would be a good idea to scout out the future enemies. So, now Izuku was in front of Shoka's house in his normal clothes. You see, the reason why didn't dress up was simple: he was going to dump Shoka anyway. It shouldn't matter that much considering you could barely consider them even a couple. They never went on dates. Izuku never got her gifts. He barely felt anything for her, and they were going to be enemies in the future anyway, so it shouldn't matter. It wasn't like she would take his side anyway. Izuku. Let's get this over with. Izuku rang the doorbell and was instantly let in by ecstatic Shoka. He was led into the dining room where he saw her whole family minus the father, since he was still in Iowa. The mother had long white hair and expected him with a cold look. The sister had peppered white hair with small specks of red. She also didn't look thrilled to see him as well. Her older brother had short spiky white hair and straight up just glared at him. Shoto said hello to Izuku, which he just nodded in recognition before he sat down, since he knew he didn't need an introduction. As the dinner continued, Izuku grew annoyed at the countless underhand insult, obviously all too much of cowards to insult him directly. Izuku had enough and decided to speed things up. He did this by standing up, spitting in her mother's face, and walking away. The household grew in rage as they asked Izuku why he did that, but he just scoffed and walked away. Izuku. We're done, Shoka. Your family obviously doesn't want us together, and neither do I. Izuku left after telling her that he had no room for attachments, he only needed results in his goals. Izuku was on the Hokage cliff looking down on Konoha with a glare until he felt a presence behind him, making put his guard up but not approach, since he felt no killing intent. Izuku looked and saw that Orochimaru had sat down next to him, causing Izuku to grow confused, but maintained his eyes on the lights of Konoha. Orochimaru. Beautiful, isn't it? Izuku. Number. Orochimaru glanced to Izuku and instantly recognized the emotions in Izuku's eyes. He sighed internally as it reminded him so much of Sasuke. Orochimaru. So, now that you know, what are you going to do? No point in denying it. Izuku. What would you do? Orochimaru. Probably the same thing you plan on doing. Izuku. Are you going to try and stop me? Orochimaru. No, I'm not. This isn't the Konoha that pledged allegiance to. I was always on the edge of dropping them, but after the genocide, I just can't do it anymore. Take this scroll, contact me when you're ready to get out of here. I can already tell that's your first plan of action. Orochimaru disappeared, leaving Izuku alone as he stared at the scroll. He couldn't help but grow a grin. He had his escape plan now, just to wait for the right time. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.